Hold on. I'm gonna make you guys co-hosts again. So you
Sweet.
can do stuff. It's kind of delayed there. I can hear it.
I think there's always a several second delay on the YouTube feed.
Cool. Oh. I'm gonna do some stuff to get ready. So let me know if, let me know if you guys need anything.
Yeah, sounds good. Hey, Kenzie. Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you.
Your place looks much better now that it's all moved in and there's not just boxes in the background.
Right, and this happens this happens every time. So we're actually going to be packing the car up today to drive to Wisconsin. We are going to escape from the seemingly permanent hot zone that is Toronto, and we are going to go over to the Oneida Res and probably do vaccine things, and then back here for quarantining, and then do it again.
Fun.
But I haven't seen my mom and I haven't seen the res in like a really long time. So it's gonna be really nice to see them. And I think that they are like financially kind of recovering now. And so they're actually hiring people. She interviewed for a job yesterday. So cross your fingers for her. You who met Joni a long time ago, probably. She was at like the spring conference, I think in 2012 even, I don't know, somewhere around there. She's the one who introduced me to y'all.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I'm excited for today. I'm excited to sit and listen and just, this always gives me so much energy afterward. And I'm excited to tell you, Michael, that I am maybe not hibernating anymore. I don't know. This past year has been like an absolute wreck for staying in contact for me. So
yeah, well, no worries. I mean, we've all had our moments of self-reflection, that's for sure.
No kidding. And yeah, like this year, all I could focus on was teaching basically from the minute that I started, because I didn't have any prep. You know, when we were doing this, I was only just getting like my login for the information, like when I was moving in here, like for the e-classes and everything. So I was basically playing catch up for an entire year. It was awful, but think I'm caught up now. Think I have more energy to give back here, but also I'm just really excited to see how it goes today.
Well, awesome. I mean, there's definitely several appointed positions we could certainly use you on, Kenzie, for sure.
Yeah. Well, just anything I can help out with, but I think I can actually back up saying that better right now is what I'm trying to say.
Good.
This next year is service and research. This first year was just teaching.
Yeah.
It went really well. I had really, really great students this year, and they were just really kind people, and they really looked out for each other. So as stressful as all this is, I think that they came together because of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's yours been going, your classes?
Good. I have almost none right now. So
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I'm actually in the job hunt right now because
Okay.
teaching is turning out to be quite unstable post-COVID life. So,
Yeah.
I was normally able to get 4 to 6 classes a term. I've got 2 this term, so
Okay. Yeah.
it's a little
That
bit of
makes
a
it
struggle.
not as sustainable. Yeah. I know there's like, does it mean you would have to go further out as far as like local universities and colleges that might have classes to pick up, or
Oh,
like,
I've tried to pick up classes all over the place, and I was teaching briefly at Portland State University, but they don't
oh
have it
wow, yeah.
either. So,
I
so
would think
I
that I just would hope that there might still be more opportunities given that like, I mean, I don't know, because the US is going hell for high water to like reopen. Canada is not. Like I have a class that I'll be teaching all remote next year still. Because we have to decide for the fall now.
yeah,
And like
my
we were only
summer.
allowed to have so many back on campus in the fall anyway, because if we're
Yeah,
back on campus, it still has to be like spread out. We still have to have, I think they said 125 person rooms for those 25-person seminars.
sure. Yeah,
So
I mean, I think we'll also be most of us vaccinated by fall. I
yeah,
just got my first shot, so
I'm really glad to hear. We have
yeah,
ours on Monday.
yeah, I was a little worried because like yesterday I woke up and I had all these terrible symptoms, and I was like,
Yeah,
last
yeah.
time we did a conference, I had COVID. This time I
Oh,
have a
God.
shot. But this morning I woke
I
up.
forgot that you had COVID during the last conference.
Yep, yep.
And now like now I'm just like, how did you do that, man? Like,
Not easily.
oh, oh no.
I was definitely exhausted the whole day.
I had a student who had a bad COVID reaction this week as well. And she's just like, hey, so I'm going to be late with this assignment because I can't use my arm. And I'm just like, oh gosh,
Yeah. Yeah.
take the time. Like, that was kind of what it was right now, is just a lot of deferral requests and things. Cause like, oh man, it's just been so hard on them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do the deferrals, but like, it's been so hard on them.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many, and what do you call it? I've never had so many incomplete
That's what
deferrals.
we have as the deferral, I guess, is the incomplete.
Yeah.
But for a lot of it, it's like all this is going to do is hang over your head another
I
summer. And so if there was any way for me to get them out of that class, like by like sheer skin of the teeth negotiation, I was going to do it.
yeah.
But like if it was like going to be a whole class that you would have to retake, I was like, well, they only paid me for this semester. So
Yeah. Hold on one second. I'm
how
gonna
would
grab
that
some
happen with you? They're not paying you afterward.
no, they don't. No, so
And so they would just
there is
expect
only
you to
very
do
limited.
that for the good of the student.
Yeah, there's only
But
very limited circumstance I'll do an incomplete. Very limited.
of
It has to be
course.
like they had some severe thing, but also they have a plan. They have to have a plan, and
Yeah.
they have to have an 80% or better
Yeah.
time of the request. And so almost no one ever fits into those qualifications because most of them don't think about the fact that it's like what, a 90% fail rate for incompletes or something. It's something crazy
Oh,
like
wow. Yeah.
huge.
That makes sense.
So because they say, oh, I want it incomplete, and they just never do the work. So you
Yeah.
want them to have some sort of plan or something. At one sec, I'm going to
Absolutely.
grab some tea real quick.
I really like those criteria.
Yeah, I found them to be really helpful because the couple of times I have had students do it be incomplete, they actually do them because they have
Yeah.
their
And
plans
that makes
all
you feel
mapped out
really
and all that
good.
stuff.
Because when they don't, you feel really like it just makes everyone feel crummy all around. Like I don't want them having that over their head, but like I think because we have year-long classes and I'm still figuring it out. And this year they I mean, they were messy about like giving the students the right supports or like giving the teachers the right supports. Like as far as I know, the students don't even have academic advisors right now, which is like
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't even.
year-long classes sounds amazing though, because then you could do so much.
Yeah, so that's been the kind of like exciting thing, is that I got to do so much in my intermediate poetry class and in my intro to creative writing. Like they got to do a lot more. It felt a lot less rushed. But at the same time, I'll also have people who I haven't seen for an entire term trying to just suddenly finish that work, or people I haven't seen since the beginning of November, if that, like maybe October. And they'll say, is there anything I can do? And I'll be like, well, we're not going to do a deferral because you don't have it. Like, you can't turn in that much material. You only have a 2% in the class. But somehow when I point that out, the response is, well, is there anything I can do? And I'm like, oh my gosh, what you need is an advisor at the university who is keeping track of you, you know, like no one is keeping track of them right now when they fall apart. And so I can't keep on top of like which one hasn't shown up for 3 weeks or something. I even tried.
Yeah.
But it makes no sense to me that the universities wouldn't have hired an entire cohort of advisory people for the students and for the professors and the teachers, like during this time.
Yeah.
They call everyone.
We're actually live on YouTube now. So we're going to give people just a kind of a minute to step in here. Hey, Jesse, how's it going? Great to see you.
Yeah. Hi, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Michael. Hi, Kenzie. I don't think we've ever met. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. Looking forward to today.
Yeah, me too. And let's see, Max and Joe.
Yeah, I'll give people about 5 more minutes here to kind of trickle in before I do my little intro. And then when hopefully Peter gets here in a minute, and then we'll introduce him. Alt-A is mute.
Awesome. I wish we could all be together in person, but here we are.
I think we'll have that chance in the fall. I think.
Awesome.
I think
I was just going to ask.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but that's something we definitely need to discuss and figure out. But I think at Ghost Ranch, New Mexico will be possible.
So, I vote in favor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the plan is by July to have all the United States vaccinated, and it's going real well so far. So.
Yep. Great. Yeah, I missed it last year.
You need some of that fresh air down there.
I'm going to be excited to be back there for the first time. I'm doing it. I will figure out a way. If it's not this time, then the soonest I can. But I think I haven't been since like 2013 or something. And oh my gosh, I can still like feel it sometimes when I think about like that dry air and just like being, because I'm used to it dry air on the more towards sea level, and like this being up higher too, like and it just like feels like high plains when we're there.
Hello, how's it going?
Hi, Mel.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say hi to everyone.
For those of you joining us on YouTube, we're going to get started here in just a minute. We're just allowing people to kind of trickle in here in the morning. Thank you for watching us here live. We'll be doing some great discussions here shortly.
Twitter's down right now, by the way.
Twitter is
down. It's just been down for like 24 hours or something, or 12 hours. I was excited that
Hey,
I
Lucor.
retweeted us before that happened.
Makes me think of the first time I tried to go onto Twitter. It said it was full and to come back later.
Was that like 2008 or something?
It was a long time ago. Yeah, like right at the beginning of Twitter.
We're sorry, we don't have any space for you.
Ooh.
Morning, Peter.
Morning, Peter.
Hey, good morning.
Sonny, what's up, man?
About 2 more minutes, and then I'll give my opening statement and welcome Peter.
It is.
Max, cool background, man. You just got a room full of books there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And he's got them all color coded too.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. Its main purpose is a Zoom background. So
That one
Love
looks
it.
real too. We were
It
just
is
talking.
real.
I was just talking to a friend today about the singularity where everyone's bookshelves don't exist. It's real. Oh my gosh.
yeah.
Yeah, I also heard that bulk book orders have skyrocketed because people want to curate bookshelves that they don't care about.
That's
Wow.
fascinating. Hey, does someone want to buy some of my books?
Right.
I'll take bulk orders.
I just love seeing them, and I like when I first saw. I have a colleague who like has these really beautiful, tall white bookshelves that just take up the whole room, and I was admiring them. I was like, I want to grow up to own bookshelves like that. And then he moved a little bit and it flickered. And I was like, no, it's a Zoom background.
It's fake. And
No one can have books like that except for Max. I'm happy to see it exist.
Yeah, it was a hand-me-down bookshelf, and then we just kind of like hoard books. Like we never throw away books. So it's all books from all time. So
It's so pretty, the colors.
I like the rounded corners. See, my bookshelf is right over there. I should set my desk up over there.
yeah, there you go.
Mine is that white thing in the background.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah. That's nice.
I have one over here too, but like that one's like the one that I go to whenever whenever a student's like, oh, like what would I read about microfiction? I'm like, let me see who I have for that. And then it's like going into the trunk of your car or something. It feels very poet life. So
Totally.
hiding.
Oh,
all
and
your
I won't share my bookshelves. It's kind of embarrassing. We've got so many books.
I see some Ute pottery back there.
Yeah, some pottery.
Yeah.
Some random bottles of wine.
I love it. I wore my Pueblo earrings in honor of today.
Oh, cool.
I have my Ute mugs are downstairs.
It's Howard.
All right, I think I'm going to begin here. And where did my whole screen just go? Whoa, there we go. Okay, that was weird. All right, so good morning, everybody. Before we get started here, I just want to pay tribute to the indigenous people on the land in which we all stand and recognize this space as the space of stolen and occupied land. I think it's a very important thing to do and recognize where we stand. The people of this land includes, but is not limited to, the Apaches, the Utes, Cheyenne, Comanches, and Arapahoes. So let's take just a brief moment of silence here to recognize the people of the land, which is now called Colorado, or for whatever land you currently stand on. Thank you for that. Okay, so the theme of this conference is anthropology in shifting times. What does that mean? Well, anthropologist Stanley Diamond once said, anthropology is a study of a man in crisis by a man in crisis. And here we stand, hopefully on the tail end, but not quite out of a very serious pandemic. What does a crisis mean for us? As each one of us watching this virtual conference knows, a crisis can mean very different things for different people. Different cultures will lose different elements. For indigenous people, there's the loss of their elders that's been devastating, and many of us have lost friends and family to the pandemic. But humans are, if nothing else, resilient. And so even as disaster unfolds around us, our species finds new ways to adapt and thrive. So today, as we discuss change as our main theme, I want you all to consider the ways in which you've been strong, courageous, and resilient in the last year. What are the good things that you've done? So consider what traditions and what people, ideas, and experiences have helped you to take stock of what's really important and what's helped you get through this troubling time. We live in a fantastic and interesting time, one where the social relationships are no longer bound by geography. We right here on this live stream are from a variety of different places. We've seen time and again in the last year that community has no borders and boundaries, that the opportunity to connect with other people and cultures is not bound by the restrictions of the past. So as we discuss from our couches, kitchens, desks, or maybe even our beds, I want you to think about the wonder and possibilities of shifting times. We've all been through a lot of stuff, but how can we as a species reflect and work together? And how can we as anthropologists help to engage in that process? What opportunities to make the world thrive are available, and what skills and toolkits of your experience that come from your experience could help you benefit your own communities and the people around you? Shifting times can be difficult and tragic, but shifting times can also be the space that we need to get ourselves on a better path. So may we all make the most of our difficult times. So, some logistical stuff. Each presentation will be 30 minutes. There'll be a 15-minute Q&A section. For presenters, in the chat box, so make sure you have your chat box open. I'll give you a 15-minute warning and a 5-minute warning, and then kind of a 1-minute wrap-up warning so that you have some semblance of how the time is going. It's okay, of course, if you need to bleed a little into your Q&A time. That's why you have that 15 minutes, is to kind of fill that space and then also answer questions. But I will definitely cut you off at the 45 minutes mark. So make sure you are paying attention. And if you do start to go into questions, I'll give you another 5-minute warning. So note we have 2 15-minute breaks and 1 hour lunch. This evening, we're also going to have an optional social hour after our wonderful poetry workshop hosted by Howard. And the social hour is really there for us to just communicate, reiterate what we've been talking about all day, network with one another. It's just a space for us to kind of be present. And we'll be ending somewhere around 6:30 tonight. Of course, there's lingering anthropologists certainly exist, so we can linger this evening. So, but now I'd like to welcome Peter Van Arsdale. And Peter Van Arsdale is one of the founding members of the High Plains Society for Applied Anthropology. And he's going to be giving a talk today titled Ethnic Cleansing in Ethiopia, the Shifting Role of the Applied Anthropologist. So, and real quick, of course, in terms of courtesy, make sure you're muted if you're not speaking, only unmute in question and answer sessions. You can also ask questions in the chat section, and we will bring that up. If you're watching YouTube, you feel free to post questions in the Q&A section, and we will try to address some of those questions. So thank you, Peter. Go ahead and take us away.
Well, it's great to see you folks. Look, all those nice smiling people like Kenzie there, it makes us feel good that we're a part of this group. I'm joining you from the front porch of my son's home in Liberty, Missouri. So I'm sitting out on a pleasant Missouri day, greeting you from his front porch. It's about 45 degrees, but it's perfect temperature. Sorry I can't join you, as Michael knows, for the entire day, but I'm in transit from my son's home. And so I will have to leave shortly after my presentation, but I wish you a great day, and I'm delighted to be a part of this. And delighted, as Michael kindly said, to be a founding member, along with Howard, of the High Plains Society some 40 years ago. My talk is on ethnic cleansing in Ethiopia, a critical problem. And I'll be going for about a half an hour, and then of course time for Q&A, and be sure in that time to hit me with the toughest questions you have, because as we talk about ethnic cleansing and the shifting role of the applied anthropologist, which complements today's theme, I want to share a bit about my shifting role in working on this tough topic, and then of course get your insights as to how you might see shifting roles to help the folks who've been struggling mightily in that northern part of Ethiopia. In early November 2020, fighting broke out in the northern Ethiopian state of Tigray, Tigray. Ethiopian federal forces, aided by border-crossing Eritrean troops, were engaging Tigrayan troops. I have to imagine, and I'll show you this picture, that we're in the northernmost province of Ethiopia. We're sandwiched between Eritrea to the north, which itself borders on the Red Sea, and then the rest of federated Ethiopia to the south. So here we have it. And in this, as you just look briefly on my screen, you have a region that's about 250 miles wide, just to give you some sense of it, 100 and some miles north to south. And you see a region that has approximately 7 million residents out of over 115 million residents in the country of Ethiopia. So this is by no means the most populated, although it's relatively populated given its size. Did you know that Ethiopia is the second most populous country in Africa and the 12th most populous country in the world? So we are talking about significant population densities and interactions among folks. A different way of saying it, Tigray, the one region we're concerned about here, is about 20,000 square miles. Colorado is about 100,000 square miles. So it's roughly 1/5 the size of Colorado, to give you some scale and scope. So in this area, after these troops engaged in early November of last year, local factions also became involved. This was not a simple one-on-one or black and white or red on blue kind of engagement. This was a multi-factional, complex engagement, which made it even more complicated. within days in early November, massacres were taking place. Refugees had begun flooding out of the area towards Sudan. Sudan is immediately to the west on this map over here. And communication systems were frozen in part because of logistical problems, but also frozen because of the federal system's intent on isolating, freezing out, and possibly ethnically cleansing some parts of this province of Ethiopia. Then over the ensuing months since November of last year, there have been a number of reports. There have been some difficult to verify, some have been accurate and easy to verify, such as those from Amnesty International, which I think is always very reputable and tries to do its best on the ground reporting. And these reports came through of extrajudicial killings, of rapes, looting, resource destruction, and forced displacement of Tigrayan people. At some points, so we don't have exact statistics because they're, in a war zone, this is a kind of civil war, very difficult to get. But at some point, we think nearly half the people, nearly half the 7 million people in Tigray were impacted by the fighting or the displacement. Unbelievable. And we sadly believe that because of the targeting by Eritrean troops coming in from the north, in partnership with federated Ethiopian troops coming in from the south and sandwiching Tigrayans in between, that ethnic cleansing was purposely engaged in some areas. Truly, since that time, my friends, a civil war has been underway. The proximate reasons, the more immediate reasons given, were that the Tigrayans were holding an unauthorized election and that they had taken over a military base, a federated base that was located in their territory. But Abiy Ahmed, who is the prime minister of Ethiopia, apparently in concert with Isaias Afwerki, who's the president and dictator of Eritrea, collaborated in this attempt. And I think it's far more than just unauthorized election and military-based takeover. All of us who have looked at it see this as a far more historic problem underway. Now, I've been in this area repeatedly for 30 years, on and off, over a 30-year period, so I know Tigray very well. And let me tell you what some of the more distant historic reasons behind this conflagration might be. All the way back to 1974, the Emperor Haile Selassie was overthrown, and in 1974, a military dictatorship was put in place under a regime known as the Derg, D-E-R-G-U-E. And from 74 on, under that oppressive regime, a number of terrors occurred. The so-called Red Terror occurred when people were mass tortured, mass executed, and when many displacements, including forced village displacement and pogroms, occurred. This can be tracked back all the way to the mid-70s. And some of the groups involved today were some of the groups at odds then. In the late 80s, the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front started to gain steam and was able, by the early 1990s, to push out the dictatorship and to establish a more legitimate regime. The first time I went to Tigray was shortly after that legitimate regime in the early 90s was put in place. But over the subsequent years, that regime, in my view, became increasingly authoritarian, not dictatorial, but authoritarian. And that caused further tensions with other of the ethnic groups, prime ethnic groups throughout the country. As you folks would know, you're all adept anthropologists. Ethiopia is a very complex country ethnically and tribally. To the south, there are people who identify as tribes, and they call themselves tribesmen, tribeswomen, etc. There are many tribes in the south. People in the central and northern parts tend to refer to themselves as ethnic groups, but that's fine, whatever label you want. The point is there is equally the same kind of tribal tension and inter-ethnic tension. So this has been perpetrating on and on since the 70s, 80s, and 90s, even under an improved regime starting in the 90s. Two other quick points historically. In 1998 and 2000, shortly after Eritrea had finally gained its independence from Ethiopia, it had once been a part of Ethiopia, really a massive border war broke out. And in those 2 years, 1998, 1999, that border war, which people said was being fought over land, well, I've been into that landscape. That landscape is desolate. There's virtually nothing there. It was being fought over symbolically and for other reasons. Believe me, it wasn't like they were trying to gain some major resource. It was because there was tension between the governments. Well, that continued. And as you folks also know, into more recent years, when you've heard about those folks struggling as refugees across the Mediterranean, many of them going to places like Italy, or at least trying to get to places like Italy from Africa, many of those folks, and many who died trying to get there, are from Eritrea, some from Ethiopia, but many from Eritrea. So that regime, continuing under the dictator Isaias Afwerki, has been problematic. No surprise then that a couple years back, when the new prime minister, Abiy Ahmed, came to power, and by the way, as an aside, for a while, part of his family was living in Aurora, Colorado. I think that's quite an interesting coincidence, as refugees. When Abiy Ahmed came to power, he attempted to broach a favorable relationship with Eritrea. Okay, sounds good. In fact, it was so favorably received by the international community that Abiy Ahmed was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, to the amazement of many people and to the, to be frank, dismay of many of us who didn't think he deserved it, in broaching an awkward arrangement with an ongoing dictator. Well, did it improve relations? Yes. But those relations are in part what has triggered now the ethnic cleansing in Tigray because of this odd partnership between Eritrea and Ethiopia. So it's a very historic and problematic situation, as you can tell. Now, on this map, I just keep holding up this little map. It's a good thing to see. In the center areas, right here, the center areas of Tigray are where many of the atrocities have occurred since November of last year. And by the way, do you think it's a coincidence? I'm not sure it is, that the very first occurred on US election day, November 4th. I think there may have been some, I'm inferring, some planning at some level in Ethiopia to engage on our election day to divert attention. Just a speculation on my part, but it may not be a coincidence. In any event, the atrocities in that center part of the map that I've just shown you included things like this. In the town of Aksum, the town purported to have the lost Ark of the Covenant in its chapel. I've been to that chapel twice, and I've talked to the guardian priest who claims to have the lost Ark of the Covenant. It's very exciting. Whether it's there or not, I'm not sure, but the legend is exciting, and you guys have heard about it. Of course, we've all heard of the lost Ark of the Covenant. Near that very chapel, I'm so sad to say, with all those nice people I met there, a massacre occurred in November. just outside the chapel steps of over 500 people in the town of Oxum. It's a tragic massacre, and it was one of the largest massacres of the war so far. Some of the people killed in that massacre over 2 days were killed by Eritrean troops who'd come in from the north. Some of them were guardian priests, acolytes, and other religious specialists there at the chapel of the purported Ark of the Covenant. You can see the magnificent history and this tragic massacre targeted. Other massacres in that central area of the map that I showed were in the capital city of Mekelle, that's the provincial capital. Were in the town of Adwa, where a factory was destroyed. In the town of Adigrat, I always remember the town of Adigrat. That's where I ate prickly pear fruit for breakfast. What a nice place to eat prickly pear fruit. In Adigrat, bombing and the destruction of their university. In the town of Oxum that I had mentioned a moment ago, also the partial destruction of the new university campus. We all know the value of academics and university education in any country, and in developing countries working so hard as Ethiopia has to improve its university system, and to have 2 different university campuses partially destroyed by troops. Unbelievable. What about some of the famous monasteries of the Christian Orthodox Ethiopians? They were bombed by air and or from the ground by large-scale artillery. That included the Debre Bramo, the Asimba, and the Salambesa. And finally, just as another tragic example why it touches close to my heart and why we move from, in our shifting roles as anthropologists, from being analysts to being advocates on behalf of those, in this case, who are being massacred. Close to my heart, the clinic, where through Project Cure from Denver, we were able to get $25,000 container shipped in to that clinic. The $25,000 container, my friends, that's what it cost us. But in the container were $400,000 worth of medical supplies. That's what Project Cure does. It's a marvelous program. It's one of those giant shipping containers that you see on boats and trains, the 40-foot containers. Costs $25,000, but inside $400,000 worth of valued medical equipment and supplies. That clinic, sadly, as far as we know, was looted by the troops and the supply is stolen. Oh, it breaks our heart and the heart of those people who contributed the $25,000 to help get the container from Denver, literally, to Ethiopia. So, my friends, these are the tragedies that are occurring in these battles. There are others, but that's enough to share the sadness of what's taking place. About 3 weeks ago, one of our Ethiopian friends returned from the area. She'd luckily been able to get in and get out. Most people have not been able to get in and get out. And here's some of what she reported firsthand to myself and to several of our other Ethiopian and American colleagues who have been working on this issue. She visited some of the industrial farming projects that had been put in place and noticed that they had been partially destroyed by invading troops. She noted the refugees, and estimated over 50,000 from Western Tigray into Sudan, across the national border into the neighboring country of Sudan. Now we estimate maybe 70,000 have crossed from Western Tigray into Eastern Sudan. She noticed how the banks had been closed, no surprise. How the electricity had been out, but purposely put out. so that communications would be negated. The federal government wanted communications negated in this area. Even journalists and reputable journalists from the AP and from Reuters, among others, could not get in. They were not allowed in for over 2 months. People trying to call their loved ones, including Ethiopian Americans living in Denver, trying to call their loved ones in the capital city of Mekelle. No surprise, could not get through with their phone calls because of the suppressed communications. Wasn't she surprised? This lady's name is Mele Menelik. Wasn't Mele surprised and horrified one day while she heard strange sounds overhead? Now, we anthropologists and we members of the High Plains Society, we appreciate, I know we all do, personal narratives that elucidate what we do. It's not just statistics, right? It's the personal narratives and heartfelt experiences. Mele Menelik heard these strange sounds. She didn't know what they were. She looked up. These were drones coming in. Military drones, possibly under the auspices of the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, vis-a-vis Eritrea. That's her speculation. And those drones were not only surveilling, but were then, no surprise, dropping bombs near her. Wow, unbelievable. Others near her, of course, were killed. Crops being burned, cattle being stolen, and wouldn't you know it, a possible locust plague about to descend on the area. As you've heard, there's been locust plague problems recently in the Horn of Africa. One more crisis. She herself was detained because she is an Ethiopian American with an American passport. She was detained by the Ethiopian Defense Forces for 3 days in a camp. And there, while in the camp, she was, of course, able to clandestinely interview several people and find out more about the atrocities that were taking place. She luckily was able to get through the airport in Addis Ababa, the capital, and again, just 3 weeks ago, fly back to Denver and to give us this report. Well, my friends, we're moving along right on time. I'm going to end it right at 9:30. What are some of the other things that are underway and that we're trying to do? We're trying, several of us are anthropologists, but many are not anthropologists, but a team of diverse people. We're trying to make a difference. So our shifting role in the light of today's theme of today's conference, moving from analyst to advocate, is to contact every congressman and congresswoman we can at the federal level, representing, to start, Colorado. So I'm pleased to be able to share with you the news that, and not just me, but myself and many teammates have reached now all of the Congress people in Colorado. And pardon me for making a small side comment here, because I'm not here to make a political statement. The one person we did not reach out to was Lauren Boebert. We did not feel that Lauren Boebert would have any affiliation or interest in what we're doing, to be blunt about it. Therefore, we did not spend time trying to reach Lauren Boebert. Sorry to say. But all the others, Republican, Democrat, we've reached out to, including Bennett and Hickenlooper, through our team. Sometimes we were not able to talk to them personally, but to their staff members, which is fine. So they're all on board. They've been helping. I'm glad to say, particularly Representative Jason Crow has been very helpful. He happens to represent my district, but whatever. The point is, he's been reaching out and helping at the federal level. And I'm also very pleased to say that President Biden has appointed several key emissaries to the area who are traveling. One senator who is traveling to the area on behalf of President Biden. And the new Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, has specifically been speaking, as some of you have probably seen on television, to leaders about the situation. So that's very important. And obviously that's a high level outreach from people who are trying to make a difference in this crisis. Well, is anything getting better? Is all this effort of advocacy is it doing anything to help our Tigrayan friends? I feel it is now. It's now been several months, of course. The fighting has diminished. The atrocities have diminished. The killings, blessedly, from what we know, have diminished. What are two key things that I particular have been promoting? I'm not the only one, but I've been one of the leaders in promoting. The two key things are obvious. Open communications that include journalists, reputable journalists, and people like us, applied social scientists who do very well in the field in engaging people and getting information through our interviewing and other surveying skills. So open communications, number one. And number two, again, no surprise, humanitarian corridors. The notion of the humanitarian corridor is very well established in humanitarian work. And you need those lines open without troops of any side, pro or con, up or down, left or right, interfering. People struggling, such as the displaced people internally, the refugees who've gone across the border to Sudan, and the many families who've lost their loved ones through these atrocious killings, need humanitarian relief. There are agencies willing to do it. The key is open corridors that are not disrupted by troops from any side or by militia from any side. Have we made some effort, some headway in this regard? A bit, but not near as much as we might. And the final thing I'll say before opening to questions, because I think we're right on time, is that it's also good to write. You know, we anthropologists are pretty good at writing things. And so I worked with one columnist, a friend of mine. He did the main writing. I was just a contributor for an op-ed piece. I've told my students over the many years before I retired from University of Denver, writing is always important, and writing op-eds for key newspapers where people can read it and get the latest in a short span of time is also critical. So great thanks to my friend Ved Nanda, a professor at the University of Denver and a columnist for the Denver Post, for his writing about this problem on our behalf. Well, my friends, there you go. That's my presentation. And be open to any and all, and feel free to hit me with the toughest questions. I don't have all the answers, but feel free to hit me with the toughest questions you have or comments. Thank you.
You don't have all the answers, Peter?
I do not. I do not.
Thank you so much, Peter. All right, we'll open up for questions. What is everyone's questions?
I'd like to hear from Kenzie. Kenzie has been such an enthusiastic, all of you have, such an enthusiastic listener with a good smile and a concern for these fellow humans. Kenzie, I'd like to hear your question first or comment.
I have some written down. So this is the kind of thing that I do while y'all do
Excellent. Marvelous.
This is why I say I always get so much out of these presentations. And thank you so much. This was, I got so much out of this.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a couple questions I have actually. One which so I'll save my hard one maybe for the second one. So the first one I have is about, you mentioned kind of like the way that you were talking about it, like we know that it's like the alleged ethnic cleansing that's happening, right?
Yeah,
and how to take that from alleged to acknowledged, because it is acknowledged by many, but to kind of have that documentation. So one of the things I thought about was in forensic anthropology, and in archaeology, the way that they're able to tell mass graves by the shape that the backhoe makes in the earth with the stratigraphy. So they're able to see where that earth was compressed and that a backhoe was used, say, in a remote village for a mass grave. And so the presence of the backhoe implicates the government in that case. I can't tell you exactly where this was. It was, and I can't even tell you which project this was because it's been about 10 years, but that backhoe indicating that there had to be some sort of governmental cooperation in order to get that piece of equipment there. So I wondered, like, what are the evidences that can be used as far as that, or similar things as far as taking, you know, having that backup of that evidence for when there is that denial.
Marvelous question, very thoughtful. There's a few evidences coming in that are, again, we have to be cautious, Kenzie, and I like the way you were cautious in presenting that. We don't ever accuse anybody until we have data, until it's evidentiary. But the ones coming in are now some films of the corpses, sadly, of the people, such as in the town of Oxum. We now have films of the people literally lying on the ground with their grieving loved ones nearby. And you can tell that it's that town because we know what the town looks like. It's not anything artificial. That's the real film, sadly. And we have that. And we do now also have, I understand, I have not seen it directly, some evidence of mass graves that have been dug, maybe not by backhoes, or might have been. I'm not sure how they were dug, but I've been told there is some evidence now, sadly, of mass graves in that area and in other areas of Tigray province. So forensically, you're absolutely right. We have to follow up on that, be cautious about it, not overstate it or understate it. You notice I've been very cautious not to give too many statistics. Well, we don't know exactly the statistics. How many exactly were killed or just displaced? Thousands, I'm sure. So thank you. That first question was excellent. What's your second question?
Well, on that note too, you mentioned the difficulty of actually getting into this area. And so it's a little bit like archaeology in that sense, in that we still have things coming to light because we don't have the actual materials, like access to materials all the time that tell us these things. So we get this imperfect picture too. So having the data helps those op-eds and the public work that we do reach the people that it needs to, and unfortunately convince the people that it needs to. Anyway, you're just making me think of a lot of things. But my second question was, what can your observations in the work that you've done there culturally, what can your observations tell us about the sort of nature or approach of, for instance, you mentioned American government interventions, things like this. What should be the approach going into this region based on these cultural aspects that are unique to that region as far as
that's terrific. Yeah, I think the American government isn't perfect, but it can often help in these situations. And somebody like Anthony Blinken has a lot of clout. People will listen to Anthony Blinken. Abiy Ahmed, the prime minister, will listen to Anthony Blinken. So at that level, it can help, we hope. But what about us? What can we do going into that region to build on your second excellent question, Kenzie? We can, no surprise, work with the NGOs. We anthropologists are pretty darn good at working with NGOs. So many of us work for NGOs. I've worked for them myself, and I've worked with them many times in my career. So no surprise, there are reputable NGOs such as the Tigray Development Association, TDA, such as the Relief Society of Tigray, REST, which are there, well established, and folks like us, when it's safe, we have to look for our own safety, of course, can go back in and work through those channels and do something, help some people. We can't help everybody, but help some people. Yep. Terrific questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Peter.
Peter, may I ask a couple questions and comment?
Please, Howard.
This is Howard. I want to start where you exactly ended. I don't have all the answers. The way applied anthropologists work in general, and certainly you do, is facilitate an atmosphere of advocacy, of storytelling, of personal narratives, of creating a space in which answers can emerge. Unlike a lot of American consultants who invade corporations in all black suits with the answers, you work with people and the creative part emerges. You don't have to have the answers. One of the great virtues of applied anthropology is working together with people in a horizontal relationship most of the time, rather than vertical, top-down, autocratic. And everybody is an expert of one kind or another. And so, in a way, you're not only advocating people, you're advocating people's to share perspectives, to listen and hear other people's perspectives rather than only state their own. So I love the idea where you ended, because it's a wonderful summary of everything you said, that rather than come in like all experts or most experts with the answer, you create a process in which people can problem solve together. You may have some answers. You all try on different ideas in a safe enough atmosphere in which nobody gets punished for an idea. And I think that's, I've known you and heard you talk about all sorts of projects and all sorts of groups you've worked with, all the way back to elderly Vietnamese people in Colorado.
Yes.
And part of the way you make a difference is by listening, by giving people voice. Part of advocacy is not so much what you do, but helping other people to have a voice in which they can do something, rather than enforced silence, which often happens in the presence of experts. After all, an expert is supposed to be the one to speak and everybody else listens. But that's not the way applied anthropological experts work. Anyway,
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you for making me think.
Thank you, Howard, for those wonderful comments and your kind compliments. I absolutely, and I noticed what's coming on the chat bar. I'm reading the various chats that our friends are sending, all of which I greatly appreciate on behalf of my good friend Howard and myself. Creating a space is what we can be very good at. It's not always easy, as Howard alluded to, but creating a space where different voices can reign, not the expert's voice. The expert needs to be the good facilitator to help create the space for other voices, particularly the voices of the marginalized, the voices of the oppressed, the voices of people who haven't had a chance to become famous or publish articles. I was just on a call yesterday with some folks, including the head of the Princeton Anthropology Department, a very nice lady named Carolyn Rouse. Her sister, by the way, Cecilia Rouse, is the chair of Joe Biden's Council of Economic Advisors. Carolyn Rouse was talking very pleasantly about publications and the value of publications in prestigious journals. Okay, I'm with you. It's great to publish in prestigious journals. In that conversation, I had the opportunity to share in different words just what Howard and I are talking about now in terms of making a difference in other than publishing in prestigious journals.
Yeah.
We have our own high pledge. We have our own high pledge journal, which we're very proud of, peer reviewed, excellent papers. It's not the world's most famous journal, but it's a very reputable and good journal. And we publish there, and we are glad to publish there. But I made the obvious point to Carolyn Rouse. What about all the other projects that are out there that don't have to do with publication, but where you make a difference in people's lives through facilitating a space, to paraphrase Howard? So believe me, this has been on my mind this week, and I really appreciate Kenzie's questions and Howard's. I know I have about 2 minutes left. I'm trying to keep right on time, Mr. Michael. How about
can I interject something really fast? I've been working with Peter with the Axiom Sister Cities Committee for over 30. Hi, Peter. For over 30 years, and he has done just now an extraordinary and provided us with an extraordinary encapsulation of an incredibly complicated, incredibly important, and of course, obviously tragic human situation. But it's a very personal matter for Peter. He's known many of these people that he's talking about on a very personal level for a very long time, and their families. And those families, many of them are very much integrated, a very integral part of the Denver metropolitan larger community, because the Axiom city that he was speaking about, where the Ark of the Covenant is housed, is a sister city of Denver. And we've had a number of interactions, both almost on a daily basis, with people in Axiom from Denver over many years, and many personal face-to-face involvement or communications. And Peter's been an integral, vital part of that. And he's given us this powerful applied anthropological perspective and provided us all kinds of tools about how to deal with it and how important it is to deal with it. But it also, I want everyone to know how deeply personal it is to him and meaningful to him and to many of us who've been involved in with those people over many years.
Dave, you're more than kind. It's wonderful to see you today, as it always is. I wish I could see you more often, but I will in the near future after COVID.
Thanks, Peter.
I think we have time for one more question. Sure.
That's a wonderful idea, Joe. And Michael's giving the thumbs up, and Kenzie's giving the thumbs up, and I think it's terrific. I do have a couple of colleagues who are very interested in this, who have already mentioned it, Ethiopian American colleagues of mine. And so I will be mentioning that to them this coming week, and we'll see what we can do. And thank you so much, everyone. And thanks for your time, Michael.
Thank you, Peter. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry I have to be in transit soon.
No problem. Thank you, Peter. We appreciate your time, and thank you for making us aware of the situation on the ground for sure. So we very much appreciate it. And, obviously let me and Joe know any way we can help. Since both of us are visual anthropologists, so.
Absolutely. It's a terrific idea.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Well, let's see. We have next up here, we have Nicole Baumer, Evangelical Beliefs versus the Secular World, Shifting Perceptions of Self and Society in Evangelical Conversion Narratives. So do you need to share a presentation, Nicole?
Yes, I was just wondering if that was possible.
Yeah, we can make you an admin so you can share screen here. Let's see. I think.
Yeah, I did it. You should be able to share now, Nicole.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Max.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so before I start, I just want to say thank you so much for hosting me today. I greatly appreciate the honor. My name is Nicole Baumer, and I'm a second-year anthropology graduate student at the University of Denver. And I'll be honest, my research focus is not applied anthropology, but I was encouraged to join this conference by Luke Jordan, who sent out an email to the grad student body letting us know we were welcome to submit abstracts, even if our research did not necessarily fit within the conference themes and the purview of applied anthropology. And that's the reason I'm here right now. And also just a forewarning, my presentation is only about 15 minutes long because it was designed for another conference that I will be presenting at next month. So I will not be taking up the full amount of time allocated to me today. But to start off, I was in the middle of an interview with Sarah, and we were discussing her perspectives on the person she was before her evangelical conversion experience. And she paused a moment to think, and then she told me, she's like, I'm still the same social security number. I'm still the same DNA, and I'm still the same name and everything. I still have the same family, but I am not at all the person I was before my conversion. And she continued, I'm forever grateful for that. And I tell the Lord often, thank you for pulling me out of the world. And so I believe when Sarah refers to the world, she is talking about this non-evangelical secular reality that surrounds her in the United States. Ever since Sarah converted to evangelical Christianity, she has understood life through this lens of an evangelical belief system that differs dramatically from the secular world around her. And there are several key beliefs that constitute this evangelical worldview. Probably the most central of these being the idea that true salvation can only be found in a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, and that this relationship can only be accomplished when individuals believe in Jesus as the Son of God and repent of their sins, therefore making Jesus their personal savior. And another important facet of the evangelical worldview is the primacy of the Bible. And writing in 2002, one researcher noted that evangelicals today are generally defined by their belief in the infallibility of the Bible as the inspired word of God. And so by ascribing to this evangelical worldview, Sarah, like many evangelicals before her, has found herself in opposition against a newly revealed secular world. And the dichotomous perspective she described to me is not at all unusual in anthropological accounts of conversions to conservative forms of Christianity, particularly Christianity's Pentecostal, charismatic, and evangelical variants. And within the anthropology of Christianity, researchers generally use the term rupture to describe these types of conversion experiences because they are often thought to entail a rupturing effect that leads the converts to have distinct pre-conversion and post-conversion selves. So as somebody who was raised in a church environment fairly similar to evangelicalism and currently attends a local evangelical church, I've frequently been exposed to this notion of radical change in the lives of converts. Within the evangelical church environment I currently find myself, there exists this unquestioned assumption that part of being an evangelical Christian is a radical separation from the surrounding non-evangelical world. And much of this, I believe, stems from the fact that, in accordance to the key features of evangelicalism I just described, attendees at my church are taught to orient everything around the Bible, and they're exhorted to live their lives in accordance to the dictates contained within the scriptures. And writing in 2007, Smith noted that Christians are taught to embrace the teachings of Jesus because this provides them with instructions that help them navigate their actions and choices in life. And there are numerous Bible verses that speak to this idea of evangelical Christians inhabiting a different reality than non-believers. And Jesus himself, the founder and architect of the Christian faith, frequently spoke about this concept. For example, in the Gospel of John, Jesus tells his followers that if the world hates you, know that it has hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love you as its own. But because you're not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. And so essentially what Jesus is doing here is he is warning his followers that they are not to be surprised that their belief system is offensive in the eyes of non-believers. Jesus pointed to the fact that he himself was rejected by many people because of his teachings as proof that part of following him was experiencing rejection from everybody around you that didn't share the same belief system. And so with potent language and powerful word pictures such as this from the founder of their faith, it is not at all surprising that converts to evangelical Christianity would suddenly find themselves at odds with any non-evangelicals upon their conversion experience. And in fact, I believe that Sarah's earlier references to the world likely stem directly from this distinction that Jesus made between those who believed in him and the surrounding world of non-believers. And this belief that an evangelical conversion experience carves out a separate space for new adherents and sets them up in opposition against a newly discovered secular world was encapsulated in my meeting with a pastor and his wife to discuss the possibility of my conducting research at their church to examine this phenomenon. When I explained the research criteria for the types of individuals I was hoping to recruit, they immediately began telling me about some of the most dramatic conversion experiences they've witnessed in their 20 plus years of ministry. And it was very clear to me that not only did they accept without question this belief that a genuine convert to evangelical Christianity experiences a dramatic disruption from their pre-evangelical lives and social worlds, they also clearly believed that this disruption was a good and a desirable thing. So, given the fact that there is a significant amount of anthropological research supporting this notion of radical change in the lives of converts, as well as having been exposed to both the biblical and the church perceptions regarding conversion disruptions my entire life, I decided to conduct an ethnographic research project examining what impact this phenomenon has had upon the lives of members within my own community. Through the lens of narrative analysis, I analyzed the conversion narratives of 6 US American adult converts to evangelical Christianity in order to identify the various ways that the rupture of their evangelical conversion experiences had or had not impacted their perceptions of themselves, as well as their surrounding social worlds. And I do want to stop here and briefly acknowledge that this may not initially seem like a large sample size, but I specifically chose to limit the sample size to 6 individuals because I was carrying out an in-depth series of 3 interviews with each participant. And this methodology suited my desire to conduct a very detailed and extensive exploration into the effects of conversion on these participants. And as I analyzed these 6 conversion narratives, I quickly discovered that one key way participants articulated their understandings of how they have changed after their evangelical conversion experiences could be found in the descriptions of how they believe their personalities have changed or shifted as they have adapted their beliefs to adhere to the evangelical world they now inhabit. They all discussed how they believed that their adopted evangelical belief system caused definite personality and temperament changes that then affected their social lives and their interactions with the newly discovered secular world. So, in the narrative accounts of 2 of the female participants, they both described ways that becoming an evangelical Christian impacted their social worlds to the extent that they went from self-described shy people to women boldly unafraid to share their faith. One of the participants, Penny, recounted how after her conversion, the most important thing in life to her was sharing the gospel with people. And she told me pretty much anybody I talked to, I shared the gospel with them. That was really different from me. And that way I changed because I was this really shy little person. I would never have done anything like that before my conversion. She even detailed a very memorable experience of proselytizing to her English professor, which she acknowledged did not end well for her. But surprisingly, she didn't care about that. Through the lens of hindsight, she told me, I knew how ridiculous it was, and I knew I was going to be mincemeat, but I didn't care. I felt brave in the Lord. Penny's view of the surrounding social reality was so changed by her evangelical conversion that she went from, in her own words, a really shy little person to someone who boldly put herself into situations that other people might not think very appropriate, such as a student attempting to proselytize a professor. By her own account, God instilled within her a bravery that enabled her to live like this. Renee likewise described her pre-evangelical conversion self as being a quiet introvert. She still identifies as an introvert today, but says she is now much more comfortable with people and much more willing to share what she believes, even in situations where she recognizes people will not agree with her views. She told me, I have a lot more confidence. I don't know whether I want to call it self-confidence, but I'm not so worried about what people think of me. And that used to be big before my conversion. Like Penny, it appears to me that Renee's evangelical conversion changed her social self. She believes that her evangelical faith gave her self-worth and freedom from continually worrying what other people thought about her. Several of the male participants detailed how they became less selfish after their conversions. One of the participants told me that he went from a self-centered life to a God-centered life, and it wasn't all about me anymore, which it always was before. Later, in another interview, he further clarified this by stating that going to work, before I was a Christian, I went to work so that I could get money, so that I could go out and party, have nice things, meet hot girls, and have dates. It was all about me. Now I go to work to help support 6 different families and my own family so that I can give to the church, so that I can help other people grow a business. It's different. By his own account, his perceptions of the world and finding meaning in it shifted dramatically after his evangelical conversion. From his perspective, his evangelical worldview helped him become a more selfless and better functioning social being. A few participants even explained how they believed their temperaments had changed as a result of their evangelical conversion experiences, which then altered the way they interacted with their social worlds. In Ben's case, he believes his evangelical self has done a better job of relating to the world in general in a more positive way, to try and receive people for what they are and how they don't intend to affront me or cause me anger. As an example of what he meant by this, Ben discussed how his attitudes towards other drivers have changed. He used to get very frustrated and angry at people he perceived as being bad drivers. Now, he says he doesn't think this is appropriate, and he's working on changing that. He did admit to me that he still talks to other drivers, saying things like, "Did you see that dummy?" but says he hopes he is not motivated by feelings of anger anymore. Rather, he prefers to define these types of observations as casual. One of my participants, Sarah, also shared that she had anger issues before becoming an evangelical Christian. She told me, I didn't realize it myself, but a friend of mine told me that she had never seen anybody so angry as I was. That was one of the first things that seemed to have just dissipated after my conversion. Suddenly, I could let go of things that didn't work. I could let go of people who had hurt me. I could let go of all of that because I had someone who cared and accepted me and had a purpose for me. The someone Sarah is referring to here is Jesus. Upon becoming an evangelical Christian, she says that she found love, purpose, and acceptance, which then could enable her to let go of her anger issues. Both Ben and Sarah are, I believe, narrating ways that their evangelical worldview enabled them to let go of their pre-evangelical conversion experience anger issues. From their perspectives, adopting an evangelical belief system has allowed them to interact in a much healthier way with their social worlds. Participants not only recounted the ways that their evangelical conversion experiences had influenced their personalities and temperaments, several of them also discussed how they adopted new ethical and moral perspectives after converting. I have already mentioned the heavy focus on obeying scriptural dictates in my church, not to mention evangelical circles as a whole. So I find it unsurprising that the participants would embrace biblical moral teachings and endeavor to orient their social lives around them. I believe Elisha, writing in 2011, adds an additional dimension to this when he discusses how the U.S. American evangelicals, in his own research, sought not only to attain these biblical moral standards in their own lives, but also work to inspire these same beliefs in others. In other words, these individuals are aspiring to not only live a biblically ethical life themselves, they also expect those around them who may not share their religious outlook to live a similarly moral life. This meant that, in the case of several of the participants, their newfound evangelical views on morality set them on a collision course with the non-evangelical members of their social groups. Sarah told me that, after becoming an evangelical Christian, some of the things she had seen being done before at work were suddenly not okay anymore. She had a striking example of this, recounting a time shortly after her evangelical conversion when her manager asked her to prepare a falsified letter. And Sarah told her manager that she was uncomfortable doing this, but was told that she could lose her job if she did not obey. Sarah said she went back to her office and prayed, asking the Lord what she was supposed to do in this situation. After praying, Sarah told me, I walked into my manager's office and I told her, okay, this one time, because this transaction is on the line, I will do this. But I can promise you, blood is on your hands, not mine. I am doing this because you ordered it done, so you will be the one that answers for this, not me. As she reflected back on the incident during our interview, she told me, I had to step up and either say, okay, I'm going to do what Jesus expects me to do, or I'm going to give over to the ways of the world. And I couldn't do it. It was very different. Sarah's dramatic narrative shows how drastically her evangelical belief system had altered her views of morality. After their conversation, her manager ultimately rescinded the order and didn't make Sarah prepare the falsified letter. Nonetheless, Sarah's view of right and wrong had been so changed that she was willing to take a stand and risk losing her job because she could not morally do something that, by her own admission, wouldn't have bothered her pre-evangelical self. When considering this narrative in light of Elisha's statement that evangelicals generally expect non-evangelicals to live up to the same biblical standards of morality as themselves, Sarah's disagreement with her manager is almost inevitable because she is holding her manager to the same evangelical moral standards that she herself now lived by. The narrative accounts discussed above represent various, often tangible ways that their evangelical conversion experiences impacted participants' relationships with the non-evangelical inhabitants inhabiting their social world. As can be seen in the lives of these participants, becoming an evangelical Christian affected numerous areas of their lives, including changes in their personalities, temperaments, and ethical belief systems. That profoundly embracing an evangelical belief system should have such a profound impact on participants' social worlds is supported by Carruthers' statement in 1992 that the relationship between participants' inner landscape of thought and the outer landscape of events is inseparable, because the metamorphosis of thought entails the metamorphosis of social relations and vice versa. Meaning, the metamorphosis into participants' newly discovered evangelical worldviews inevitably led to a metamorphosis in the way they interacted with and viewed the newly discovered secular world around them. The resultant clashes with this newly discovered secular world depicted within their narratives are the inevitable result of this metamorphosis into their adopted evangelical belief system. As I discovered, their evangelical conversion experiences have had profound impacts upon the lives of congregants at my church. And like the experience I mentioned earlier with the pastor and his wife, all of the participants firmly believed that these oftentimes dramatic conflicts contained within their conversion narratives were a good and much needed part of the rupturing process necessary to align their lives with the evangelical worldview. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole.
That was fantastic.
Great
I've been,
presentation.
like writing things down this whole time.
Thank you.
All right, so we're now open for questions. What are everyone's questions?
I have a question. Ted here. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Trying to watch this thing. Really good presentation. And the way you present it, the information is in depth. It's really interesting, and so much credit for that. And I was trying to write notes as fast as I could. You kept going so fast or there's so much more information, and I was lost sometimes. And I realized that I don't know a lot, and yet that might be like what a lot of, let's say, Americans might be like in this respect. In the former president that we had and the religious, the evangelicals that I think I was reading about who were in support of him, if I've got that correct, first of all, I was kind of struck at least by one experience, and not to make my political side of this too much, but the one time they were in Washington, D.C. in Lafayette Park, and they walked down there with a bunch of folks, and it was kind of evidently a PR op. And Mr. Trump stands in front of the church with a Bible in his hand. And some were making reference to the book that he would never read in front of a building he would never go into. And in the sense of who he was in a personal sense, in a religious sense. And yet it seemed like the evangelicals would support him as an individual, as a president, as that political side of things. And as you were talking about the ethical and moral shifts that the people would have in a conversion, I was just kind of wondering from my perspective, what I think at any rate, how that was happening, how that was possible, not just with him alone, he's just an example, but how evangelicals would find people or organizations or systems like that, politically at least, that in their world, their life thoughts as a group and as individuals, they would accept. Sarah's issue about not writing the letter, that's a good one, and yet would she think that his, in my estimation, pathological lying for certain things is an acceptable process to let this man kind of slide through without calling him on what he's saying at different points in time? How does that evangelical situation work in our political system today, perhaps, is the question.
Yes, that's an excellent question. Thank you so much for it. I think the thing with evangelicals you have to remember is, again, going back to that they orient everything around the Bible and try to take it literally and live their lives according to everything contained within Scripture. So I think, particularly in the case of the former president, the majority of the evangelicals that I know supported him because, yes, they recognized that there were some issues with him, but he stood for some biblical moral principles that they thought were more important than the issue of lying, but then also he was anti-LGBTQ rights. And to them, that was a more important issue and was a bigger thing in the Bible. And so that they were willing to overlook, it's that compartmentalization, that they're willing to compartmentalize, okay, yeah, there's some issues here, but there's some bigger things that are really important in the Bible. So we're going to support him because of that, if that makes sense.
A question about, and thank you so much, Nicole. I'm so happy that you're here because to me, this is applied anthropology work, I would say, because of the way that you're going about it, but it's also representing an autoethnographical approach. And I think that's so valuable given this subject matter, given the timeliness of it, and given the misunderstandings that come up and the sort of predominant narratives that are there that need to be offered more nuance. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and I would call you an applied anthropologist, but there you are. I guess the next part is how is it applied? But one of the things I was curious about is this sort of idea between world and self, and I started to think about semi-permeable membranes, or like there's this meniscus there, right? And so I was interested in the sort of changes in permeability that happen before, during, and after. So if, and before they're describing that permeability of the world and its effects on the self and the sort of like the construction and the strengthening of that sphere of the self through the conversion. So then the during being these tribulations and trials of these challenges and this either or of following Jesus's way or the way of this secular world is a really interesting sort of like challenge to the self that I think is so tied into that notion of faith, which is also why I appreciate the like bringing in texts like the Bible, like the Gospels. So I was just interested in your thoughts about the sort of permeability of that and how I really appreciate you talking about with the after this idea of acceptance of that this is the sort of sad way of this errant person in the world, like in the case of the letter. And that was such a good example, such a strong example. The sort of acceptance, but also not internalization. So like that as a different change of the permeability that one can see and accept that world, but it doesn't have to actually permeate necessarily in that way. So I was interested in this idea of like where the permeability is. And my other question was about the sort of, well, I just really appreciated the idea of world and self still being inseparable, because that's how you have the meniscus there. That's how you have that sort of like water and air pressure on each other, keeping that self, but that it's necessary for the idea of conversion. So I really appreciated it. I don't know if any of this is helpful or if it's a really question, but this is what it made me think about.
No, that's a really great question. And actually gets to a lot of what I did in my thesis was understanding, because in the anthropology of Christianity, we talk about rupture all the time. There's the moment of conversion, there's a rupture, but there's also this acknowledgement that that rupture isn't just a one-time occurrence. It's an ongoing, continuing process because, yes, these individuals now inhabit like this evangelical space, if you will, but they can never fully break from it because they live in a world that's not evangelical. And that what my thesis came down to is like they're just constantly coming into conflict with this non-evangelical world, and just their entire lives after becoming an evangelical Christian is made up of these interactions, and they constantly have to like negotiate this relationship because they're in such close proximity, but yet they're so different. And so it's just this continual negotiation. And that's why a lot of the participants that I interviewed for my research, they kept talking again and again about growing in their faith. They were just going to grow deeper and grow closer. And so it was just this idea of just like the longer they're Christian, the more they can push away that world, but it still kept intruding on them and still having an effect on them. And it's a really interesting relationship. It's kind of, it's stressful in a way almost to live in like that constant negotiation, but they manage it well.
You're making me think of, and this is maybe a strong or maybe a strange comparison, and it, you have to get into different contexts here, but it makes me think about what it's like, just from my perspective, living on a reservation or living like away from a reservation most of my life, and kind of like where I was within that world around me, where it was sort of like there was only the stereotypes, right? And there was only this kind of like sense of opposition and conflict all the time when you are in that world that is set up differently, or even that you perceive as being set up differently. And there being like slightly different contexts there, because you have these sort of racialization and you have colonization, and that's not what's happening here necessarily. But I can see like similar feelings of moving through the world and feeling like you are in a hostile space. And so like, I'd be interested in what the strategies are, or even considering strategies as a kind of resilience, like building resilience and building that kind of like, what are the movements of resistance? I mean, I feel a little uncomfortable, like as I'm continuing to make this like comparison a little bit because of those differences in context, but it's interesting to me, that notion of like self and world that I hadn't encountered before in this particular subject matter. So I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I understand your issues with that comparison, but I also think it's a good comparison. And that's not something I had thought of, but the way you were describing, yes, it does make sense of like inhabiting a hostile world. And I think within the evangelical community, one way to negotiate that is that there's just this really heavy focus on surrounding yourself with other evangelicals and like that community, and doing, not just going to church on Sunday morning, but you have Bible studies outside of church. You go to each other's homes, you live nearby each other so your children can play with each other. You send your kids to an evangelical school. So that's the way I think in some ways that they negotiate that relationship.
I appreciate the charity too as an aspect of that. So like how you have your evangelical community, but then you're also proselytizing. So trying to continue moving that world of self outward is really interesting too.
Yes, that's a massive part of the evangelical worldview. Is proselytization. I didn't have time to get into it, but yes, I appreciate you bringing that up because that is really important to them.
I have a quick comment. I thank you for your very timely topic and diving into that, Nicole. Just, I don't know if you've encountered it in depth, but I recommend to anyone who wants to put your presentation into a larger anthropological theory context. There is a fairly recent book within the last year published by prominent Stanford anthropology professor Tanya Luhrmann. And the title of it is When God Talks Back, Understanding the American Evangelical Relationship with God. And it's almost right on point with what you've presented with us. And she goes into both diachronic analysis from an anthropological perspective, looks at it across space and time, and really, I think, would put a lot of what you just said into a tremendous perspective for applied anthropologists as well.
I've heard of that book and I've read her work, so thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I recommend it. Anybody who got turned on by your presentation, it sounds like a lot of us were.
Thanks.
I'd like to offer a couple of comments if there's time. Nicole, to me, one of the signs that a presentation or paper is really good is that it makes me think of things I hadn't thought of before. So bingo for yours. One of the things you make me think about is that this radical change of becoming and being an evangelical Christian through conversion, of that radical change is occurring in times of radical change, a great deal of which is toward the secular. And when you talk about the relationship between self and world and it being increasingly hostile, I'm thinking that the recreation of the self through conversion is a kind of removal from that secular world. There's an entrance into a totally different world that is far more significant, important, um, sacred versus secular. And the hostility, um, in a way, helps. This sounds crazy. The hostility from the secular world helps to support the beliefs and feelings of the person who has had the conversion experience, because they're increasingly opposite. There's the orientation to me, and then there's the orientation to God. And the more I'm surrounded by all these hostile people who are in it for me, the more that confirms the necessity for this creation, well, it is creation, this conversion experience. It helps validate it. It's sort of, oh my God, see, I told you so. And so that the conversion is in part a separation, a withdrawal, a reaffirmation of new boundaries. And I'm just struck by how contextual what you're describing as these 5 or 6 personal narratives, well, one person at a time, as part of a much larger world that is moving more in the direction of secularization. And here the psychodynamic cultural stuff in me comes out, that I'm wondering, are there developmental, psychological, family of origin kinds of things that help propel the person toward almost like a rapture in the world instead of a rapture out of the world through being dead. It is a kind of a rapture within the world, getting totally separate from this evil, hostile, sacred world. I know probably to evangelical Christians, I'm being terribly defamatory, and I don't mean to be, but it's almost like a rapture within the world, in contrast with having to die physically. You can die in relationship to the world while still be alive and have a new self, the new evangelical self. I don't know whether that's any sense or pure BS, but you really made me think of a lot of things. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those very kind comments, Howard. The things that you're addressing are things that I think are also very fascinating, and I would love to research them myself. I wasn't able to answer those questions with my thesis, but I definitely saw them emerge, and I think they're very relevant to the evangelical experience.
Hey, Nicole, I have a question. When you're doing your research, did you consider things like, Turner's concepts of liminal states, or, Anthony Wallace's concepts of revitalization movements, and like, how did that kind of fit into your, this idea of the rupture? I'm sure other people in the field of Christian anthropology have discussed these kinds of things, but it seemed very much relevant to what you were talking about.
Yes, I did not get into those concepts as much. I was dealing because within the anthropology of Christianity, they really tend to focus on rupture. And so I was combining that with like concepts of narrative analysis to understand how evangelicals shift in space. But it wasn't like a tangible spatial shift, but there was like an ideological spatial shift. So those are the concepts I dealt with more in my thesis.
Thank you.
I had a question about, I mean, I've always found the kind of singular nature of break or, reinvention of self in evangelicalism interesting, even though you talked about how it's kind of an ongoing process as well. But I'm just curious if you've done any kind of, I mean, you talking about that just makes me think of other circumstances where people totally reinvent themselves, and if you've done any kind of comparisons to other religions or other times when, because to me it seems like it's a moment where people can take a look at themselves and say, okay, well, here's all the things I can just let go, and then maybe focus on ethics, morality, and just totally decide I'm a new person today. So I'm just curious if you've done any kind of comparison with other movements and those types of occurrences of reinventing oneself.
Yes, I was able to, in the process of writing the thesis, the conversions to Islam are also a really big field of research, and so I was able to do read some very fascinating studies about how a conversion to Islam is not dissimilar to a conversion to Christianity, and how also there's this concept of like pedagogies of conversion where you're like kind of mentored into the faith and taught how to become a Christian, how to become a Muslim. And those are also very similar in Islam and Christianity. And I think it's fascinating. And I'd love to see some more comparative studies done of that.
I had a question associated with the practice of telling your rupture narrative. And this might be outside of the scope of your initial research, but in the telling, have you noticed kind of like an evolution of the telling as like someone becomes more nuanced or practiced in like how to really frame that before and after? Because it kind of makes me think of like in the Amish faith, one of the main places where you can be creatively expressive in a very humble space is through your culinary presentation. So there's a great deal of very modest embellishment in that culinary art. So it made me think of in that evangelical space, if the art of telling ends up being something that is intentionally crafted and maybe even mentored as part of the process.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're very right with that, because what a lot of the participants told me throughout the process was they called it a testimony. And they're like, I'm so glad you're giving me a chance to tell my testimony because I haven't had an opportunity to share it with other people for a while. And so it was very clear, like this was a story that was crafted to tell how amazing their evangelical conversion experience was, how horrible their life was before, and how radically they've changed after, and what a good thing that is.
I guess a tiny follow-up question. Was there a feeling of letdown if someone was in the space but didn't have a dramatic shift? Like they just grew up in that community and they don't have that journey through the wilderness into the promised land?
So that wasn't something I was able to so much discover in the research, but in my experiences growing up in the evangelical church, I have definitely heard individuals who were born and raised in the church, like express regret that they don't have like this really cool, amazing conversion story, like somebody who converted into the church later in life. So that's definitely valid in the church.
I have a short question. The words that some of you are using, I'm not hearing so well, and I'm just double checking. Is the word rapture or rupture?
It's rupture, like a radical break.
R-A or R-U?
R-U.
Okay, thanks. Because I'm hearing that sound a little bit like an R-A, and I went rapture, and it's just the way you pronounce it. It's like having an accent or something. So appreciate it. Thank you.
There's something in there though, isn't there? Rapture and rupture.
Well, that's why it was so
useful to
close.
me.
That's why I was so close. I wasn't sure if we're doing the rupture could be, kind of maybe, what do you call it? Harsh, difficult. Whereas a rapture seems to be a little bit more happy and everybody's floating to the sky and that sort of thing. So I just wasn't sure whether, just which way I was supposed to think about it. So thank you.
Well, we have time for one more real quick question, and then we have a short break. Would anyone like to ask one final quick question?
Yeah, I've got one real quick.
Go ahead.
I'll try to make it quick. So there's this gentleman named Ched Myers. He's a Christian anarchist, and he spent some time with some Native communities down in South America. And upon having that experience and realizing the differences between himself and the people that came down with him and then the Native communities he was living with, he made this statement that we in the United States live in an extremely degraded anthropological condition as a result of generations and generations of empire. And so you talked about how, for instance, the lady that didn't want to do the letter, excuse me, so some of these moral changes and transformations coming about. But I wonder, do you hear anybody have these conversion experiences and then wake up to the reality of the role that Christianity has played in perpetuating this oppressive empire that we all live under, or perpetuating the environmental degradation that's been happening for as long as this country has existed? So was there any evidence of anything like that coming out of people's experiences?
That's a really great question. And that's one of my biggest issues with the evangelical community, that they really don't see those sorts of things at all. They are very much, within the evangelical communities I've been in, it's generally white people that are really focused, like all America first, all that sort of stuff. So they're just really not self-aware of any of those issues. I'm sure that those people exist out there, but in the communities I have been within, I have not seen that.
Well, thank you very much. That wasn't a little question, Jesse. That's all right, though. We're headed for a break right now. Anyway, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to come back at 10:45 with Howard Stein's talk, which is titled Uses of Applied Anthropological Poetry in These Times of Trouble in the U.S. and Worldwide. So we'll come back to in a few minutes. In the meantime, feel free to mingle and chat, and then we will get reorganized at 10:45. Yes, and thank you, Nicole. A great presentation and great job fielding questions. Absolutely.
Nicole, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I got an observation, little question, a little something that you were talking about. When you're talking about conversions and people go out and realize in their social world, they weren't worried about what others think, their self-worth felt better, they were able to go out and do things that previously seems like they recognized they weren't able to do. Yeah. When I was doing some training years ago with veterans who were in the job service centers throughout the United States, they might come to Denver, we might go out to certain parts of the US and do these trainings for a week long. Here in Denver, one of the questions, or one of the games one of the models I used was having a group go out to talk with bank HR people in the banks, such as if they're a veteran going out to interview somebody for a job, what's it like? So the issue was they're going to go talk to these bank people who are waiting for them to come. So it was a setup. However, the veteran population, these people were really intimidated. And they were asking questions in the class before we got going. Oh, geez, how are we going to do this? I'm just little old Ted Engelman. Who in the hell am I? And this person is this big elevated position, like sitting in a nice chair like you've got. And so they were showing their concerns. I told them, consider this. You are a member. You can present yourself as a veteran member of the National Veterans Training Institute from the University of Colorado, Denver. There's your title. There's your door entree. And using that, you come in to interview this HR person. They're not interviewing you, you're interviewing them. And all of a sudden, with this shift of their mind, they become, instead of scared, they became very, oh, let me ask you some questions. And all of a sudden their minds just starts getting a little bit more social. They don't feel so worried about what others think. They're in control. And I was just thinking, sometimes it's interesting how the mind shift that you're doing good, you're in charge, you've got the ability to do what you want to do and not worry about what others are thinking. That seems to be kind of what almost like a human, I don't know, what do you call it? A human element, just how people operate. You either feel on one side of the coin or the other side, and or somewhere in between, depends on the day and who you're talking to and all of that. But it just kind of seemed a little bit similar to what that little experience that I had with that group. They got converted too. Just when I gave them the title of who they were, it was something different. And they weren't the little old, oh, poor pitiful, I'm just a little old veteran asking these questions. But I'm this bigger person. So it's just kind of an observation.
That's really fascinating. Thanks for sharing that. I think you're right that is a similar mind shift that's going on. But I think in the case of like the evangelicals I interviewed, that they wouldn't understand it as that way. They would say like, oh, I found purpose in Jesus. Now Jesus loves me, so I don't have to care what other people think about me. I have validation in him.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. But yeah, I think it's similar.
Okay. Do you find, I'm just kind of curious because I haven't heard of it for a while and I really don't know, Focus on the Family down in Colorado Springs. Is that part of the evangelical group or not? Or because there's so many seemingly different Christian, if you'll call them that, groups, I really don't know who belongs to what anymore, except under the Christian, if they've got as we used to call them in the South, Bible thumpers, if they're one of those, then you can say anything about anybody you want, as long as you end with bless his soul. You can cuss him out and send him to hell, bless his soul, and you get off the hook. So I don't know. What about Focus in other parts in Colorado, let alone other states?
Yes, Colorado Springs is fascinating because most of the ministries up there I would classify as evangelical, just because of the mindset that they have, like orient everything around the Bible and like that born again relationship, what they call it. And Focus on the Family is huge. In the circles I grew up in, like we all listened to, their Adventures in Odyssey and stuff. Like everybody listened to that and talked. That was our form of entertainment. We didn't necessarily have TV, but we had Adventures in Odyssey. So
that? What is Adventures in Odyssey?
It's their radio program.
Oh, okay.
Family's radio program designed to reach kids and talk about, biblical concepts in an entertaining format. And that was like our TV. That's what we listened to. It's really, you get them young and you shape them according to the evangelical worldview. And so when they grow up, hopefully they're a good evangelical Christian.
But that seems because you're young in my experience. I mean, you'd be my daughter, granddaughter. And I was just thinking that's hard to get kids that age to not watch TV or be part of the social media system by listening just to a radio. I mean, that's really old school type stuff, right?
It is old school, but if you're not exposed to a lot of other stuff, then you don't necessarily know what's out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Right. Yeah, when we lived on a farm, we didn't know what the city kids had, so we didn't miss it.
Yeah. Yeah, and the community I grew up in, it was like this very radical separation. It was like everybody out there was not, we didn't really want to mess with them. They were not evangelicals, they were not good, but we're in here in our community and we're doing our own thing. And that's really a lot of the mindset of the evangelical community.
Okay. Yeah, it's
There was
interesting.
something that my mom did, because she was really into nutrition, and to the point where she would kind of convince us that certain things we'd see on TV weren't real. So like she convinced us a lot of junk food was actually a toy that people played with in order to kind of like try to deter us from thinking about, you know, like breakfast cereal or McDonald's as like real things. I wonder if there are any similarities in kind of intentionally distorting reality just a little bit to.
Wow, that's fascinating, Lucor. Thanks for sharing that. I haven't, I'm trying to think, I can't think of anything within the evangelical community off the top of my head, but I'm quite sure families do that, yeah.
I just thought of something while I was downstairs, which again, I'm glad that we were making this comparison across the board, because I'm I'm really awkward making this comparison, right? But I think it's kind of valuable too to go ahead and go there, because in a way, like, I don't know, we would just be defining things by opposition again. And I feel like that's actually a more indigenous thing to try to, at least in my Haudenosaunee background, like to try to understand people the same way, you know, that you have at the end of this conversion, where you try to understand people, but you don't necessarily let it change you. But one of the things I was thinking about is in terms of like constructing the self, like not necessarily constructing it in opposition, because I think that would be a reductionist way of saying it, because it's also constructed in the presence of joy and like these building materials, right? It's not all in opposition, but like even the word Indians or the word Native Americans is a word created in opposition. You would not have Indians if you didn't have Americans, right? Or whatever that is. You wouldn't even have the space of America if you didn't have that conflict. So just kind of thinking about, like, I'm interested in even the etymologies here and like where those have been constructed through these kinds of contexts of opposition. Because even the notion of the United States was formed through this sort of like religious oppositions and worldviews.
Mhm.
I don't think it's an accident that a lot of anthropologists who study religion, or not a lot, but quite a few of them, do discourse analysis, because language is important. And yeah, I agree with that. It's not my field of research at all, but I think there's a lot of fascinating research done on it, because the language that these sorts of individuals use is so potent for the way they shape themselves.
I was talking, I guess I'm more on the end of the linguistic analysis stuff, because I'm coming from, hi, I'm Kenzie, by the way. I'm coming from a background, like I was doing anthropology in undergrad, and as much as I can do ever since then without doing a full degree. But I am coming from the English side of things and the English literature and poetry, and I'm kind of like, feel like I want to uphold a legacy of Howard, if that makes sense. But I'm thinking a lot about like other folks who have been working on the notion of things like extinction, even the word extinction as a colonial concept when we talk about language revitalization. And so when we talk about solutions to and the problem itself, and in applied anthro, that's really kind of more of what we're talking about is like problem and solution. But when we talk about these things, like, for example, in terms of language revitalization versus talking about languages as dead or as dying or as going extinct, which is a weirdly like imperial nostalgia kind of concept, really, or it gets that flavor, versus if we talk about the languages as sleeping and as waiting to be awoken. That's a little bit kind of what I got out of Ted's Ted's question kind of, even as, I know it was just a clarification, but like, I'm interested in this idea of rapture versus rupture, and sort of like in terms of dead versus sleeping, and these kinds of binaries that get constructed, and how the binaries themselves are part of this like meniscus. Hence why I'm using words like meniscus to describe.
I don't know if this has any, it may have some relevance, or it's just an interesting anecdote. When I was a visiting professor, because I'm a native English speaker in Korea, at a university, I was teaching at one of the many, and most of the universities back in the 90s were, what's the word? They were founded by some religion. Most of them were Protestant, and this one happened to be Presbyterian, where I was teaching in this city south of Seoul, Korea. And so I was pretty aware, and I'm not terribly religious, but I was aware that all the students were there, and the Koreans at that time in the early 90s were talking real about the big numbers in their churches. And on Sunday, one of the students I knew, a young fellow who was living in the closet because he had no money to go to, I mean, he could go to school, but he didn't have a living place very much, but he was literally living in the closet of pulling the ropes for the bells. And so that was one of his jobs on Sunday. And that's how they gave him that space to be able to sleep, so that he had a place to go to at night. And he even asked if he could live in my place. And I said, no, I can't. I'm there's all these other issues, and I can't let you do that. But I wanted to. So there was all this religious stuff going on. And all I say religion, most of it was Protestant. And so there was a lot of Baptists. And the churches were saying, we've got 7,000 people a day coming through these different services, starting at 6 in the morning, right up to 10 o'clock at night. And so all these churches were kind of talking about how many people they had, trying to one-upmanship on each other. And so there was this evident, it's religion, it's Christian, it's whatever part of Christianity you're part of. And so I'm kind of always on the edge waiting for something to happen, because I didn't know exactly how to explain myself, but I probably don't belong there. And one of the young women students one day was walking with me, and she said, are you Christian? And I thought, oh shit, here it comes. And I said, well, some days I'm Buddhist, some days I'm a little Jewish, some days I'm a little Methodist or Protestant. I kind of mess around with a variety of things because I have been around a little bit. And I said, well, what are you? And let's see, are you Christian? And she says, oh no, I'm Catholic. And right there I said, okay, I'm fine. It took my worries out immediately. So here's this kid this young woman, like your age, and she had this evaluation of where she was. She's not Christian, but she's Catholic or whatever it was. And so I was thinking, okay, if that's the way people are thinking, I shouldn't be so worried inside of myself about getting put on the spot and being, raked over the coals and thinking of myself as being in trouble with all these people. So it's kind of interesting how different cultures, as they grow and change in the Christian process of going to their countries and getting people converted into their religions, and how they look at it and feel about it. I don't know, it's just an interesting thing to me because I hadn't experienced that before. So just words, how they feel, what people do, and how they affiliate and associate with whatever terms they think it happens to mean to them.
All right. Thank you, Ted. Thanks for sharing that interesting story. We're going to head into the next talk here. Howard, are you here with us? Looks like Howard's getting back in. I think there you are, Howard. Good. So I'm going to introduce Howard Stein, also one of the founding members of the society, and he's going to give us a talk today called Uses of Applied Anthropological Poetry in These Times of Trouble in the US and Worldwide. So go ahead and take it away, Howard.
Well, first of all, I seem to be having computer problems or something because my mute and video keep coming on and off. So if I disappear, it may be a sign of both rapture and rupture. So I can't control a lot of things in my life. First of all, thank you for accepting this presentation. I want to talk about a few so-called preliminary things before I read and discuss some poetry on our topic. First, today, the spring conference of 2021 is my 10th anniversary as your poet laureate. And this has been one of the most important, pleasant aspects of my life. And I cannot thank you and your predecessors enough for giving me this voice, which also tells me, in terms of our interaction over a lot of years, that you must recognize that there's some value in this voice for you. And this voice, not just Howard Stein, but whatever contribution poetry or applied anthropological poetry might make as a way of complementing how we know, how we understand, how we work as applied anthropologists. So the second thing I want to say, and we often say it only at the very end of a conference in thanking people A to Z who have put it all together. I'm doing this now for a couple of reasons. All of this would not be possible were it not for the enormous work, part of which I've been privy to be part of and witness of Michael, Joseph, Melanie, Max, Lucor, who am I? I need to look at do the arrow here. Saniego. And I'm thanking you now because I want to, and I think it's important enough to do at the beginning and not just almost as an afterthought, but because it's part of our very topic, doing applied anthropology in shifting times. Well, you guys know this. This very meeting is an example of doing applied anthropology in shifting times. If Anthony Wallace were looking at us, he would say, gee, this is a revitalization movement. Organizing the last year or more, virtual conferences, virtual planning meetings is a revitalization movement. Between the age of Trump and the DNA entwined age of COVID-19, we had to reinvent ourselves, reinvent how we relate. And so this core group and other people too have been central to the resilience of our way of doing applied anthropology in meeting and planning and having conferences and retreats. So yes, thank you in particular for doing this, but thank you for being an example of the very thing that we're talking about. That's That's the topic of our conference. Um, shifting ground. The topic made me think of a period in Russian history called the Time of Troubles, or Smutnye Vremya, from 1598 to 1613, the death of Fyodor I of the House of Rurik, the last of the House of Rurik, and um, Michael I of the House of Romanov. This period was one of lawlessness, enormous suspiciousness, anarchy, killings, a lot of what was called then false Dimitris, people who were supposed to be imposters as the tsars, and all of this, and it was topped by a huge famine from 1601 to 63, and this rang a lot of bells with me, with the age of Donald Trump, and even the transition supposedly to the presidency of Biden. Maybe the Russian famine could have as a parallel the COVID-19 pandemic. It is a time of accusations and paranoia and questions about who is legitimate, who is illegitimate. So we have our birtherism all the way to the questioning now as to whether the election was legitimate, the outcome was legitimate, whether Biden is legitimate, which goes all the way back to Trump's birtherism as to whether Barack Obama, long before he's president, was even a legitimate American and therefore allowed to run for president. So there are a lot of echoes for me of our shifting times and the time of troubles. And those of you who might be familiar with classical music, especially opera, the great opera Boris Godunov by Modest Mussorgsky was written about the time of troubles. And Tsar Boris was one of these Romanovs who was caught in all of this chaos, and he was accused and accused himself of killing the young Dmitri, who was supposedly the true valid successor to the Tsar. And so this time of troubles and shifting times leads me to an opera. And then, oh God, this is how Weirdstein again, because everywhere, everything I think about anthropologically, psychodynamically, ultimately now leads me to art, whether to write poetry, read poetry, to music, to visual art. And I have to remind myself why I am doing this and why you seem to have wanted it. Even before the 10 years when I was reading poetry, in addition to presenting scholarly papers, it's like what is it about the poetry and Howard's brand of poetry that rings some kind of bells, that instead of you saying, go away, this is not anthropology, this is not applied anthropology, you ask for more. Now, at first I thought both I am crazy and you're crazy. So what I have concluded is that applied anthropological poetry is yet one other way of knowing, another form of ethnographic data. And a lot of people, including some psychoanalysts, often say poetry and all the arts are entirely internal. So all the poetry that Howard Stein writes, all the music that Mussorgsky writes, is only about Mussorgsky, is only about Howard. It's not so, because even our ethnographies that are about the outer world are always filtered through us, through our lives, through our subjectivity, through our intersubjectivity, what psychoanalysts call countertransference. And even though I am not a member of every tribe, whether American Indian or corporate or medical, that I quote study and do applied work in, they get to me. I internalize them. I take their world in, and in processing that, I come out with poetry that it turns out over a lot of years, when I give them the poems that I've written, a lot of times these people who are, quote, natives of so many different kinds of tribes will say, Howard, this is a very good picture of us, but how do you do this? You're a Jew Yankee from back east, and you're now in Oklahoma, and I've come to label myself the only Jewish redneck I've ever met. But all of the knowledge, whether it is official ethnographic participant observation, interview stuff, or applied poetry or applied music like Jesse does, we all that we know, all that we do is filtered and processed through us. Let me go way out on a twig, not just a limb. Think of astronomers and think of microbiologists. I mean, sure, they're scientists. You look through a telescope or an electron or a, what do they call it, a radio telescope or a microscope or electron microscopes, and you're looking down at slides or looking way out there at stars. So obviously this is objective. This is real science, right? Well, wait a second. The astronomer is looking with his or her eyes, which means his or her brain, his or her life, his or her religion, ethnic group, rapture, rupture, continuity, discontinuity. And so the galaxy that she or he sees, or the theory that he or she proposes, comes from not only what comes from the first lens to the final lens, but from the astronomer looking into the telescope. Same thing with a microscope. I mean, everything isn't just what I see on the slide. What I see on the slide, God help me, is in part what I project. So a lot of times in human cultural life, we not only perceive, we project. You know, some of the major theories of religion talk about religion as a projective system. So why not use that projection? taking in from the outside, the telescope, the microscope, the gosnoscope. And since we know we process it through our lives, why not use that? And so that, no, I am not a native of this corporation or of this hospital, but working with people, identifying with them, having empathy. You know all of the feelings as well as cognitive stuff. All of that inspires poems in me, and that's where the poetry comes from. So the poetry isn't just a product of Howard Stein. It is a product of them in me, them processed by me, returned to them. It is a continuous cycle, maybe even a virtuous spiral, where I'm working with a group, I write a poem, hand the poem to them, we discuss things. It makes them think and do other things. It makes me write another poem. And this becomes part of our applied work. So the poetry might not be a lineal strategic plan. The poetry is one of these things of creating space, facilitating space in which something new, creative, unthought of before might emerge. Oh, I've gotten criticized, I've got sledgehammered by colleagues who say, you know, Howard, you may have interesting poems, but we can't use it. But there are some people who do because they know how to. It's not it's not like using a plunger in a stuffed up toilet where you press and press and press and then you flush and it goes down. Boy, if this is being recorded, this is going to be quite funny. So the role of poetry, the role of any of the arts is not lineal, it's not direct. It's like what Emily Dickinson said long time ago. Tell the truth, but tell it slant. And all art is slant. It's indirect. And we discover something new that we hadn't known before. And I have a watch right in front of me and I'm losing track of time. So I'm going to ask you to please help me be honest. I want to read a few poems about the shifting times as I embody them and as they write me. And I have to explain there in terms of the dynamics. If I'm a poet, that means I write poetry, right? Well, so much of the time I feel like I am written rather than I write. I mean, I sit down and I will write a poem. I'm in the middle of doing something and some lines float in from God knows where. And, you know, the message comes from wherever. It says, sit down and get your tablet out and start writing on this. And so do I write? Am I the creator or am I written? Is writing a poem about some ethnographic subject, about some applied subject, is it about a relationship or is it only about me? Okay. I had a poem published this last year in a book on immigration, edited by Irene Willis. It's called Unclaimed. I show up on your doorstep. You decline even to greet me, but only say, as your index finger points far away. You do not belong. You are not from here. You can never be one of us. I see in her eye and in her forearms, locked tightly against her chest, that she will never claim me as related to her in any way. Dejected, I turn to leave, but say first to her, looking into her frozen face, I am the stranger you once were and fear again to be. You were unclaimed and cannot recognize yourself once more in me. Some part of all of us was once unwanted. That's not in the poem. And the walls and the expulsions and the ethnic cleansing that Peter talked about, they're horrible things that we do to them, but they got to be part of us that we cannot possibly tolerate in ourselves. A couple haiku. This first one comes from the great drought in Oklahoma, North Texas, West Kansas, the 1930s. Dry earth, caked and cracked. This drought could last forever. Gratitude for rain. Living over 40 years in Oklahoma, one of the things I've learned from lots of people I've worked with, rural and urban, it's almost a sin to say, we've gotten too much rain. We need a break. We need to stop. Why? Because the Great Depression, the Great Drought, is one of these cultural traumas passed on generation to generation. And we know what no rain whatsoever feels like. And although we hate floods, we hate drownings, all that, drought is always worse. The next little tiny haiku you'll get immediately. Oh, by the way, a haiku, it has a stringent structure of 5 beats to the first line, 7 to the second, 5 to the third. Have you seen my mom? Our borders are not secure. We are all afraid. The last little haiku comes from a haunted and haunting Jewish experience on November 9th and November 10th, 1938. In Nazi Germany, it became called Kristallnacht, in which Hitler and company didn't order Germans to ransack, burn, kill Jews, destroy synagogues, Jewish shops, but they and police and fire departments and everybody stood by as this took place. And every November 9th and 10th, lots of Jewish folks kind of remember, even though they're not there. It kind of gets passed on as a trauma. Anniversary, November 9, Kristallnacht, the old fear returns. a lot of our discussion and presentations have been about outcast groups, sometimes called, quote, minority groups, people of color. There's all kinds of different names for the them, the quote capitalized other. It's a poem called Them. I am a them to you. The banishment is in your eyes, in the distance you stand from me, in the frown on your face when I am the object of your gaze. How not to make your judgment my own and become a them to me? Michael, in your introductory talk, you spoke of the importance of resilience in the midst of crisis and so much terrible things going on. I agree completely. I mean, as an applied anthropologist, and I hope as a human being, I try to help people develop resilience too. That's what resilience is, resistance to despair in the midst of despair. I also think it's important in the middle of shifting sands and shifting tectonic plates to look right straight at what is happening. Jean-Paul Sartre wrote in his play, No Exit, human life begins on the far side of despair, acknowledging loss, acknowledging earthquakes, acknowledging mourning, bearing witness to it, saying, this really happened. I think it's an important part of the journey, bumpy journey toward resilience. And that inspired a little poem that is very bitter. It's called Syllogism. Your intimidating words continue to ring in my ears long after you have hurled them. They felt like a beating and my soul still smarts. Just because you say you don't remember doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Now, I'm hoping that at least some of these poems will resonate with your own life as tuning forks. I don't want you to say, Howard, those were nice poems. Let's move on. It'll really make me feel validated if you can say, oh shit, this reminds me of my life. Your poem was just my story. And I say that at this point with this poem, because I bet with every one of our 12, 13, however many people are here, every one of you has experienced a kind of a denial, a kind of a disavowal of something that happened, that you know it happened, and other people tell you it didn't happen. Lord knows the age of Trump is full of this. Black Lives Matter, well, that was totally disposed of, discounted. I'm going to read an organizational. Well, where am I with time? You're going to kill me.
We got about 10 minutes of your Q&A left.
Oh,
You
okay.
have time to read. You have time to read.
Okay. Thank you. I totally mistrust my sense of history or of time.
As so should we all.
Let's talk about boxes. One of the things over the past 10, 15, 20 years that spread like wildfire in organizations is this slogan that to be creative, you got to think outside the box. And that's in mission statements, and that's in the folklore, that's in stories. But I bet every one of you 12, 13, 14 people have experiences in various kinds of organizations, maybe even in your families, where even though it might be on the wall in the mission statement, think outside the box. God forbid if you think outside the box because you're sledgehammered. How dare you go against tradition? How dare you go against our box? So, a real snotty poem called Who We Are. A matrix of sacred cliches proclaims to the world, this is the way we do things around here. And don't mess with it. We don't think of thinking outside the box. We are the box. Have you ever worked with people in organizations doing consulting, doing planning, doing whatever? And instead of people listening to each other, not just you, they have an answer even before you finish what you're saying, or somebody has an answer before somebody else finishes what they're saying, or they're making up an answer while somebody else is still talking. Thoughts geography, tiny poem. Before I have a thought, you know what mine should be. You can't seem to occupy yourself without first occupying me. I want to skip. I want to read a poem inspired by my work in Oklahoma for a lot of years with the American Indian Diabetes Prevention Program. Now, one of the things a lot of American Indians, Native Americans teach people who are white, and I still don't know whether Jews are white. There's an argument about that. Certainly the riots in Charlottesville didn't seem to think that Jews were white. But a lot of people over lots of years have pretended to speak in behalf of Indians and feel entitled to. And a lot of American Indians have gotten very angry, very pissed, and say, you don't write us, we write us. And so I've angered a few people with this poem. But just as I write about people I work with all the time, everybody, there were a lot of people, American Indians, who heard this poem and said, oh my God, yeah, that's my life. This poem is not only inspired by my working in Oklahoma with American Indian tribes, but by Deward Walker's talks years and years and years ago. Not only years ago, but years now, year after year. And Rich Stoffel and Jack Schultz. Now, on the one hand, there's a lot of Trail of Tears, where people are exiled, forced, frozen and beaten to death from Florida, North Carolina, the way to Oklahoma. There's another kind of exile. This one's called exile in situ, a protest soliloquy, what we have long called home, you call wilderness. To do with as you please. You defiled our ancestral land. You profaned our sacred trails. You poisoned our earth and our streams with your atomic waste. You made us homeless in our own homes. You uprooted us in space and time. You sowed chaos in the universe. How do we repair what you have broken? Can our ceremonials and offerings bind the earth together once again? Is renewal even possible? What holy power can fend you off? Is there a medicine bundle that can heal us? I want to go to the very end to a couple of poems that I hope offer a little resilience. And I'm going to go way to the end of our day where we have a poetry workshop. And between now and then, I hope and pray that a few phrases from people's presentations or something that they say that reminds you of something in your life and work might inspire you to write a few lines or a poem or an idea or anything that you might bring to that workshop to read and discuss, and with your permission we can all discuss it, partly as a way of processing our entire conference and not just your poem, because that time is a very special sacred time that belongs to everybody. This is not Howard Stein's private property. I hope you're all familiar with a very brief comedy routine by Bud Abbott and Lou Costello called Who's on First? Because I have a poem that I wrote called Who's on First Revisited, and I'm going to make a lot of assumptions, but I hope you know what I'm referring to. Who's on First Revisited? What if Bud Abbott and Lou Costello's vaudeville comedy routine, Who's on First, was taken to serious stuff that drives you nuts each time it occurs, not just something to laugh at that is happening to them. So many times it is restaged in my head as ordinary life, nothing comical about it. Who's on first? Is it a question or an observation about a first baseman in baseball? Neither Abbott nor Costello can or will hear the distinction, or at least acknowledge the ambiguity. Abbott, the straight man, understated, matter of fact. Costello, an excitable, volatile partner who becomes confused to distraction each time Abbott applies. When did angle become fact? Digging one's heels the only way to settle a dispute. When two people or groups or nations cannot, will not listen to the other, they hear only echoes of their own voices. Intransigence spawns frozen misunderstanding. Headstrong certainty reappears as irrefutable fact. These days it's called alternative facts. Who's on first? Interrogative or declarative? Inflection should have the final say. Seems so obvious. Dare I imagine hearing it the way you hear it? Asking you how you hear it? Certainly not. I could lose my footing. Exasperation soars because so much is at stake in being right. And in convincing others, there's only one way of understanding, mine. This argument could go on forever, each escalating round, louder and louder, ever more desperate. my final poem. You know, when I write poems and when I am written, these are emotional, not just word experiences. When I wrote this poem a couple years ago, by the time it ended, I was sobbing. I don't know where it came from. Yeah, I mean, it comes from my work with doctors, my billions of years in therapy, because you all know I'm nuts. I'm a poet after all. This is called dialogue. And this will be my final poem. And if there's time for discussion, I encourage us now and in the session later, not only to talk to me, but to help this facilitate you talk to each other. Because after I'm long and gone, you'll also have each other, even in the same city. Dialogue. Patient to therapist. I'm so full of hate. Therapist to patient. Whose hate are you filled with? Patient to therapist. Is that why I'm hearing voices? Therapist to patient. Among all these voices, do you recognize yours? The patient erupted in uncontrollable sobs. Therapist waited, offered the company of silence as the patient wept. Then patient to therapist, I will help you get your voice back. Patient to therapist, so that's what this is, voice lessons. Then for the longest time, they spoke no words between them, but shared the voice of silence in their midst.
That was beautiful, Howard. Absolutely beautiful.
What does this bring up? Feelings, thoughts, applied anthropology projects, your life. Because if this is successful, if anybody's poetry is successful, it's because it gives you back yourself. It gives you access to yourself. Not just, oh boy, attaboy, slap on the back. That's a bullshit compliment. The real compliment is that if you can take this home and it gives you yourself back.
Thank you so much, Howard. We're unfortunately out of time, but definitely let's continue this conversation during our poetry workshop because those are some really powerful closing words here. So Melanie has offered you a few minutes of her time if you'd like to just kind of add a few additional thoughts or anything like that. So go ahead for a moment, Howard, if you have any other things to kind of close up or want to offer a space for any comments for a minute here. Still with us, Howard?
Yes. I'm sorry. Did you ask me to say something?
Oh yeah, I was just saying that Mel graciously offered you a few minutes of her time here. She's the next presentation. If you wanted to add anything additional, any final thoughts, or open the space a little bit.
Very, very briefly. I just had a brilliant idea. You know, as an applied anthropologist, I'm a social scientist. You know, like an astronomer and a microbiologist. So we're gonna conduct a scientific experiment. And boy, Kenzie is gonna kill me because I'm gonna pick on you. You see, you're a poet, and you can help us to know whether any of this stuff rings true to you as a poet, whether it sounds like, oh my God, this is off the wall, or maybe even on the other side, gee, this is what I do too. Because I mean, this scientific experiment, I'm being playful, okay? Because every one of you is a potential poet. Great ethnographies, everybody knows this, are wonderful writing. We've all read zillions of ethnographies, applied anthropology papers and books that are deadly, that are like lead. And then we occasionally read something, even narrative, that just jumps off the page alive. So it's not poetry versus narrative, so I'm picking on Kenzie, but I'm really picking on everybody else. If I were allowed to ask everybody a question and ask you to be very honest, I would ask, what about your life did this happen to resonate with? And where do you take it? Not to quote Howard Stein, but to now start quoting yourself. Gee, I didn't know I knew that. Because the important thing is the resonance between my tuning fork and yours. If my tuning fork is a dud, it won't resonate at all. But if it resonates, then the poems are all now yours to take where you need to take them. They're your property. The end. Thank you for the extra time. I don't believe I earned it, but
We're leaving you lots of praise and comments in the chat, by the way, Howard.
I'm sorry?
We're leaving you lots of praise and comments and thoughts in the chat that you made us think of. Thank you, Howard. We love you. And be as hard on me as you want. I really, really love this idea of science and the science and poetry.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. Your words are always very illuminating and inspiring, and we really deeply appreciate all your thoughts and how you bridge, you know, art and science. Those bridges are so important. So thank you very much, Howard. All right, let's move on to the next presentation. Melanie is going to be giving us a talk. Melanie, forgive me, Melanie, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Is it Matalanio? I actually don't know.
Madaliano, pretty
Madaliano. Okay. Her talk is titled "I Understand My Place Here: Relationships of Care and Experiences of Connection Within an Agricultural Community." So go ahead, Melanie, and
Can I screen share?
Absolutely. Can you, Max, give her the screen share option?
Oh, now I see my own face giant. That's terrible. Where'd everybody else go? Oh, there you guys are. Okay. All right.
You'll be able to screen share now, Melanie.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Let me just put my little timer on so I can see the time here. Okay, so Michael already shared the title of my talk. I'm going to take you guys back in time a little bit to some research that I conducted before the pandemic in another world, another era. And I also apologize for not really addressing the theme, but I did want to share this research that I did for my master's work with you guys. If I can figure out how to advance the screen, that is. Okay. So this presentation focuses on the experiences of small-scale alternative agriculturalists. And I'm going to use the lens of care to explore the local analytic of connection, which the people that I worked with used to describe aspects of their agricultural lives and work. I'm going to discuss care relationships between people and land, plants, and animals in agricultural settings. And then I'll also discuss care between people in the context of a local food system. So I conducted my research in the North Fork Valley, which is located in Colorado on the western slope of the Rocky Mountains. This area is among the traditional homelands of the Ute people, but in 1881, the US military removed the Utes from the valley by force, and the Ute bands in the North Fork relocated to reservation lands in Utah, today the Uinta and Ouray Reservation. And settlers took up residence in the valley immediately following this violent removal. The valley's primary settler economic legacies are coal mining and agriculture, and the geography of the valley encourages an abundance of smaller farms, as there's not space to accommodate large monocropping operations. Instead, this region is characterized by its biodiverse agricultural production, which includes fruits, especially stone fruits, vegetables, grains, flowers, cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs. And the valley also currently contains the highest concentration of small-scale organic farms in the state. Some of the farms here have been operated by people whose families have been in the valley for several generations, or farming elsewhere for several generations. So there's some people who've been doing agriculture their whole lives. And then also this valley has been a destination for multiple waves of back to the land migration from the 60s onwards. So some North Fork farmers are people from suburban and urban areas who became farmers after engaging in other careers. Some people there describe it as hippies and cowboys are the sort of predominant groups of people in the valley right now. So I was familiar with this area prior to conducting my research. Some of you know Rachel, she's a member of the society as well, and she lives out there. So I was able to visit this place and I knew the place before I began researching, and this allowed me to develop my research questions in consultation with community members out there. I did 2 months of field work in summer 2019 and participant observation on a lavender farm, a vegetable farm, a garlic and grain farm, and a hemp farm. I interviewed 37 people, and among my interviewees, they utilize a really wide array of alternative approaches to agriculture, including organic growing methods, biodynamics, integrated pest management, holistic management, intensive rotational grazing, low stress stockmanship, permaculture, regenerative agriculture. It's important to point out how many of these frameworks draw from indigenous knowledge and indigenous ways of caring for land and growing food. The implications of all of these settler farmers sort of drawing from this knowledge is a whole other paper that I would love to dig more into and discuss another time. But for this presentation, I'm going to focus more on the experiences of the agriculturalists that I spoke with. However, there's a lot of complexity to unpack there for sure, and people are cognizant of that to really varying degrees out there. Sorry, I don't know how to press the button. Okay. So just to really briefly touch on the sort of theoretical lens that I used in this presentation. So this is something that came from sort of medical anthropology, but people have also applied it to farming as well. And this is looking at care. So this is asking questions about what it means to care for, care about, or be cared for, with a focus on what these embodied relationships look like in practice. So care means an affectively charged and selective mode of attention that directs action, affection, or concern at something. I really like this lens for farming because it acknowledges that care practices are something that's often nonverbal and embodied, and also that care is relational. It's negotiated within context with the living organisms that you're caring for. It also acknowledges that care practices are really value-laden. Alternative agriculturalists in particular are really beginning to reckon with what it means to do good care and what that looks like on the ground. So there's a lot of negotiating these values in context. And then also, it's important to see that care involves physical, emotional, and intellectual labor. I think in farming, a lot of times this goes unacknowledged. People know that farming is hard work and that it's really physically taxing, but they also don't think about, the emotional stress of what it means to be accountable to plants and animal lives, around the clock. And there's also a lot of intellectual expertise that goes into farming. People have to be experts, in everything from banking and finances to mechanics to fixing machinery to soil chemistry. So there's a lot of labor that goes into this. So talking about the concept of connection, which this presentation focuses on, one of the predominant themes that people talked about in my interviews and just throughout my participant observation is the idea that they are connected through doing agriculture. People position themselves within these broader narratives where agriculturalists are connected and people who are not agriculturalists are disconnected. One farmer described it this way. 99% of Americans are disconnected from the earth. They don't gain their livelihood or their existence from their interaction with the earth. That something has to give itself for you to survive. That's a connectedness. And we're not. We're totally disconnected. We live in air-conditioned houses, air-conditioned cars, offices. We drive on concrete and pavement, and we visit Mother Earth once in a while on the weekends, and that's it. Another concept that people sort of talk about when they discuss connection is the idea that people in mainstream society don't really understand or experience directly where food comes from, or they don't appreciate where food comes from. And I've been thinking about this as sort of food alienation. A scholar named Cheney draws from Marx to describe this concept of food alienation. But this is the idea that when you aren't directly involved in creating food, you're separated from the means of how it's made, and there's a disconnection there. One of the farmers, permaculturists who I spoke with, described it this way. When we go to the store and we buy a plastic wrapped thing, it's a complete disconnect from the fact that that bag of carrots actually grew in the ground somewhere and came from dirt. So farmers position themselves as connected both because of their agricultural work and relationship to producing food. But in this presentation, I'd like to also suggest that there are some other ways that people come to experience connection through this work. And I'm trying to kind of unpack what this means for people. So I suggest that farmers experience connection through engaging in relationships of care in their daily work. So there's 4 ways that people experience connection through care that I'd like to talk about today. These are tinkering and attentive care, knowing the ground, mutual or reciprocal care, and then connection to ecological systems. So a lot of farmers explain that the way that they learn how to farm really well isn't through like book learning, or even though there is a lot of reading and study involved for a lot of people, rather it's through trying out different practices with the animals and plants that they're caring for, seeing how they respond, seeing what works, and then using these experiments to get better and better at what they do. So this concept of tinkering describes the process of attentive experimentation involved in care. To tinker means to pay attention, adjust practices, and meticulously try new things based on the needs and preferences of those you're caring for until a suitable material, emotional, and relational arrangement is achieved. This is from Mole et al., 2010. So the needs of goats and lavender plants and garlic are all really, really different. So this process of tinkering comes in when people learn how to care for the specific plants and animals that they are raising or growing. And through this process of really paying attention, people also become emotionally attached to the plants and animals that they're taking care of. One farmer described it this way. I literally am the person who touches the seed, who puts it in the ground, who puts the water on it, who weeds it, who watches it grow. And I'm so attached to that food. You don't think that you get attached to food, but trust me, you get attached to food. Like that's my 500 row of beets. I've been babying that, for months and months and months. So I want that food to go to great places. You know what I mean? Here she's talking about the time and investment that she's put into these beets. And I noticed a lot of people used kinship metaphors when they were talking about plants and animals to sort of describe this relationship and attachment that they feel. Another way that people come to experience connection is through this concept of knowing the ground. Ground is a preferred term that a lot of farmers use, I think because it emphasizes the agricultural potential of a piece of land. This is something that people explain happens over time as you're working on a piece of land or ground. Through like this embodied work, you start to really get to know not just the land, but how all the different plants and animals on that land interact, and also how the climate interacts, sort of all of these, nuanced interrelationships on that piece of ground. So one rancher described it this way. She said, well, then we didn't know anything. We knew paonia. We didn't know, and that's the thing with industrial farming. Who knows the land? Who really knows it? Who knows that the water won't run that way? Somebody that's tried to run, So your ups and downs, and We have a problem with seepage that runs in a certain area and you can't hay it. My point of the story is we know that property because you've fallen into the ditch, you've gotten swept away in places. We were so jealous of a neighbor and her brothers that they grew up learning and just being on the land and knowing it. And that's a big hint to how to work it when you're twiddling around with your dad. So here she's emphasizing time spent on the land, mistakes made, like falling into ditches, and just sort of that intimacy of getting to know a place over time. This type of knowledge is really unequivocally valued by agriculturalists. It can have a big impact on your ability to be good at farming and to take care of land and know what you're doing. And also, I guess one more thing I'd point out about this is that a lot of people experience this, even though people can talk at length about what they've learned, they experience it sometimes as tacit knowledge, as something that, is a little bit more, not necessarily put into words, but something you've learned through experience and through action. For example, one gardener told a story about knowing that there was going to be a freeze just by kind of feeling the wind and what that wind felt like. So it's something that becomes an embodied type of knowledge, which also leads to a feeling of connection to a place. So the next way that people come to experience connection through care is by realizing that the relationships of care that they're involved in are mutual or reciprocal and that they're not one-sided. One goat dairyman described it this way. One lesson that I really took to heart was the fact of what goats are as far as a herd animal. They have a herd mentality, they have a hierarchy, they have leaders, followers, they have roles. They keep each other safe and comfort each other as much as they do fight and challenge each other. That is very human. And it made me really feel that my primary goal is to be in this herd and to be the leader of this herd. My goats look to me for safety, they look to me for food. And what they give me is good milk, good healthy animals to be able to deal with whenever I need to do maintenance with them or milk them. We understand our roles, so they understand where I am amongst them. And even though I haven't been doing it long, I understand my place here, what I mean to them and what they mean to me and how they're important to our life. They keep these roofs over our heads and keep hay in their feeders and such. And we need them as much as they need us. So as people are engaged in these mutual relationships of care, they really come to see that their own well-being is interdependent with the well-being of the plants and animals that they're caring for. And this creates a sense of being grounded and connected through this interdependence. Interestingly, care as a framework also acknowledges that there can be violent dimensions to care as well. And even people who raised animals who were eventually going to be slaughtered also often felt that there was an element of mutuality or reciprocity in their relationships and that they sort of negotiated the ethics of this through interactions rather than basically that like love throughout an animal's life is a moral good that doesn't necessarily get negated by killing later on. And then the final dimension of how people experience connection through plants and animals, that caring for plants and animals that I'd like to talk about today is through connection to ecological systems. So this is realizing one's place in the broader world. So as people come to know the individual goats or, plants or, trees or whatever that they're caring for, this is a series of one-to-one relationships. However, all of these different relationships aggregate into this broader sense of knowing and understanding that they're part of an ecology or a broader system. And they see the ways that their choices through agriculture and the things that they do on the land have a really broad impact on this system. One orchardist described it this way. He said, I've always talked about in presentations or tours, the ecosystem of the farm. And I realized one day I had a graph up with fertility and insect management and varieties and marketing and insect and pest control, and they all intersect. There's lines between each of them. And then I was like, oh, wait, I should be in there too, because my personality affects the farm. We are part of the ecosystem. And then I suddenly realized, well, my customers are too. They radically change the farm based on what they want. But that really makes a nice cycle. It's not like just buy from me to support me. It's like actually you can buy from me to alter what I do, whether it's the environmental leadership stuff or having the money to invest in photovoltaics. So here he's understanding his own role in this broader ecosystem. And a lot of farmers spoke about this as seeing that the world doesn't center around them, but rather they're part of something bigger. And this sense of being connected to something bigger can be really meaningful for people in terms of feeling that they have an impact through their choices, that they can do something good in the world through their agricultural practices, but also just seeing that, they're not separate from things. I also want to acknowledge that there are some tensions in connection. It's not all roses here. So one area of tension is around the topic of scale and mechanization. A lot of farmers that I spoke with suggested that they feel more connected when they operate on a smaller scale. And this has partly to do with the sheer number of plants and animals that are present on a farm or ranch, and also how sort of attentive you can be in those day-to-day interactions with them. However, not everyone feels this way, that smaller scale is more connected. And a lot of people really do depend on machinery to get their work done. There's a real trade-off between wear and tear on their bodies and using machinery. And people have to farm in a way that's also economically feasible. So sometimes people are put in this position where they have to kind of navigate choices about scale and mechanization that can be a little bit more complex. So one farmer described his understanding of connection and scale this way. I think smaller, you're more connected. I've worked on some farms that are bigger, but I've never worked on any of the giant farms. Small farms that are more family owned, where there's a lot of handwork and you're just really connecting without as much machinery, I do think you connect differently. It's almost like you get a little more spiritually connected to it. I do use some machinery here, a tractor and stuff, but I don't use it a whole lot. And a lot of the work is done by hand. We take time to pick things and really care for each little piece of produce and make certain it's presented really nice and a lot of love in it. And I think mechanization sometimes on a bigger place, you can lose some of that intention that's put into it possibly. When you dig the potatoes by hand and each one is coming out of the soil and you clean it off and you planted them, it's a different connection. So here he's really drawing a point between doing things by hand and that sort of physicality and sensuality of smaller scale work and his experiences of connection, which I think brings up a lot of really interesting questions about connection and physicality and sensuality. Another person described it as smaller scale having more touch on the land as well, which I thought was interesting. So now I'd like to turn to looking at relationships of care between people in this local food system. And I particularly want to emphasize that in the context of this agricultural community, relationships of care with land, plants, and animals are co-constitutive with relationships of care between people. So I'll talk about this in 4 dimensions. Feeding people, caring through shared labor, caring through sharing knowledge, and agricultural communities of practice. So the first way that people care for each other through caring for land and plants and animals is by simply feeding other people. Farmers take a lot of joy and pleasure in knowing that they are nourishing people through their work. And this can be just feeding people more broadly, whoever is eating their food, but there's also more informal networks of trading food in this valley. A lot of people will swap, vegetables for fruit or meat for, vegetables. People are constantly sharing food with one another, and they can directly see, that people that they know personally and have relationships with are being nourished by their work. So in this way, people feel connected through kind of the impact of feeding one another. Another way that people come to care for one another through helping out with agriculture is by sharing labor. People will really commonly spend time working on other people's farms and sort of trading back and forth in terms of time. Sometimes people compensate one another, with gifts or sometimes money, but other times it's just something that people trade back and forth. And this is a way to feel connected because you know that you're supporting your community, but there's also another dimension to it that I think is interesting. One farmer explained it this way. Not always for trade, but sometimes for cash, the number of people that you end up working for in a year is amazing. Last year, I'm sure I worked at 10 different farms, even if it was only for a day or two. And I think that's another way of closing a circle. So you're actually seeing someone in their life. You're working together on something. We help our friend with his compost business. And just to stand in a pile of steaming compost together for a few days in December, it's like that's a friendship. And then we cannot see that person for 3 months, but we still have a real connection. We know what they're doing with their life, and they know that we share some element of that. So here he's pointing to the fact that when you help someone else care for the plants and animals on their farm, you're also sort of directly experiencing those embodied activities, and you're really seeing what their life is like, what their relationships are like. And through that, you have this sense of kind of understanding a little bit more about their life and their purpose and what's meaningful to them. So this is another way that people feel connected, is through these experiences of working together, which is something as anthropologists we well know the value of participant observing and working together with people and how that can help you have deeper understanding. Next is knowledge sharing. So people in this valley really value education, and this is something that I benefited from as a student, as an anthropologist. People were really willing to welcome me onto their farms just because I was interested in learning about things. And people enact this in a lot of different ways. So this can be hosting educational events on farms. There's a lot of agritourism in this valley. So people view this as an important part of their work of having tourists come to their farm and sort of giving them an opportunity to experience a little slice of connection and, educate them a little bit about what farming's like. There's also, seed schools, a lot of events where people can come and swap knowledge with one another. And then also people just do this informally as well. Providing information to their social contacts and sharing the knowledge that they've developed over their time farming. And creating opportunities for land-based learning is another important aspect of this, sort of facilitating other people coming onto the land and being able to try out, these activities themselves, like I mentioned with the intern programs. And then the final way that people care for one another through caring for land and plants and animals is through communities of practice. This is a group of people who share a concern, a set of problems, or a passion about a topic, who deepen their knowledge and expertise in this area by interacting on an ongoing basis. So these provide spaces of support and knowledge exchange for people from beginning to advanced. And they often center on the specific plants or animals that people are caring for or their preferred agricultural practices or methods. So there's a biodynamic growers community, there's a lavender association, there's a Valley Organic Growers Association. There's endless groups in this valley where people can come together and around this shared passion and really learn how to do their work better. And this is a really great way for people to invest in someone else's success by really figuring out how to care for plants and animals in a way that works well. So I also want to acknowledge that there are tensions in connection between people as well in the community. Even though there's these really great circles of care between people, these circles are incomplete. Part of this is that perhaps just there's so many people in the valley that not everyone can directly participate. There is a strong emphasis on reciprocity, but some people are also left out of these interactions, and this exclusion can be based on value judgments placed on, their farming or ranching practices. If people feel that they're doing things in a way that is either different or is not living up to maybe the values that people would like to see. And then there can just, be interpersonal conflict as well in small communities too. So that can create some tensions here. And then it's also really important to acknowledge that not everyone has access to even participate in this space. Having access to land is a real privilege, and there's a lot of incompleteness in who is able to access land and participate in this way. So just to take a few moments to reflect on sort of the impact of connection through care. Just to recap, small-scale alternative agriculturalists in the North Fork Valley experience connection through participation in dense networks of care relationships between people and other living things. In the context of this local food system, social and ecological care are intertwined. And for many of the people I worked with, these experiences of connection and care really shape their identities and the sense of purpose in their lives. They recognize that they might be able to make some sort of impact, whether it's in their local ecology, their community, or even in the world more broadly in some small way. And a lot of people relate their experiences of connection to their broader visions for creating better food systems and more hopeful social and ecological futures. There's a lot of values that people center their work on, and especially in alternative agriculture, I think that people are maybe a little more values driven than they might be in other spaces, or perhaps it's just a cultural thing that they're more willing to speak about it. But a lot of people feel that the people that I worked with feel that through, caring and experiencing connection, they're trying to create some better way of doing food and feeding people that's going to be, more beneficial both ecologically and socially. I wasn't able to see the chat, so I apologize if I missed any messages. But.
No problem. All right. Well, we have about 15 minutes for questions before lunch. What are your questions?
I see some discussion of seed groups in the chat. Yeah, there there's a seed school out there. I could refer you to the people who are involved in that if you're interested. And there's also a master gardener who's pretty passionate about seed saving and sharing seeds. So I could definitely send you their information if you'd like. I don't know if their seed school has a particular name, but yeah, I'll put it in the chat after this for you.
I had a question. Thank you so much. This was really, really interesting. And I was sharing in the chat too, just some leads as far as other communities that are kind of doing not work. I really appreciated this care as a framework. That was really new to me and it was really exciting. And I feel like that is really helpful to like the development of food systems, the development of even like value-added products for indigenous communities. So I just put like a couple connections in there. And NCAI just did a study with the Oneida on food systems. So with the Oneida of Wisconsin. But I was really interested in, they have these seed groups that are forming up, certainly in the indigenous community, and just the etymology of that, right? Seeds as growth, in addition to this touch on the land, planting a seed to see these sort of descendancy that will happen in the world, and these like sort of generational descendancies, generational communities of care as well. And I was thinking about, I was thinking about like the communities as they expand out beyond even the local, like how these rings of influence are happening with the sort of outreach and tourism and schooling, and also exchange of information and exchange of like ideas and experiments and things that can expand through different spheres of influence. So the way that seeds get sent across the country sometimes, or now you have I'm part of an arrow garden enthusiast group, so. But I was interested sort of in the ways that this can go outwards too, but how it actually sustains this idea of the small, same way that we're thinking of like Main Street and things, like how do you maintain that intimate culture? So I really liked the sort of ways that those apply. I don't know, it's just common.
Yeah. It's really fascinating because like a local food system isn't like this impermeable thing that's its own bubble, you know, like there's so much interaction that takes place, you know, outside of the valley. And I think also, you know, economically, it's not a bubble too, like people are sending food out, they really can be dependent, you know, for their livelihoods on that type of exchange. I'm not super expert on how people are sharing knowledge outside of this space, but a few things that come to mind are, you know, some of the people are involved in these associations that are like broader than just that local regional thing. So for example, I believe the Lavender Association stretches beyond outside of this valley to more like Western Colorado. Some of these ranchers, you know, attend conferences that are like, you know, outside. Holistic management is like a big thing sort of nationwide and beyond, you know, globally. So people are like engaged in these sort of intellectual spaces that are beyond this place. But it is kind of like a destination location. Like the agritourism kind of comes in and then people learn stuff and then they go back to where they're from and like maybe they understand a little bit more about farming or care. But yeah, there is sort of also a geographic element too. Like it is like, it's off the main highways. Like people kind of go to the North Fork if they know that this place exists. So it's interesting to think about, yeah, how could people even broaden their impact by sharing more broadly and like tell those stories. The last thing I'll say too is they've tried to get in the news a lot lately because of, you know, oil and gas development. And so I think people are really interested in sharing what they're doing for that reason as well, and that type of advocacy.
I wanted to share just one example of like that kind of, when you're saying like that impact that you can have if you are like looking outward. Like seeds, I keep going back to seeds because that's like
seeds are amazing.
Very indigenous thing, I guess. I don't know, or Winona LaDuke has gotten to me. But seeds as a kind of language or cultural revitalization as well, because you have some of these heritage varietals, both in terms of corn for indigenous folks, certain corn varietals in certain regions, it just hadn't been grown there in so long. And so they had to redevelop it and reintroduce it to that region in a way. And so reintroducing that staple and spiritual food. And I imagine a lot of these foods that they're working on become spiritual things. in terms of that connection to land, but that revitalization that's happening of culture as well in those spaces with that intergenerational, but even across communities. And I think of the seeds for the corn, and I think of apple varietals, because there are these heritage apple varietals that are just, they could even be related to like one backyard in a way. I don't know the specifics exactly of it, but like I know that there's a huge community that cropped up, or not huge, but like a very passionate community that cropped up about kind of cataloging and trying to revitalize some of these heirloom type things. So like seeds and farming as heirlooms.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. There is a lot of passion out there for heirloom varieties for sure, and for seeds. Yeah, it's an interesting question of like, native plants as well, and who's like, growing those types of varieties versus like growing other varieties too. But this is a little bit tangential, but one story I'll quickly share is one farmer is really passionate about like seeds from different places, and he has taken to growing crops specifically for, like some migrant communities that are nearby that can't access those crops in other places. So he's found like these stories that come with these plants to be this way to actually connect socially and like grow something for people and then learn recipes from them and kind of have that exchange. So I think there's a lot of power in seeds for sure.
Melanie, I just wanted to first thank you for your presentation. Super interesting. And I thought I had to laugh to myself when you started by talking about alternative methods, right? Because it's like, these are the methods that were the original methods. And we've all gotten swept away in thinking that industrial farming is the real method and everything else is alternative. Somewhere floating around, somebody very astutely commented, I think it was on Facebook, that why should I have to call my carrot an organic carrot? You should have to call your carrot a chemical carrot. And I can just call mine a regular carrot, because I didn't put anything in it. So really, really important stuff you're talking about. I've been gardening in Denver for 25 years or so now. And so the tinkering bit that you talked about really resonates with me. It's, my dad taught me to, you never plant your garden until about the 10th of May in Denver, because that's the last frost date. And so a few years ago, I decided to challenge that because it's just such a long time to wait. I mean, we have 60-degree days in March, and it's like your garden's just sitting there begging for something to begin to happen. And so I started planting certain cool season crops around St. Patrick's Day and have had a lot of success. So I just bring that up to say, this tinkering, this really interacting with the earth on season in, season out, and learning its rhythms. You can't just read a book about it, right? Or you can't just understand it. It is this relationship, this give and take. So that really resonated with me. And finally, I just wanted to, for anyone interested in more on this, there's this incredible book called Grading Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer, and you're nodding your head, so I'm sure you're familiar. But just some really incredible stories in here, primarily from native traditions, about the interaction with the landscape and the give and take and not taking too much. Things that I think Western culture in general is starting to go, wait, I think there's something to learn here. And, ears are starting to perk up. Kenzie mentioned Winona LaDuke. Anyone not familiar, check her out on YouTube. She's got some incredible things to say about food security. So anyway, thank you, Melanie. Just a bunch of random thoughts that sprouted up for me as you were talking.
Thank you so much for sharing those. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And
I think we have time for about one more question before we break for lunch. Does anyone have another question?
I'd like to just offer a comment, Melanie. I know your presentation is not officially poetry, but as you listen to presentations at other types of conferences, the language and the feel and the metaphor and of yours is so different. I mean, it doesn't have to be the Iliad and the Odyssey, but the sense of the earth, the sense of a seed is not just a seed. A seed is a part of a relationship. It's not a thing. And I don't know, if you look at your presentation as a kind of as a long narrative poem, you might see how different it is from a lot of other applied anthropology narratives that are sort of like the Night of the Living Dead. They're or the Day of the Living Dead. The words are alive. I mean, I realize this is about growing things and things, but it's things plus or things and beyond. It's value added seeds. How's that?
Thank you, Howard. That's really kind of you to say and really nice to hear. I think if it sounds alive, it's just because all of these plants and animals and land that I'm trying to talk about are alive. And so they're bringing something to it as well.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much, Melanie. Great presentation. Lots of interesting things to think about for sure. And since we're talking about food, I kind of sandwiched our two food presentations around lunch. So that way we would get hungry and then be satiated with lunch. And then we'd have more talk about food with Lucor's talk when we come back at 1:15. So we're going to take a break until 1:15 now. And then we will listen to Lucor Jordan's talk, Commensal Community, Mapping Meaning and Cementing Sociability Through Food. So go and get some food in your stomach so you're not hungry the whole time. See you at 1:15. And of course, you can stick around and chat with one another. I'm going to go out and get some food myself. So.
Kenzie, you there?
Hi, yes. I'm actually like, I look like I'm doing other things, but I'm actually like typing up notes on everyone's presentations. I'm kind of like, I would be reading it, but Twitter's not working, so I can't just like hype it that way as we go.
I know you're busy. I just
no, I'm not. I'm trying to hype it for other people to come in actually by like kind of, this is something people do sometimes with conferences. They'll be like, now this presentation, and they'll give like a few highlights of it to try to be like, this is such cool stuff happening here. Not just to catalog it, but come in. Yeah. But I got carried away.
Oh, no, you're not carried away. I just didn't know. I know you're busy. I know you're working, and you were late kicking off. Everybody else has, left the building, so to speak. As I'm learning, stop the video so one can have their name showing, not their face. I was just wondering, on a kind of a personal / professional note, if I could, you had mentioned that you are Shoshone, is that correct?
I'm Oneida of Wisconsin. So, but what I said was Haudenosaunee, because it was it's the Iroquois. So it was like, because we have that concept. We actually have I'll offer this too.
Because I'm from upstate New York, and the Iroquois are all around us, and I was part of the Iroquois League in our school system in upstate. So at any rate, it was kind of interesting just to hear the word, and I wasn't sure exactly where you're coming from or what you'd been doing or where you were at or where you live, like that.
Well, I grew up I was born in West Texas, and I also grew up away from my reservation for most of my life. And so I've only just kind of I've been integrating back into that for the last 10 years, basically. So it was like I was about 15 when we started really sort of coming back to the reservation, and my mom moved there a while ago. So she's been working for my tribe for a long time now, but we kind of have that insider outsider feel a little bit with it too. But it's just these things that are I did this project this last year. My dissertation was a book of multimodal poetry and sort of narrative poetry. It was like I call it like an ethnography or an autoethnography of my family and our kind of journeys across the landscapes. Because I got kind of a feedback at one point about my work that was like, I don't get why there's so many landscapes in it. And I was like, well, we don't just, I mean, for one, it's just like my life, but like also we don't just sit around in one spot. Like we never did. Like the rivers were our roads, bro. So I just started like writing a book about that. And it was kind of like a book on blood quantum too, because it's like we had, I mean, the things we were talking about today with Howard and everything with the Great Depression and with these time periods of strife, like during the boarding schools and everything, my great grandfather went to the boarding schools and then he went straight into World War II. So like he went straight overseas to serve and then came back, and that was 2, right? I'm not losing my mind. Maybe it was 1. No, it was.
Yeah, that would have been.
I don't know. Anyway, so like went over like he was like, this was like 1917 or 4, anyway, somewhere in there. But he was basically like, as soon as he was 17, he went overseas. And then after a while, he met his future wife over there, and came back to the res and wrote her letters for 2 or 3 years to try to convince her to come live with him, with a Yank in the States. And she came over, and then they couldn't find work in the Great Depression. And so then they went down to Oklahoma, because that was Indian country. And then my grandma married a guy she met at college who was working for the oil country, and they moved down to Venezuela for when Standard Oil was down there. And my mom was born in an oil camp in Amway. So it's just this sort of, in 2 generations, we've gone from the reservation all the way, you know, across continents, but also like then I went over the ocean because I've been living in Norway. I met my husband thanks to poetry. I went to Lisbon for a poetry thing, and he was just vacationing. So it's sort of like this the kind of circular cycles that Howard's talking about in a way, because we all have been writing our stories as we go along. Really interesting. Anyway, so thanks for letting me share that. But that's kind of where I'm coming from with like my work, and what I do with ethnography right now is more like auto ethnography. I'm going to be working with my mom on some things with visual markers in reservation spaces, and like the fact that our street signs turn from purple and white to please grab food, Melanie. The fact that our street signs turn to purple and white when you're on certain spaces in the reservation, because our reservation in Green Bay is patchworked. It's a checkerboarded reservation. So like one, where the Walmart is on res lands, but across the street at the Target is not. But like next to the Target is the Festival Foods, and that's on res land. So it's a very like urban space. It's a very, we're up against each other all the time with like the non-native folks. And so like there does tend to be a much higher incidence of racism than I've ever seen anywhere else in my life in terms of this, just because it's more direct. Except when I got to Canada, and then I'm like, oh, there's a lot of that actually happening here too.
Now you didn't tell me, what's the meaning of the color of the street signs?
Oh, of the purple and white. Oh gosh, and I wish I had some here. I think I do.
What is it? What does that mean? The purple, white, or what other colors?
Let me grab something.
Okay. I was curious. Sounds interesting.
Normally I'd be wearing this in the form of earrings, but so purple and white would be like these beads that we would make. This is just a bracelet, but we would make these belts out of quahog shells, clam shells that have the purple and white on them. They're very fragile. They're very hard to create into these beads. And so the Western world kind of misunderstood the concept of it as currency. It's called wampum. So
wampum. I thought that's what you were going to say.
Yeah, right. It's like a slang for currency. And my mom still uses that because she's being funny. but it's actually a form of storytelling, of naming,
Right.
of identification, and especially of treaty making.
Right.
So my book that I worked on this last year for my dissertation was called Wampum. And it was using this wampum as a framework, using frameworks like our Edge of the Woods ceremony, or different particular wampum belts, like the 2-row wampum that says we'll both be in our same our own canoes. Kind of exploring wampum as a framework and as a storytelling framework for looking at the life. And there's 2 versions of the book. There's like the wampum version where it's like each bead links to a different part of the story and it doesn't have to be all linear. And then there's the version of the book for the bro who couldn't figure out the landscapes and needs it to all be in linear chronological order.
For the white boys.
Yeah. So it's been really fun, but that's the colors for purple and white. And so you know that you're on, it's Haudenosaunee, it's Iroquois, and then Oneida as part of the Iroquois.
Right.
And of course, you remember where you just slice up New York like a bread loaf.
Yes. And
I was really happy to hear your like ideas today too. Like I feel like I don't know if we met before. Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's just really nice to meet you.
Yeah, you're new to me, new face, new name, and all that. So
yeah, I kind of popped in and out a little bit. I haven't because I'm not around the region very much anymore. Because I went for grad school. When I came down, I was still attending University of Michigan when I first connected to High Plains, and then did my PhD, or I went overseas to Norway and then did my PhD in Milwaukee, and then went back to Norway, and now I'm in Toronto. So it's just a sort of, I'm still roaming as the American Indians do, if you will, and and so it's just nice that we have the digital conferences too, because it's just nice to see you all. And I hope now that I'm more like, oh, I could actually use some faculty funds to like come down and come to the conference. So now that I'm in that position, hopefully I can actually be there at Ghost Ranch because it's so special.
Right, it is. Oh, it's neat you're up. It's neat you're able to come from Toronto, and I'm just learning a little bit. Like today, I just learned and realized that I could hit the what's it called? Stop video button, because I keep seeing everybody's name up there, and I keep wondering, all right, how in the hell do they do this?
Sometimes you gotta like get up and just like shake it out and things like that, or like you gotta go take a phone call and stuff. So it's very useful. Or like me when I'm just exhausted, and I'll be honest, like some of the classes that I do when people are speaking, I'll be like, turn off my video so I can get a good yawn in there.
Right. Well, I just realized that on this time, this experience. So every one of these, I'm learning a little bit more, and which is just to say, I'm rather a Luddite in some things, but at least for me, not doing too many Zooms to get bummed out or word out on it. It's great to have the opportunity to meet people like yourself. A, just who you are and what you are, plus B, I'd never be able to get back up to Toronto or Montreal area for a long time, because I'm gonna have to drive to upstate New York pretty soon. I want to go up to go see people, places, things, and so
we're the hot zone right now, so you don't want to be anywhere near us. We've been the hot zone since November, I guess. I don't know, like we've been locked down since November. But what about you? What are you working on? Where are you at?
I'm in Denver.
Okay.
And I will say
Are you at MSU?
Pardon?
Are you at Metro State?
No, I'm by myself. I'm kind of isolated, insulated, and alone and remote.
Independent and
oh, there you go. Right, independent scholar is what I'm listed as. Yeah,
and singular.
Yeah, all of that. I'm not trained at all in anthropology. I don't have any classes, any background. And Peter was the one who years and years and years ago, I've been trying to figure out when it was, because someday I'm going to ask him again, because he remembers the location where there was a High Plains meeting between Denver and Broomfield almost, and he introduced me to the group, and for a bunch of years I was just showing up and attending because my interest was to understand and learn about what happened to the veterans who participated in the war in Vietnam.
Okay.
So after the war, what happened to us and our culture? How did our culture react? And you know, what was our culture doing?
Yeah.
So I had my own experience to deal with, having been there, and
Thank you
then
for this.
well, I was reluctant to go. So in a
Well,
way,
yeah.
to say that is almost
Yeah.
like, okay, if
Well,
you really
thank
knew
you for what you've done.
well, it's interesting because in 1965, I had to make the decision whether to run to Canada or get drafted by the Army or Marines, which would put you in combat arms, and Vietnam was 8 weeks later.
Yeah.
Or if you had a high school diploma, you could enlist in the Air Force or Navy, which are basically non-combat arms.
Yeah.
You'd enlist for 4 years, but you'd probably stay out of harm's way.
Yeah.
So at least for an 18-year-old American male, those were 3 options. And as I later found out, well, I had to make a decision, basically, is what happened, because I had a high school diploma by the skin of my teeth.
Yeah.
Because
But
moved,
I mean, options implying that they were, actual options.
They
they're
are,
not
and
really.
I don't use the word choices too much.
Yeah,
unless you have at
exactly. I
least-
think we know what the subtext is there. Yeah.
Yeah, if you got 3, if you only have one option, you're in a trap. If you got 2 options, you're on the horns of the dilemma. Just think of the horns. If you have 3 options, you have a choice. Maybe the lesser of 2 evils or something like that. But you start to have something you can play with. So it's funny because people will say, "Thank you for your service," and I'm thinking, oh, if only, it's just a weird experience to be where I was at the time that I was, and I ended up having to go do something because that's what my country was illegally doing. And it was later I figured out a lot of stuff, but that's the reason I got into as going to college and wanting to become a science teacher for secondary ed, earth science and biology.
Love it. My dad's a biologist, and he did geography, but he trained almost all of the geologists who came through our region and all of the ophthalmologists too.
Oh, okay.
Because I grew up in the Permian Basin. So.
Okay, right. I was going to say, yeah, that's where you would have been.
Yeah.
So I wanted to understand something about myself, and so as an educator, I wanted to see what's being taught about what happened. Yeah. And as I dug into it, then I realized, oh, well, there's the Vietnamese side of things.
Yeah.
And then I found out, well, there was the Australian and the Korean side of things, because they were our 2 major allies in Vietnam with fielding soldiers. Yeah. So
that makes me think of the way there's the Canadian side of things for a lot of these wars as well that I'm just now sort of encountering, or the Norwegian side of, World War II is really fascinating.
Right. So one of the things I brought this home with me, or I sent it to my dad in the mail.
Oh, wow.
And it is what we call a 7 flag, because there's 7, Chu Hoi Pass. And a Chu Hoi is I give up. And
oh my gosh.
This is a scanned copy of my copy.
Oh my gosh.
So this is right off the battlefield. We dropped these from PSYOPs aircraft in South Vietnam because we didn't go to North Vietnam. And so
Safe conduct pass, like how much does this relate to those humanitarian corridors?
Well, this is kind of the game plan that America had to start to play these various games. And the fact that I got this and the information where, when, and how I've added to the bottom here.
Yeah.
It's me, where I got it, when I got it.
Yeah.
And I give this to teachers at conferences where I go to present, because this document is not shown in American textbooks. And the fact that the 7 flags here, this is the South Vietnamese flag.
Yeah.
Yellow for the skin color of the Vietnamese, and the 3 red stripes represent the 3 parts of Vietnam geographically, north, middle, and south.
Right.
And then President Johnson had, think of President Bush's coalition of the willing.
Yeah.
President Johnson had the many flags. And it was to show that America wasn't picking on North Vietnam as a big bully on a small country.
Right.
But other people also said communism is not right. You can't take over South Vietnam. Therefore, might is right, and we're going to come in and kick your ass and that sort of thing.
It's like a visual thing of might is right.
Right.
Yeah.
So here we have Australia, Thailand, the Philippines, New Zealand, and South Korea. And in Vietnamese, English, Korean, and Thai, it says, safe conduct pass to be honored by all Vietnamese government agencies and allied forces. So this is saying, if you come in and you give up Viet Cong, we'll take care of you. We'll give you rice, food. We'll take care of your family. We won't kill you right away.
Right.
And so think of maybe General Custer using the Crows to go find the Sioux.
Yeah.
So that was when I started realizing I had some original documents.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And they weren't in American textbooks to show that other people were in that war who was with us. And then I started to realize the psychological impact of the war on other people, which today we call PTSD, which I'm working on. That's what's got me living and photographing the veteran parades and memorials throughout America, Korea, Australia, and Vietnam for the past 45 years.
Wow.
So
that's like a public science too, like what you're doing as far as like the kind of, it's almost like a mini museum studies kind of thing. Like the public
I have a museum of collection.
I was gonna say, like the public science work you're doing is political. It is that kind of activism, advocacy. It is those personal narratives. It is evidentiary. Like all of these things are the exact things we've been talking about today.
Right.
I always think about the fact that like anthropology came out of naturalism. It came out, it was an untrained science in the first place. It's still kind of, it's like it left that behind in a really bad way because it gives the impression that like to me, everyone can do anthropology.
That's
and everyone should be able to do and should be invited into doing anthropology, just like singing, right? Someone doesn't have to have a great voice to like get a lot out of singing and to share joy in that kind of like musical love that human beings just have.
Right.
So in this case, though, everyone should be able to do anthropology. And unlike singing, like we all have a natural talent at it because it embraces so many natural talents.
Everybody has a family or doesn't, which is the lack of family, which you can still write about, talk about, like you're doing with your mom.
Yeah. Well, and my mom just got her doctorate the year before I did. She got her doctorate. So I was really proud of her. It was in business administration, and she does a lot with food systems, agricultural for the Oneida. She's worked on our traditional farm. She's worked on our cannery. She does a lot with internal services type things. So she's just got a lot on the inner workings of it. And she worked for the Mountain Utes. For a while. Yeah. So that's actually how I have the connection, is also because my mom was working in the region. So
okay. Well,
It's been great.
Well, there's so many crisscrosses and stuff about all of what we're doing. And
But I would say that what you're doing is exactly applied anthropology, because it's doing that advocacy work. It's bringing to light these sorts of propagandas and these structures and these also these collaborations, these communities of care in a way with allyship. So, I mean, that's fascinating.
Can I ask a question? Sorry to drop in. I feel like I've been dropping on
I'm so sorry. Because I love what we're doing here, Ted, and I just have to go grab some food. So
go.
Okay. And hi, Rich.
Hi.
Nice to see you. We'll meet you.
Yeah, I actually know both of you, but not super well. But I do. It was interesting hearing you chat about super interesting things. But anyways, yeah, go grab food. I don't want to hold anyone. Ted, I was going to ask you that photo that you were showing, the pass.
Yeah.
Super interesting. I was really just like into this artifact, this little piece of history. And I don't know if you remember meeting my dad also.
Yeah.
I
was going to ask you, you were doing biography on him, and I have this little book for you, which I never got down to Metro.
Oh yeah, no, that was my grandfather, but my dad was the one in the veteran. And regardless, I was wondering, since you're into photography, you have this pass. What do you think about that photo on the back of it? There's a guy pointing. There's two guys there. One guy's pointing. What's the pointing to? What's going on there?
Okay, the guy in the uniform, this guy pointing, is an ARVN, Army Republic Vietnam. He's a soldier for the South. This guy is a Viet Cong. You see the different helmets?
Yeah.
Okay, the Viet Cong is this guy is dressed up. It's propaganda picture for sure. So a Viet Cong is a Southerner, Southern Vietnamese, who is fighting on behalf of Ho Chi Minh. So he's kind of like, what would he be like? Well, I don't know he's like anybody we know. He's just a local guy who is fighting for the North against the South, who's all around him. And so he and his family got to watch out, because the locals will probably identify him to the South Vietnamese government, and they'll arrest him and the family. They'll be isolated. And in a Confucian Asian culture, Confucian meaning your family lineage means everything in your world. If you don't have a mom and dad and grandparents, you literally do not exist. Physically, you might be alive, but you have no heritage. You've got nobody in a family structure to rely on to say, that's my family, this is where we live, this is what we do. You're disconnected in the social strata, and therefore you don't belong. And and that culture, like Japan and others, they're all hammers and you're a nail, and they're going to beat you out. So in this, they're just saying in Vietnamese, if you bring yourself in and give up, chu hoi, which chu hoi means raise your hands, I give up. If you give up, we will take care of you. And it has this list of things that they're going to agree to do. And President Tu is signing this. There is another version which has Tu's picture right here, along with his signature. So this particular document that I found, the piece of paper I found, was one of two versions in 1968. One of them was without Tu's face, but his signature is there, and one like I've got doesn't. One has his picture, one does not have his picture.
Wow.
So this is all Vietnamese on this side. This is Vietnamese up here. It says a ticket. Use this ticket to us. And then in English and Korean and Thai, it has the identification. What is this? It's called a safe conduct pass. So it also identifies, obviously, with the nature of the flags. There are 3 languages or 4 languages. We're in Vietnam. We have Korean and Thai. And Filipinos are speaking English, as well as the Aussies and the Kiwis and Americans.
Wow.
So that's why they only needed the 4 languages on this document. It was shown in a book. It's called the Vietnam War: Learning about the Vietnam War with primary documents. And they had the back of this Chu Hoi Pass. And there was Marilyn Young, who is a very authentic, a real big person in Asian history. She's a big professor. And then 2 guys, one, I think maybe both of them were veterans of the war. And one was teaching in Saratoga Springs at the Empire Community College, a class on Vietnam. And I found him and I called him up and I asked him, what the hell did you guys put this Vietnamese side on in the book? You didn't put this side on. And he said, well, we had it, so we used it. I'm a real, fuck you sort of an attitude to me. And I'm thinking the reason they won't put this side on is because the United States doesn't want to acknowledge the other, and these are only the soldiers who fought in Vietnam on behalf of the United States and who is supporting South Vietnam. That way we don't have to talk about them in our history books. So that's one reason I'm really pushing this stuff to give to teachers. So I made up a whole mess of these. I had them printed up from a scan from my document. And I made up, I don't know, something like 500 of these at one time. And I just give them away, as many as anybody might want, because certainly when you see this thing outside of the plastic bag, it's not as gorgeous as the one you can see on a Zoom, or not a Zoom, a Google search, but this is the actual color. And so when you see this on somebody's wall, they thumbtacked it up on the teacher's wall somewhere, like in a cubby or in their classroom, it's very visible. And people come over to look and see what the hell those yellow colors are or what's going on. And then they start asking questions. So I find this to be really helpful to get people interested in learning, what is this piece? And then I had the printer add this little white area, which I tell people cut off with scissors. But this is the provenance of this document. So it says a true copy of the original, quote, 7 flag Chu Hoi, parenthesis, safe conduct, unparenthesis, pass, unquote, recovered by Ted Engelman, 75 kilometers north of Saigon, Vietnam, April 1968. And then I have my website there. And I spell Saigon 2 words and Vietnam 2 words. I didn't use the diacritical marks at the time, but at least I'm getting Americans to think of the 2 words. And that is the spelling of the Vietnamese monosyllabic language. 2 words, 3 words. They don't have polysyllables. So Viet means people, Nam means south, to differentiate them for centuries from the people of the north, the Han Chinese, still their enemy. And so, again, you get into words, how spelling takes place. We spell Vietnam 1 word and everybody sees it and thinks of the war. And I see it and think, oh shit, we got to change it and get somebody to spell it 2 words. So all these things are teacher stuff for me. It's veteran related. I've been in Vietnam for 30 years, off and on, living part-time and visiting, photographing. I met a little boy and girl, his sister. He was 8, she was 4, in Hanoi when I first got there in March of '89. 20 years after I left in the South. And I made their photograph and I came back a few years later. And with that picture, I went around the neighborhood where I remembered where I was and said, do you know who these kids are? And they said, yeah, just down the alley here. So I found the kids and I made their photograph again and again and again. And I photographed them for 30 years. I've been their family photographer, and they are a poor family. And both of the kids, a boy and a girl, they both have families now. And I photograph all of them with their families. And so it's been really cool being the family photographer and getting to know them. And the little girl is a kindergarten teacher who speaks very good English. And the boy is a construction manager. And I mean, that's just their lives. But part of it is you go somewhere and you start sticking your nose in someplace like you and you know, Kelsey and everybody else has been doing, Melanie, and you learn all sorts of things about, you know, where you're at and what you're doing.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. Well, that's fascinating. Thanks for explaining
I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, no,
I flipped my
no.
switch and I kept going on that stuff. So
No. That's, yeah, it's all really good. Next time you see me, you should give me a copy of one of those.
give me what is your mailing address right now? Because I'm writing it down. I'll mail you one. I'll mail you 2 or 3.
Oh, we're we're live. I think this is being recorded. I have your email.
Okay.
Yeah, I have your email. I'll
Yeah.
send it to you.
Send me an email and somehow tell me how I can get them to you, but I'll mail them to you, no problem.
I mean, yeah. Not that I'm paranoid about people hearing
Yeah.
my address, but you know,
No sweat.
just to be on the safe side.
No sweat. No problem. I didn't even think about that. I didn't know this was being recorded, to be honest with you.
I think it is. It's on YouTube Live. Is it being recorded? Hi, Kenzie. Hi, back.
Hi.
There's Kenzie.
Welcome back.
It is, but I think for private recordings, but you know, just
Okay.
being
Okay.
on the safe side too. But yeah, I think so, because like I know that they recorded me yammering on at the fall retreat. Like, oh,
That was a good presentation though.
that was a chat. That was like a fireside chat in a way.
Well, fireside chats are
Whatever
it was,
actually,
it
I
was
really
great.
liked Ted's fireside chat just now. I'm still bouncing in and out a little bit here, but I just even the word Vietnam and the way that instantly calls up so many different things and so many different emotions, and not emotions, but like more like different associations and different, and even evoking experience, you know, and even triggering experience. So like, and the idea of being two separate words as well, and that they should be and they are two separate words. So I just really appreciated that. I always love the kind of the way that language I'm very much like a Sapir Whorf kind of girl, the way that language affects cognition. So.
If Kenzie, if you would like any of the Chu Hoi passes, let me get an address and I'll mail them to you.
Yeah,
I'd be happy to.
I'm gonna get down your email and your contact from yeah.
Let me know what you'd like and
Oh,
I'll
we can
send
do it
it.
in private message too, can't we?
Yeah, I suppose.
But that might be kind of, I think if I do this, it'll have you do back to me.
Okay. I'm happy to send these to anybody, and as many as anybody might want. So
Yeah, I would like, I mean, it's just such an interesting piece of history, especially to have you explain it. And I know my dad would very much appreciate to see that. Again, he's probably seen one in the past, but.
And this is part of the issue as well, that I'm dealing with. I was writing down here things about where I am relative to like your father. As a veteran, I don't relate or get along too well with many other veterans because I've been doing what I've done and they haven't. And your dad, if he has not been back to Vietnam, has no idea what it's like. And he might not want to know right now because what he's been living with and habitually, you know, feeling over and over and over, you know, it was a bad time for him perhaps. And whatever his issues are emotionally, he's been developing those over the years. So right now, if you said, hey, Dad, let's you and I go back and Ted will show us where we're going to go and he can help us out, I'd love to do that. Your dad would possibly be very resistant and say, not no, but hell no. I lost my buddies there. I'm not going to do this. I hate eating rice. I'll never eat any rice in my life and all this sort of stuff. I have been treated better as a veteran. When people know me as a veteran in Vietnam, I've been treated better there than in my own country, consistently. There have been people here who have not been very nice at all, and they knew I was a vet. And in one case, I even told them I was a disabled vet, and I'm having a problem right now, and I really need your help. And the person wouldn't do it. And they turned on me and made it worse. And in Vietnam, that has never happened. And here I am, the enemy who screwed up their land and their country and their people. And I still have big anguish inside of me for that. It's going to be the rest of my life. And therefore, what I feel and see working with Australian veterans, Korean veterans who are much like us, but very different, because Koreans as a culture look down their nose at the Vietnamese as if they were higher elevated society and the Vietnamese were their country cousin. Yellow skin maybe, but they were the country people. They were ignorant. They were peasants, kind of like the Russian peasants. They were, they were ignorant. They were to be kept in the fields, not educated at all. And so the Koreans had many massacres of the Vietnamese communities. We have the My Lai massacre, which is, our whipping post, our whipping boy. The Koreans had many. And I'm working with Koreans about their post-traumatic stress disorder. And their VA hospital now has a department for that. It's only 3 years old. We started ours in 1980.
Right.
And they just started theirs 2018.
Wow.
And we had a conference, or not a conference, but a little talk. A son of a Vietnam veteran, Korean, these are all Koreans, a son of, a wife of, and a veteran, and the director of their VA PTSD program. And they're not related. So the son was a son of somebody else, and the wife was somebody else. And those two people had written about it, their experience as a son, as a wife, a spouse, and then the veteran. They were so eloquent. I'm not kidding you. And I don't speak Korean, but I knew from a little interpretation that I was getting, they were damn good. And that I spoke as an American veteran with PTSD about some experiences and ideas from the Western perspective. And they were interested. And that's the first time anything like that had ever been done, where we had this cross-cultural discussion about this common issue. So the Koreans have got it also. And it's more like to some degree, it's partly a moral injury for them, because the Korean soldiers were paid by our country to the Korean government. They sent their soldiers to Vietnam to make money. So they were our mercenaries. So every Korean soldier who had boots on the ground in Vietnam meant an American soldier didn't have to go. So the whole economic development of South Korea as an Asian tiger is predicated on President Park Chung-hee selling his soldiers to the United States to fight in Vietnam. And that's how they made their over $1 billion back in the 60s, which then gave them a leg up at Hyundai, Samsung, Pohang, and that's why you have Kia, Hyundai, Samsung, we have LG, and that is Lucky Gold Star. That was their company, Lucky Gold Star, which today is LG, living good in America for the Western marketing concept.
Wow.
That's so cool. That's funny.
And
That's
so
an odd act of translation and sort of
the Koreans,
it's like, it's not transformation, because that's a little bit like there's a little bit of a way of it being warped. Yeah.
And the Koreans had never seen a refrigerator in 1964, 65. They did not know what a refrigerator was. Korea was still totally devastated 10 years after the Korean War.
Yeah.
And the city I lived in, after the Korean War, nothing was standing more than a meter tall. It had been totally obliterated by the Chinese and North Koreans. And so when the Korean soldiers got to Vietnam and they went into our PX, our post exchange, which is our little Target store that we have for all our GIs, they started to see the apartment refrigerators that we had, you know, the little tiny guys that you have in a, you know, your little apartments when you're in college or something. They saw what an electric iron was, the cameras, all the electronic, you know, hi-fi gear, the radios, the televisions, the speakers, and all that jazz. They had never seen that before. So when they bought it, they brought it back to Korea and they started to take it apart. And that's when Samsung started making TVs, LG started making refrigerators, ice boxes. They went through a time when QC was pretty shitty. They didn't really do a good job, but it took a while. But pretty soon they got really good at that stuff. And that's why you have so much stuff made in Korea, white appliances, and now cars that we have here in America. And it's all Korean. And that came out of the American War in Vietnam.
Learning how to do it better than they do it themselves.
Yep. And yeah, if you didn't get to some place, like if you didn't go to Lisbon, you would have never met this guy that you're hanging out with now, right?
Yeah, and there's actually that story there that they have of the Portuguese and I think I was like reading up on this and like I keep finding I don't know, it might just be a like sort of local myth, but like they were saying that like the interactions between Portuguese and Japanese, and then you have certain words that came out of that, like sakana, bacalhau. Yeah, so just kind of like these interesting convergences, I think, but also the resistance. It's so funny, the resistance to the idea that certain groups of people could have been doing that, right? Like the resistance to the idea that Native people were like roaming around, or the resistance to the idea of like having any other explanation but the land bridge, or the resistance to the idea of cross-cultural exchange between like Viking ships and very early indigenous folks, like in in North America, in Turtle Island.
Right, yeah.
And the sort of like resistance even to some of the evidences that we see in archaeology right now. So these like ideologies that were internalized over time, like from things like these propagandas and things like these paradigms of primitiveness, and the way that like, who do we allow that idea of cultural exchange to? It even comes down to like something that was fun that I never even thought about before I started teaching American Indian Studies, because I was teaching that during my grad school, was what were the Italians eating before tomatoes?
Oh, I have a story about that.
And we never talk about the Columbian Exchange the other way, right? We were always like, oh, disease, and like, anyway.
I had a literature scholar teacher teach when I was an undergrad, teaching the history of the English language, not a linguist. And when she brought up tomatoes, she was like, oh, this book must be wrong. It said the word tomatoes related to the Nahuatl word, you know, tomatle or whatever that we got through the Spanish. And I was like, no, that's right. That's it. She was like, no, I think this is a misprint. It's an error in the book. And it was this whole issue in the class. She just like refused the whole notion of the Columbian Exchange, as you phrase it. Yeah. And it's still, the resistance is, I think, still pretty strong.
Yeah.
Hey, Kenzie, can I email you? I actually have something that I would like. I think your insight on a question I need to ask off record here.
Yeah, and Ted, I sent you in the chat, Ted, a private message that had my email as well. I'll do that, Rich, as well.
Right.
I'll contact you at some point later. I'm thinking I think you would be able to help give me some insight on a somewhat ethical issue.
Sure. Yeah. Collaboration is usually just my my answer to all ethical problems.
Yeah, lots of collaboration, but it actually hits on your earlier kind of points here about resistance to certain ideas and things like
Yeah.
that, but something that takes a bit of sensitivity to talk about.
Absolutely.
So I'll explain it later. We'll see. No.
That's what I
no
love
rush.
about this like meeting is every year. I feel like it's so funny because I've come a lot more this last couple of years, but I'm still meeting everyone, and I just like after every one of these conferences, I'm like, there's so many ways that the work overlaps, and it just makes me want to like go hang out for like another like day long Zoom and just like talk about like the ways that our work overlaps. Like maybe that's something we can do someday. Maybe that's something we can suggest to Michael and the folks is just like a working group day. That's something they do in like graduate school. They do those brown bag talks and stuff. So, like what would be our brown bag talk?
I was environmental education director for Youth Conservation Corps, which was a federal program throughout the United States. And I was living outside of Vernal, Utah
I love Vernal.
At the Ouray National Wildlife Refuge, which was run by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And the young people who came to the YCC program, we had a non-residential program. So everybody lived at home and they all showed up at the refuge at 8 o'clock, go home at 5 and that sort of thing. And we did all sorts of different stuff. And one of the ways that the kids were chosen, the residential was by zip code. We were at that location, so we were just willing, the refuge and the program manager that I worked with, we could solicit kids, certain age groups, like high school, basically, from the local communities. And the refuge boundary includes the, Fort Duchesne, and I think it's the Ute Indian Reservation, part of it, or the Green River. And so I went over there with 1 or 2 people to talk to the kids, and there was a social worker who was living among the reservation people. And we were trying to find kids who would be willing to come, and they got paid to come to our YCC program on a daily basis for, 8 weeks, 6 weeks in the summer. And it was real hard to get the Indian kids to come because they didn't have to. And I learned the social systems about what was going on in their world, that the girls were having babies very soon in life, early in life, because the more babies they had, the more money they would get from the government for child support, basically.
Yeah, it's definitely like a thing where you see like a lot of impacts on community, and like these are long-term things, because you look at Lucar's gonna come in here, and I just started realizing this when Lucar was talking about it, and I think I suggested this last time, but if I didn't, I need to remind myself to talk about oh gosh, I can't remember who did it, but I think it was maybe Deborah Miranda, or it was Tiffany Midge, but talking about commodity boxes. So these boxes from the US government that would be sent to these reservation communities, particularly at sort of a starvation moment, really, like you press people into starvation, and then the only thing you feed them is lard, and like instead of like dairy and stuff like that. So kind of like the way that those commodity boxes actually have contributed to things like a higher incidence of diabetes.
Right.
And obesity. Things like just not having actual healthy foods is what makes you turn to other sources of different things in your life. So there's this kind of like impression that ends up being out there of like, oh, these are conditions like of the mind or something, when it's really that these are conditions of the imperial pressures like put on these communities. So those commodity boxes would be incredibly unhealthy, but that was like oftentimes all you had to work with. And so fry bread actually came out of those commodity boxes.
I can imagine. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, well, and I mean not entirely directly, because I think there's also a connection to the French, but there's like this sort of making do with what you can,
Right.
but it not necessarily still not being nourishing to you,
Right,
or not being like necessarily healthy.
Right.
But it's really like these coping mechanisms as well. And
Right.
so I always look at that, and I'm like, I always, like, before I focus too long on like how that, like, before I focus too long on like what those communities are doing and like what the, like, how those effects manifested, I turn right back around and I look at like, where are those coming from? Because it's like more useful for me to like dwell on that than it is
Right.
on like the conditions that they're going through. Particularly for me, just because I'm starting to realize, and this in my poetry as well, is that, you know, I was looking at things to send out to like an anthology the other day, and I was looking at my work because it was an anthology for like Indigenous writers of a certain region. And I wanted to emphasize that region, but every time I looked at my work from a certain time period, like not my dissertation work, basically, so not the last few years, but before that, like I was really going through a hard time with it. And so a lot of those poems and things are very negative in the end, or they feel negative to me now. And they focus on things like what's lost rather than what's sleep. I talked about earlier, like what's lost versus what's sleeping. That shift for me happened when I was working on my dissertation. And I think it shifted the way that I talk about Indigenous communities now. I pretty much almost never focus on trauma, because I think there's a thirst for trauma with regards to Native communities. There's a thirst to talk about it. There's poverty porn. I can't remember. I think this is Teju Cole. No, I think this was Susan Sontag, but like with Teju Cole looking at it, like the human hunger for images of bodies in pain.
Right.
And so how that relates to like this association of Indigenous studies and Indigenous communities with trauma. And even the idea of resistance and resilience still puts us in a little bit of that framework. So as much as I do talk about like resistance and resilience and sort of, oh gosh, Visner's survivance, I'm also interested in this concept more, focusing more on this idea of nation building and joy. You know, like where is, and in like working with, for instance, folks who are working with Black communities and Black personal experience and narrative, like when they're writing from the Black experience in poetry, like celebrating Black joy as a radical act, like celebrating Black talent and ambition as like this radical act, and focusing on these moments of sort of building and collaboration as a radical act. So when I was looking at things like poetry, I was looking at like even the methods we use for poetry, sometimes like erasure, end up suppressing that voice because it speaks to obliteration, the same way that people's voices are erased in the present day. So thinking about, instead of that, like what are these collaborative methods of making poetry, including when you're working with older texts, how do you honor what that text was trying to say while also being in conversation with it and taking it in the direction that you'd like to. So sort of like the ethics of poetry is something that kind of comes in here as well, just because like Howard said, we're always telling these stories and we're always framing these stories. So I always think about when we're telling stories about a particular community, and even when we're telling stories about things we remember, like where is our focus on that, and how can we shift it from maybe even some of these paradigms we don't realize we're engaging in toward these sort of celebrations of the things that will help those communities sustain themselves. Joy is something that sustains you, you know, and resistance too, but like you need the joy.
So
if I can throw out something real quick.
No, I'm ready.
Lucor made a really good video 2 weeks ago about desire-based research, which if that's something you just need like a little pick-me-up on why to do that.
Desire-based research.
Yeah. Just watch his video because it just makes you feel like, oh yeah, we can do this. This is gonna be fine.
Lucor's got a talent for that. Like every time I see a presentation of the stuff, like, cause I know you're working in this too, every time I see the presentation of like these food systems, I leave those conversations like nourished to, be a little glib about it, but.
So on my little brain dump for a second here, part of it is maybe a little embarrassment. However, to use it as an example, when you were just talking about the manifest versus the origin of where these issues come from.
Yeah,
the manifestation I saw was these girls who the boys were gone. Only girls were at home on the reservation within our boundary of the wildlife refuge, which was really the native, the Ute, I think it was, or the Green River reservation. So we had the girls to talk to, and it was hard to get the girls to come. And again, I was watching and seeing and hearing from the social worker who was Anglo, maybe why this was or what was going on in the community at that moment, why we were having such a difficult time. So that was the manifestation. I'm thinking, to use that word of what I saw, what I experienced.
Yeah.
Now your idea, I love it, about trying to find the joy or understanding and the origin, that was not made. I didn't understand. Nobody made that clear to me. Why is this going on? I made up at my age, my own thoughts as to why this is going on. The BIA is screwing everybody up, and this is kind of coming down, and that's why the people are.
Oh yeah, that was me as well. Like, and you just, the same way that you still have like more and more archaeological evidence, like where you have more and more things in the record, like you sort of develop more and more of those like knowledge bases and the things people have shared with you as well. One of the things to finish off that idea,
you got to share it with me.
Yeah, well, just to finish off that idea, like one of the things to think about there is what is done with the information or data afterwards. So what Howard was saying about the cycle, and you give it back to that community and you let them have that sort of like control over it as well. Like the loss of control over one's own cultural data has been a very big issue, and who takes that control and whether or not it's like in the community's control anymore, or whether it's just taken and put in a museum. And the same thing with things like DNA, like even bodily materials of Indigenous people have been taken for sciences that don't necessarily benefit them, and that don't necessarily reframe that narrative at all. So I imagine we're going to talk about that more, and I don't want to like take up the time that Michael's waiting.
But consider for a second, we were in a community, Vernal, and Fort Duchesne and our local communities. We didn't have, that's where those communities, the Anglo, needed to hear, and they were Mormon pretty much as well.
Well, yeah.
And Jack Mormons. And me just walking into an area, I came from Greeley, Colorado, to take over this education position, environmental ed, at this wildlife refuge. And I lived on the refuge.
Yeah.
So I was out of my element and I needed help. But I was looking at the rest of the communities that we were drawing our kids from, high school kids, and all the kids were also representative of their families and their culture, religious and otherwise. And I was thinking, nobody really know. It was great that the kids got together in a melting pot on a daily basis. They learned things about each other they had no concept about.
All right, Ted, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to cut you off here because we're now 2 minutes past time. So
I'm sorry.
Clearly you guys are having some amazing, engaging conversations here, and I hate to stop you, but certainly let's transition back into the talks here. And we have Lucor coming up first, commensal community mapping meaning and cementing sociability through food. Do you need us to give you screen share access, Lucor?
Yes, please.
All right, Max, can you do that for us? Is Max here?
Okay. I gave you access, Lucor.
Thank you. Thanks, Max.
Sorry, Lucor.
Oh yeah, no worries. There, I got it. All right, just setting my timer. Okay.
And also don't worry about timers so much, because I'll give you guys little warnings in the chat if you need it.
Okay.
If you need it.
Okay, cool. So thank you for joining me. Today I'm going to be speaking of some, I guess, expressions of my thesis research. So this research centers around looking at how people structure relationships around food and how food structures relationships between people and with foods. And so by commensal community, I thought I'd provide kind of a little context for what that means. In commensality, commensality can involve a sense of sharing food habitually, with an assumption that there's some degree of dependence of one or several of the commensal parties upon another, or some degree of reciprocal commitment or involvement. And commensality is both inclusive and exclusive. It creates and sanctions inclusion, even if it's only transient. And it also can create kind of a group or community, but it can be exclusive if you're not part of the group who's taking part in that. And it can manifest equally, or it can have hierarchies. And it provides a script or a template for many of the most human eating occurrences. And so to explore this, I wanted to find a place where that was very well expressed. And so I selected Metro Caring. They're a local Denver food justice organization that was close enough to my house that I was able to ride my bike to and from, so that I could build kind of an ongoing relationship with them and start my participation in their community space long ahead of my thesis. And that kind of helped me to structure a lot of my research questions and interview guides iteratively. And I won't go too much into this slide. It's just my like methods geekiness that I really am always curious about how people sample and what their data looks like. And so, you know, I got way too many interviews, almost 664 minutes of interviews. I had a 34 question semi-structured interview. In self-identification, I resisted anything like sex, gender, or age, or ethnicity or race. And instead I chose relational roles like parent, grandparent, partner, spouse, sibling, aunt or uncle, because those reflect more at those commensal relationships that I was curious about. And even though I did my research here, I ended up with people from, you know, several different countries, 5 countries. There was a lot of overlap and gray areas between who was a staff, who was a volunteer, and who was a community member or participant in Metro Caring. And as you'd kind of expect, when you ask someone a question, you'll get a wide range of answers. In some cases, someone, you know, would approach it and just give me a simple 1-sentence answer. And other times I would get a paragraph or a page as, you know, felt necessary to the individual answering. And also I kind of felt like maybe people didn't know what culinary anthropologists or culinary anthropology research was. So I wanted to make a slide for their orientation for the volunteers that would kind of get people excited and maybe get a little bit more buy-in. So I chose a few pictures that kind of highlighted some of those food anthropology experiences from my early field work, mostly on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. And you can see me cooking at the bear dance, and then also me cooking at the camp. So in order to approach what a meal is, I drew heavily upon authors who kind of were exploring that, particularly remembrance of repasts. And so each meal, to be a meal, must recall the basic structure of other meals. And in the context of drawing meaning from a single meal, as we trace the problems of identifying the event, we realize that though the possibility of very detailed discrimination of one event from another, it is a potential, in any system of celebrations. It cannot be recognized in any event seen by itself. And the mundane and the extraordinary eating are connected, mutually entailed in systems of meaning and metaphors of each other. So with that in mind, in order to understand what was special about a meal, or bad or good, I had to start with the mundane, the everyday. We had a family meal, so the core of the family was always there. My mother, being a dietitian, when she cooked a meal, she balanced the meal. So we had the meat, the protein, we had the starch, we had potatoes, rice, 2 vegetables, green or yellow vegetables, like that, and she balanced them very well. Every night we had 1 and 3, 1 meat, 3 vegetables. That was the usual. Other times we had things like oxtail with rice or tripe with rice. That's what we had for the main meal every evening. On Sundays, we had roast, usually a leg of lamb with roast potatoes with 2 other vegetables and dessert. We grew up Catholic, or in the Catholic Church, and at that time, on Friday, Catholics were not allowed to eat meat. So there was it was traditional that 3 times a week, 3 times a month, we ate fish, chips, fish or fries as you call it. And one Friday we had macaroni and cheese, and that was tradition. Barbecue with sausage, lamb chops, and steak with baked potato. It wasn't connected to a holiday, it was just something my father liked doing. My father's parents had a farm, and basically South Africans have eaten the same foods for eons, so nothing would have changed. Nothing would have changed. And so these all come from one person's narrative around food. And you can see how parental influences position this individual to create kind of expectations about what good nutrition is, what a fun, fancy meal is, how food relates to religion, and how food positions us inside of a multi-generational space, inside of time and family traditions. And another key theme in relationship to sort of taking those foundational meanings and looking at how they change throughout an individual's life is the commensality that occurs around caring for others. And so here are a couple of responses that people shared with me in regards to how life stages changed their relationships to food. It did change a little bit because I didn't have the fried chicken. That was my dad's thing. I didn't want to make that for the children every day because I didn't want them to get chunky, you know, because I didn't like being chunky. And obviously my peers growing up didn't like it either. So I didn't want my kids to go through that. You know, if you feed them something healthy, they do tend to be in a better mood. So I've noticed if you give them something that is going to be sugary and lagging, they're going to be in a terrible mood. So as I grew up, I realized, hey, if I feed them this, they're going to be, I noticed they were going to be more playful, more apt to listen, and stuff like that, instead of being sluggish and hungry. And I didn't want to put them in the diabetic coma, you know, at 4, that wouldn't have been good. I took care of my mom and my aunt for about 8 years before they passed. They passed about a year apart. They both had diabetes and they both had dementia. When I found out, I didn't know that my mom was sick. Yeah, that's the biggest influence on my food. I'm trying to keep her healthy. And, you know, also I was trying to cook the things that she likes, that I know she'll eat. Praised by the grace of God, we got through it. And so another kind of very, very central part is this idea of food as being the food or being the people present. One must be careful not to put too much on what one eats, as with whom one eats. There is no dish so sweet to me and no sauce so appetizing as the pleasure derived from good company. And this I drew very heavily from Sartre's exploration of the phenomenology of things that aren't present. And I think most famously, he wrote about going to meet his friend at a cafe and the friend not being there. And the absence of the friend colored the entire experience of being in the cafe. And so very similarly, when you lose access to a person or lose access to a food, that experience of lacking colors the experience of the food. And so here I wanted to contrast with one respondent who maintained that kind of rich commensal space. So I'll go hang out with them at their house, or they'll come by my house or whatever. We're a close-knit family because like this Saturday, we're having a barbecue. We're having a barbecue at the park and they're out there, and all my immediate family tell you it'll be about 40 or 50 of us. And then this contrasting with people who have experienced that relational loss. Food has been different for me now that I'm alone. For me, food should be shared. It tastes better when it's shared. And for me, it's a time to rejoice and very fun. I seek that out now. Since my wife passed away, I have not eaten healthy. It's difficult to cook a healthy meal for one person. And so that I wanted to segue into the market of metro caring, because I tried to build sort of a background of individual relationships with food and then center it upon the experience of being in this space. So the shopping experience of the market, each guest is, at the time of my research, it's changed because of COVID, but each guest was given a cart and access to the take as you need free grocery market. Ideally, each guest was expected to be able to get about a week's worth of fresh produce, meat, dairy, and eggs. And contrary to typical food assistant pantries, the marketplace is a high priority on the experience of shopping in the market. At times, there would be a large number of volunteers maintaining the shelves, ensuring that even at the busiest times, everything was kept full, neat, and organized and appealing. Volunteers also gave customer service to recreate that grocery store experience of, like asking guests if they'd found everything, seeing how their shopping experience was, and using the terminology of a grocery store rather than a charity organization. And even down to like, there was a fresh flower kiosk or, spot where people were offered fresh flowers to take home. And whenever staffing allowed it, there would also be demos set up inside the market highlighting fresh seasonal produce. And following the shop, carts are weighed, logged, and groceries would be transferred to a large hand cart that the volunteer would help the guest out either to their vehicle or to a waiting area if they were waiting for a ride, or to a staging area to pack their groceries. And so I wanted to dig into what the impact of the market was, both as far as food access, but also just kind of some of those other components. So here, if they need something, the produce is always different and full of good things, you want to try. We don't have a lot of junk, well, very little. What you would call junk, we just don't do it. I've been to a couple of food banks out in Inglewood, and you get to those, or you get to choose what you want, but you're limited. You can choose what you want once in a while, but you always have the option of cake or cookies. What do I know about it? They're good and they're consistent. You don't have to worry about getting what you want, or at least what you need. You're gonna get what you need. I get to pick over stuff. Yeah, I need that. I don't want that. I need that. I need that. I do needs. And when I got a big old parcel of needs, I'm cool. And in talking more deeply about the shopping experience, what I began to find is that people weren't just shopping for themselves. They were shopping through the market with the expectation of sharing. And so here the respondent shared, if they need something, they know where my freezer and my refrigerator is. My daughter will come the last 2 weeks of the month, but I was smart enough to prepare for her. Yeah, I got what you need. And I'm packing food that's easy to eat and going out the door. I give it to those who I know cannot do this for themselves. I go down to, name removed. She is 87, and Mr. name removed, he's around the same age and emaciated. He's so thin. I just want to fatten him up. And kind of delving into this, I drew from All My Kin, which is a book by Carol Stacks, and it explores a food insecure community in the Midwest. And she writes, goods are not only economic commodities, but vehicles and instruments for realities of another order, such as power, influence, sympathy, status, and emotion. And this idea is delved in even more by both Stacks and Sutton, as each explore the complex negotiations which take place in people's lives surrounding food-based generosity. And this food-based generosity isn't limited just to immediate friends and family, but it can also extend into these anonymous spaces. I get so much food. I just take a healthy portion of it and I put it on the counter at the senior center so that others can choose from it. Sometimes I get swarmed right from the get-go, but it's exciting to see them so enthusiastic and appreciative of my gift. And it mostly comes from here, so I don't have to pay for it out of pocket. When I'm on the bus and I walk down the 16th Street, I hand out protein bars, fruit snacks, easy to travel with, so they can put it in their bags. And they have something good to eat. I won't give out money, but I'll give out food. Yes, I really believe that's part of my spiritual belief, that it should be shared. And in thinking about food as a commodity to be shared and to be given, Carol Stacks points out that within the context of acute resource insecurity, trading and swapping can be a necessary system in which monetary surpluses are constantly circulated, with the trust that in days or weeks when food, money, or other in-kind repayments may be needed, somehow through some relationship, those needs will be met. And so here, food can enter into that system of reciprocity and allow someone to maintain and to generate those relationships. Stacks offers the example of one of her interlocutors sharing cornbread and greens in trade for diapers and milk. And the same respondent in her book shared that whenever she goes someplace, she tries to make sure that she brings food in order to make sure that her general reputation as being generous isn't at risk. So in kind of the general discourse that I think people were taking from the market, not in the form of food, but in the form of knowledge and in the form of ideas, I noticed that primarily it was occurring in two spaces: conversations about the foods that people were being introduced to that in normal circumstances would be expensive to a point where they weren't accessible. For example, bell peppers came up consistently in that most people had only tried green bell peppers before coming to Metro Caring. But because all three colors would be available, there was the opportunity to try them without the exorbitant price, where I don't know if you have shopped peppers regularly, but typically the green ones will be under $1 a pound, or maybe $1 a pound. And the other colors will be upwards of $5 or $6 a pound at times. And another part was, as people were circulating in these spaces, there was a constant amiable conversation about food, that because the space was persistingly commensal, it was always appropriate to talk about food. So people were talking about food. And so bits of nutritional trivia that in a lot of circumstances I would notice would just go in one ear and out the other became something that small talk would be built around. So it became kind of an internalized social rhetoric. And so when, people would talk about it, it would be that, let's talk about portion size, let's talk about fats, let's talk about sugars. And I think it was really exciting to hear also that these conversations were being carried into kind of the next generation, that when you ask someone what they would share with, their children or their grandchildren, they would say that they were already sharing these conversations and these food introductions that were occurring in Metro Caring with the young people in their lives. And I think I found that to be pretty exciting. And I think why this whole, I guess, slightly chaotic conversation is valuable and important is that governments and non-government organizations have been trying to figure out how to influence people's dietary habits for generations, sometimes with benevolence and sometimes with less than benevolent ends. But very often those conversations end up being structured in a very paternalistic and ethnocentric space of discourse. And what I really wanted to do was to explore people's relationships with food from a position that their lived experiences were an expertise that made all of the choices, even unhealthy choices, meaningful and rational. And in coming from a space like that, I also wanted to hear for an individual why or why didn't changes occur. And I think what I really found in this space was that it was the relationships that people formed together with food that ended up creating a new opportunity for a flexibility of meaning. And I just thought I'd throw this in as a bonus, and it's a couple examples of people talking about friendship in the space. And so as you'll kind of see with these, it's not universal that everyone saw it as a place to make friends, because if you've ever been in a space where, like the welfare office, it can be a very difficult space to let down your guard. But I think what was kind of special about Metro Caring was the majority of people did feel like it was a space where they could be vulnerable and be open with one another.
All right, excellent presentation. Thank you so much, Lucor. We're opening the floor for questions here. And I just want to real quick echo Kenzie's sentiments that, these relationships surrounding food actually absolutely, love and vulnerability are definitely in those spaces, and they're really powerful for sure. So, all right, what are your questions?
This is a really cool model, Lucor, that I'm not familiar with. I'm curious what you think of, like, how the model that you have, and if you've had experience with other models where there's maybe, sliding scale of payment for food type of a model, and just the differences in how people interact with those two, or how do you think this model of just having everything free changes that equations and the way that people form relationships?
I think having everything free puts participants on equal footing with people who are in no way food insecure or resource insecure. That when you shop in a space where you know that you can have anything that you see if you need it, you can look at it much more from those relational perspectives of, my neighbor down the hall hasn't been able to get out very much, so I'm going to get her a whole bag of groceries while I'm here. Where I think even a sliding scale, it sets kind of like an expectation where you should be if you're medium poor. And so then the prices end up being scaled for the level of poverty that can be institutionally like absorbed. And I think the Co-op at first is a group that's right now trying to transition from providing a free service to shifting it to kind of a pay what you can product. And so I'll be able to check back in when I hear kind of how that's gone.
Yeah, yeah. And what Kenzie's saying in the comments, really good point about generosity is emerging from a sense of largesse and access that you're being looked after. And it is really interesting that in some ways generosity can be a part of privilege too in this whole network. And when people are truly food insecure, and I've been there, where you're just literally counting every cent to make sure you can feed your family. That's a really tough space to be generous in, even if you really sincerely want to, because you're so insecure. So really interesting.
Yeah, and that also excludes you from a lot of those spaces where you can benefit indirectly from social networking, where a lot of times opportunities arise unintentionally over a meal that you maybe have to excuse yourself from because you can't afford to contribute.
Yeah, I have a memory of being on a road trip with some friends, and I had a very, very limited budget, and all of a sudden we pull into this really nice restaurant, and I was just like, oh no, I can't afford the food here, and there was no place for me to go because I was on a road trip with other people, and I feeling that I can't get myself anything is just a really gross space to be in, and to have places like the co-op on First here that you're talking about, and these other spaces where you can have this access. That can be really powerful for social change and social networking and building relationships for sure.
I'm sort of like riffing off of that in the chat, so I'll add this now, I guess, is that it just made me think about the intergenerational households. And Luker, you were talking about this so beautifully with this, even like thinking about the inheritances of food, like Catholicism affecting like what you see as your nightly meal versus like meat and two veg you hear like all the time on the British cooking shows, because that's like very much that kind of association of like family, that the family meal is the one that you see as the mundane versus like the occasion meal as the one where like you have your family dinner versus your Thanksgiving meal, and how interesting those sort of things are. And I was thinking about those generational effects and also these anxieties that you seem to be exposing around health and around like fat phobia and like around emaciation and this sort of like need to sustain the body as much as you're sustaining community. So I was interested in that. I thought something that was really effective, Luker, in the way that you present this is that you do include a lot more in the actual quotations in terms of like the verbal shifts, like the way that we shift through like, these kinds of things like that sometimes people might remove from, like they might sanitize the interviews a little bit. Keeping faithful, if you will, to those things shows us so much more of those anxieties, the path that the mind takes from memory to family to like health and this sort of sustainability and what it looks like to be able to care for someone versus when you feel that feeling of being unable to care in the way that you want to, the way that you model care over generations. So I just thought it was really interesting. And I was interested too in like your thoughts on the anxieties and the sort of ways that manifests in these tensions, like with, oh, I need to fatten them up, or, oh, like I don't want them to get chunky. I thought these were really, really useful examples to have in there as a contrast. And I was just interested in more thoughts on the tensions and anxieties there. Because diabetes as like a worry, like in that intergenerational thing, and then that becoming over time like this actual worry. And we were talking about like during the break the commodity boxes and things too, where the system actually enforces that. So
yeah, I think first just touching on that kind of commodities food culture, there in some of the conversations, especially when you would ask someone what healthy meant growing up, they would assert that healthy wasn't a word, it was enough. And that, you know, the whole issue was that their parents or the elders taking care of them wanted to feed them so that they would survive and feed them so that they could kind of carry on. And I think that can be a food related trauma that can then be in conversation with, you know, as these conversations about nutrition start coming up. And it was kind of an interesting position, but there was one person who, in discussing his father's diabetes, it wasn't so much concern about the disease, but it was frustration over what it meant for what they got to eat at home. Because whenever the father would cook, it would be boiled instead of fried. Because, you know, like the mother would fry things, the father would boil things. And so there was kind of that, like a bad meal was when my diabetic father would cook.
It's really funny because like
within one family too, you have just like, you have these sort of different spheres of influence of the self and the way it affects the self and the way it affects like even between the two sides of one household and things too.
Yeah, I switched to pescatarian around New Year's, largely in part because of health issues, because I was eating way too much meat, and it's just, you know, it just doesn't do well with me. And it's just really funny going to events with my family because they're very much like a red meat family, and it's just, you know, or at least chicken, right? I mean, it's always the same meat, potatoes, vegetables kind of meals a lot. So it's interesting because it's changed the dynamic when I show up, because now it's like, oh no, he has the fish, yeah, you know. And my father hates fish. He hates cooking fish. He hates the smell of fish, you know, all this stuff. So it's kind of this interesting dynamic now in our household. Thankfully, my mother's supportive of it, so, you know, at least there's that. But
Luke, thanks for your presentation. I've been raising two boys, teenagers now, almost 18 and 16, and so I'm curious to hear your thoughts on, you know, I've definitely struggled with the food they want to eat, which tends to be the junk food, you know, the ramen, the mac and cheese, the bag of onions, that kind of thing. And like, you know, as their father in a single parent kind of situation, you know, it's like, okay, guys, that's leading nowhere good if you keep following that track. So I'm just curious to hear how that kind of, you know, teen food preferences and this culture of junk food, how has that come into what you've been looking at? And do you have anything that you could enlighten me on in terms of that cultural phenomenon?
Well, one of the strategies that came up a couple of times in people's food narratives that their parent might have used was encouraging food patterns based on like amazingly delicious cuisine, and kind of especially controlling teenage behavior by even strategizing when the most delicious meals would occur, like making sure that Saturday morning was a meal you didn't want to miss to keep her teenagers from staying out late or not coming home at night. And I think just as an acknowledgement of the challenge, you know, just trying to contextualize, like someone shared in talking to her children about, you know, all these foods that were out there that you really want to taste, but trying to keep them in the context that maybe it's okay to taste, but keep in mind what they are, that this is what they do. And she observed it, especially coming from the Philippines and seeing what this like international, mostly American food did, where everyone wanted to taste it, and all of these American diseases started following. And, you know, not necessarily, I guess there isn't necessarily a way to defend against them because they're so appealing.
Yeah, it's a real struggle, and the magnetism foods, those processed foods for young people is crazy. It's like it's a losing battle. But I have a Saturday night dinner tradition where I get out all the pots and pans, cook something at least from real food. And they sometimes they come around for that, and sometimes they're like, no thanks. So,
yeah. And I think basic skills is also a key thing that came up in a lot of people's journey through changing their relationships to food was, it's no accident that as Americans, a lot of that food knowledge has been stripped from us, that it's been kind of a concerted effort by large food companies. And the more that people are able to feel confident taking ingredients and even new ingredients and figuring out what to do with them, the more likely they were to, when they had the option to make a choice, make the choice based on what they wanted instead of what was convenient or available or even possible. If like you don't know that you know what to do with a pile of greens, then chances are you're not going to work with those greens.
I was wondering if you could expand a little bit more on because I mean, I think what you found about how people are getting food for other people and that kind of organic distribution of healthy foods, I think that's really key. But I guess I just was wondering if you could expand a little bit more on what you think the reason that did happen in this case was. I mean, for instance, in the case of a typical food pantry, have you had experience with that? Do you see that happening? Are people just going to get food for themselves, or are they not distributing it because it's just commodity foods? What's your experience with that?
A lot of traditional food banks or food assistance programs will kind of predetermine what each person gets. And so a lot of times it'll be like a commodity box, or it'll be kind of a very much like a ration type situation. But at Metro Caring prior to the pandemic, a person could come up with 300 pounds or more of groceries. And so that creates a lot of space to be able to say, my household needs this, but I have 100 eggs here and I know who these other eggs are going to go to. And so I think also, like, you would see that sometimes if there was something like there were a bunch of pistachios and one person, I think, probably got 30 pounds of pistachios. And I'm sure that those became, a very welcome addition to like half a dozen other households. And so I think it's that freedom to pick and choose, and being able to also at a conventional food bank, you might not be able to say, like, my neighbor down the hall doesn't have teeth, so if I want to give her something, I need something that's easy to chew, but that's not an option here. But instead, like at Metro Caring, you could see all of the like yogurts and things like that and like pick them out with that person in mind. So I think it's that agency that really makes the difference.
Got about 4 minutes left, so probably enough time for one good solid question. Does anyone have any burning questions?
I don't have a burning question, but just a small thought. It's interesting how this model like lets Metro Caring have a broader impact than they would otherwise. Like if they weren't allowing people to take as much as they wanted, it's a way of like spreading the influence of this organization through the community, through people. So that's kind of cool. And maybe a cool way to like justify this model to funders or, other people who are interested.
Yeah, Dan, I think that definitely is important when we think about transportation and what a prohibitive thing that can be for a lot of people just to be able to go out and access, maybe even anything outside of their home if like mobility issues are a concern. But I think one really surprising thing that I took away from the conversations was I heard a number of times when people would talk about growing up on traditional soul food, how intrinsically nutritious that diet is. And that's the opposite of what we hear about in the media. But the reason that people would say it was so nutritious is that as a practice, it was built around your elders making your plate for you. So it would be that there were all of these things, but you would be given the exact amount that your mother, father, grandparent, aunt, or uncle felt like you needed at that time in your life. And so it was nutritious because it was moderated. And so the way that we think of soul food now is in kind of like a cultural vacuum. So it doesn't have that that practice and that informed practice. It's just considered to be a series of individual dishes.
One more quick question or thought.
Lucor, is this, I missed a little bit of the beginning. Is this primarily income-based, the program at Metro Caring that you were studying? Is it primarily for like low-income situations and people who otherwise would not have access?
It's purely self-identified. So if you identify that their service could be beneficial to you in your life, then you are welcome to access it.
Interesting.
And so there were people who, when asked if they had used the market, they would say maybe they hadn't because they didn't feel like they needed it, or they try to hold off until they really need it because they know that someone else might need it more.
Very cool. It makes me think about the need to localize our food systems. This seems like a step in that direction, and the fact that it's not based on an income evaluation, but rather people saying, well, hey, I need this service, so let me in. That's pretty cool. Thank you for.
It's interesting because I don't think we necessarily have to localize the food production, but I think the distribution, this is my opinion, of course, and not being a person who studied food, but it seems to me that the distribution is the bigger issue than the source of the production, because there's a lot of elements of access that are not possible when you talk about like local organic food. I mean, there's farmers markets and stuff, but I don't like, I know with me on a tight budget, I don't have access to buy that kind of food. And so, thinking about how do we better distribute what is, what is already accessible, or making more accessible what is being produced locally is certainly an issue I think we need to address. So.
And I think spoken to that, I think right now Colorado runs at about a 50% waste. Like 50% of the food that enters our food system goes into either waste or like food salvage. And so it's very much an artificial scarcity.
Absolutely. All right. That's it for Lucor's presentation here. So let's thank you for a wonderful presentation, Lucor. Very well done. Lots of gears turning in my head, I know. Next up we have Max Madison, Tribal Engagement and Infrastructure Development, Landscapes and Cultural Heritage in the United States. So go ahead, Max, and take it away. You can do screen share on your own, so you don't have to give it to yourself. So go ahead.
Okay, I gotta make sure I do the right one because I'm. Okay, can you see the big screen, or is it the behind the scenes one?
Yeah, looks great.
Okay, thanks. My presentation is on tribal engagement and infrastructure development, landscapes and cultural heritage in the United States. This was research that I did for my thesis. It's been a little bit, so apologize if I'm a little rusty on running through any of it. I'll just go ahead and get started here. So this is the Medicine Mountain National Historic Landmark or traditional cultural property in the Bighorn National Forest in Wyoming. In December of 2014, Energy Transfer Partners applied to build the Dakota Access Pipeline, DAPL, a $3.8 billion pipeline capable of transporting 500,000 gallons of crude oil per day, stretches 1,172 miles and goes through North and South Dakota, through Iowa, and into Illinois. In July of 2016, DAPL received approval from the United States Army Corps of Engineers to run the pipeline underneath Lake Oahe, a reservoir of the Missouri River that borders the entire eastern edge of the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation. This route alarmed tribal members living on the Standing Rock Reservation because Lake Oahe serves as the primary water source for the reservation. A proposed alternative route for DAPL that still would have crossed the Missouri River but would have passed closer to the city of Bismarck, the capital of North Dakota, was decided against because of, quote, its proximity to areas that supply water. Many tribal nations, in particular the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe and the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, expressed serious concerns regarding the project, including its potential impact on important cultural sites and its effect on the waters of the Missouri River. Furthermore, tribes felt that consultation for the project, which is required under federal law, had not been completed adequately or at all in many instances. Just 2 days after USAC approved DAPL to cross under the Missouri River at Lake Oahe, the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe sued the USAC in federal court to halt construction of the pipeline. Despite these objections, ETP pushed forward with the construction of DAPL. This eventually resulted in massive opposition to the pipeline, where indigenous people from many tribal nations and their allies from across the United States gathered to face off against police and private security personnel who were deploying tear gas, water cannons, dogs, armored vehicles, and other means to ensure that construction of the pipeline was not interrupted. Despite all of the opposition, construction of the pipeline was completed, and interstate oil delivery via DAPL is reported to have begun in June of 2017. The legal and public debate regarding DAPL remains ongoing, and tribes, together with environmental groups, have continued to oppose the pipeline. The actions taken by ETP and others invested in DAPL cost those companies a significant amount of time and money. For instance, because of opposition and legal issues, ETP was forced to move beyond the January 1st, 2017 deadline that they had agreed to with shipping partners. A University of Colorado study published in November of 2018 estimates that DAPL cost ETP and other pipeline developers invested in DAPL $7.5 billion, which is almost double the project's initial budget of $3.8 billion. Given DAPL's current legal challenges, that number is growing even higher. The actions taken by ETP throughout the DAPL project have significantly damaged public relations for that project, for ETP, and for the oil and gas industry generally, including reputational damage to financial institutions and others who indirectly support the oil and gas industry. The example of the DAPL project, along with Oak Flats, Mauna Kea, and other relatively recent high-profile projects that have been met with substantial indigenous opposition, demonstrate the importance of developing effective and meaningful communication with tribes prior to development projects that have the potential to impact areas or landscapes that are important to tribes. The fallout from the DAPL case has both directly and indirectly brought renewed focus to tribal engagement among some in private industry, the federal government, and those working in private environmental and cultural resource consulting. It is within this wider context that I began working with a private environmental and cultural resource management consulting company to complete my applied thesis research. So just a little bit of background on Section 106. In 1966, Congress signed the National Historic Preservation Act into law. Regulations now guiding Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act require the federal government to consult with any federally recognized American Indian tribes potentially impacted by federal undertakings. Once impact to historic properties is assessed and adverse effects are determined, federal guidelines require a plan to be created to avoid, minimize, and/or mitigate adverse effects in order for federal undertakings to move forward. And then just a little bit of background on my applied thesis client. I was working as part of an interdisciplinary team conducting an ethnographic study for an area, and all the specifics of the study have been omitted, including names, specific quotes from tribal representatives, everything pretty much has been omitted. And this was a private environmental and cultural resource consulting company, and working with a lot of archaeologists. It wasn't really this type of archaeology that you see. It was more surveys, so people walking across the landscape looking for different things is a big part of what they do. And for the particular case study, it was an area where there was a natural gas project, a uranium mine, and a pipeline project all in that same area. And through those projects and the review around those projects, the BLM recognized the area as a traditional cultural landscape and began treating it as such, and hired the firm that I helped with to help identify and evaluate traditional cultural properties and do an ethnographic study in collaboration with tribal representatives. So my research questions for my thesis were, how might the information derived from the case study inform general strategies that can be implemented to improve engagement, consultation, and collaboration among tribes, governments and agencies, and environmental and cultural resource consultants, and private industry developers? And then my other question was, how might information derived from the case study inform general strategies that could be implemented to navigate challenges that arise during tribal engagement and the consultation process surrounding traditional cultural properties, as well as in engaging with tribes on land and resource management issues more generally. So these are some of the theoretical perspectives that I utilized, and I added this. Howard had recommended that I add this last one, shifting times. I think it's the theme of the conference is very relevant to this research, and it's kind of this shifting roles of anthropologists, and the work that we do is really woven throughout a lot of this research, as I think you'll see. So the different lenses that I used to look at this issue were traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous knowledge. Apologize for if any of you guys are, I know a lot of you already know a lot of this stuff, but just setting it all up. So traditional ecological knowledge is indigenous knowledge about nature and the natural environment is how it's sometimes defined. That's the short definition. And then indigenous knowledge I see as a bigger category rising out of an indigenous culture. So those were two aspects that I looked at in relation to this research. And then I also looked at sacred ecology, which really looks more specifically at the spiritual aspects of traditional ecological knowledge. And then political ecology, which is influenced by a previous researcher, Katie Berkelau, that worked on this issue, and looks at how power and politics affect the environment. And in Katie Berkelau's research, it basically accepts the current political reality and then takes a look at what can be done within that political reality to affect change. And that's mostly what I do in my research as well, although I do go a little bit outside of that. For instance, in political ecology, regarding this issue, kind of looking at how tribes and other actors both challenge and reinforce existing systems through their participation in these systems in the current traditional cultural property consultation model. And the picture that you can see here, this just kind of illustrates some of the differences between approaches to environmentalism and the environment. Kind of a Western approach oftentimes becomes a dualistic approach of society, humanity versus nature, whereas in many indigenous cultures, it's more of an interweaving of the two, people as a part of nature versus not standing as opposed to nature. So just different conceptions of nature in the natural world. And then also talk about post-colonial theory and decolonization. Post-colonial theory arising a little bit earlier and kind of a reaction to the crisis within the discipline in the 70s, where essentially anthropologists started to realize some of the destructive aspects of their work and how it had contributed to colonialism, and people that were studied by anthropologists started to really rebel against the people studying them. essentially, and then post-colonialism is kind of reflecting back and looking at that colonial action, and then decolonization being actively undoing colonial practices in the present and in the past, and this is often led by indigenous people and other groups. The next theoretical lens was participatory action research. So for the participatory part, I really like Arnstein's ladder of citizen participation, and this is was created a long time ago, but I still think it's very relevant, and it just kind of talks about, you know, the ideas of things like participation, and I think we've touched on some of this a little bit earlier today, of what do people really mean when they say participation, engagement. A lot of times these things are just kind of buzzwords, and so this ladder, I think, does a good job of separating what does that actually look like. So as you can see, informing, just telling somebody what you're going to do, but you're going to do it either way. That's kind of one of the lower levels. And then consultation, Arnstein sees as kind of a tokenistic form of collaboration or engagement, versus all the way up at the top is citizen control, where the community is actually really making the decisions for what's going to happen. And then the next lens is adaptive co-management. For this, the adaptive piece focuses on essentially that nature is not always going to respond to the same stimuli in the same way and return to some sort of balance or equilibrium. It can respond in new and unknown ways to newly introduced stimuli. And so an adaptive co-management model, in the ideal sense, focuses on partnering with, in this case, indigenous peoples, due to their resiliency in navigating a changing landscape over time and being able to thrive throughout those different changes. And then the co-management piece again refers back to Arnstein's ladder. Oh, and sorry, I skipped part of the action research. So that's the participatory part of participatory action research. And then the other part is action research, just like applied research, applied anthropology, pragmatic, practical, looking for results for communities. It focuses on things like democratization, decolonization, liberation, and sort of an iterative cycle of looking, thinking, and taking action, and then reflecting on that action. And it values community leadership. Okay, so next I'm going to get into some of the travel perspectives from my research. So I got to get to another screen here. Let me see. I got to stop sharing to do this. Can you see the diagram? Yeah. Okay. So this is kind of some of the stuff that we took a look at in the research, and you know, the main purpose of the research was to identify sites on the landscape, and so a lot of the research was around things like that, just, you know, specific sites of concern, specific uses for different places on the landscape. And then another thing that was brought up frequently was kind of development in the environment. Some of the negative impacts of previous development projects were things that travel representatives discussed, and also the fact that the cumulative effects of development often were not taken into account. Projects are kind of just looked at on a specific project by project basis, and there's not a lot of thought put into, if 10 projects go into this area, what's the overall cumulative impact. And then I'm not going to go through all these because we don't have time, but in the trust and disclosure theme group, there were a lot of discussion about sort of mistrust of the federal government due to a lot of the past colonial actions of the government and also present actions. And there was discussion of the legal and political arena. So basically, tribes being apprehensive about divulging information or coming to any agreements with staff on the ground at the Bureau of Land Management, because they understood that those decisions could be overturned by those higher up in government or those with more political power. So, and then also discussions of only disclosing information when it's necessary to protect an area, and not really necessarily wanting to just talk about things just to have it out there. And then we get down to barriers to collaboration and mutual understanding. And I used Kathleen Pickering's book on this to identify a lot of the barriers of different areas. A big one that tribal representatives discussed was spatial and temporal boundaries, just different conceptions of what a place is. Western thought sometimes likes to carve areas up into different easily packaged and managed locales, but in indigenous conceptions, sometimes it could be not just a particular site like that, the medicine wheel that was on the first slide. It could be that medicine wheel and its connection to the surrounding landscape. So just a lot of barriers around those different conceptions of what makes up a place were things that came up. And then, a big one was just that tribal input is not sufficiently incorporated into resource management, was something that came up throughout our conversations. Then as far as participation and engagement, a big one there was just the need for increased federal participation in the process. The BLM only participated in one of the site visits for this project, and that was kind of an indicator to some of the representatives that maybe this project wasn't too much of a priority for them. And then another big one here was the importance of feeling or experiencing traditional cultural properties. So in many instances, people at the BLM or other agencies making decisions, important decisions that affect these places, don't actually ever go out and feel or experience those places themselves. So that was something that tribal representatives brought up as being really important. And then in this tribal knowledge and ways of knowing, a lot of this was just coding tribal expertise and expertise in a way that somebody that's an archaeologist or an anthropologist coming in and just looking at these places themselves wouldn't be able to discern without that tribal knowledge. So just valuing that tribal knowledge. And then also in here, one that I think is important is the recognition of traditional names of places. And this gets back to kind of like the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis and how you talk about a place or how you speak about a place interacts, influences your experience of that place. And then these all kind of filter down into tribal resource management recommendations. So a lot of these had to do with direct tribal involvement in survey and resource management, meaning tribal members actually going out and looking at the places alongside archaeologists or before or instead of archaeologists going out and looking at these places on the landscape. Another big one that came up was just the need for regular meetings. When these sorts of studies happen in an ad hoc basis, there's so many projects across the United States, it could be difficult for tribal representatives to give sufficient energy and focus to each of the projects. Whereas if they're all kind of discussed at one time at regular intervals, it's a lot easier to plan. So that was one thing that some of the tribal representatives mentioned. All right, I'm going to go back to the presentation now. One sec. Okay, can you see the presentation again? Yeah. So And again, I'm not going to go through all these because there's not time, but I'm just going to touch on a few of them. And this kind of goes into that, again, shifting time, shifting roles sorts of things. Number 5 here is archaeologists and tribal relations. A lot of the people at the company were archaeologists, not applied cultural anthropologists. And many archaeologists are now in private consulting instead of academia. And archaeologists in many ways have kind of become de facto tribal liaisons and experts on tribal resources. And this has resulted in a lot of adversarial relationships in the past due to essentially things like archaeologists saying, this site doesn't relate to your culture or something like that based on their methods versus maybe a way a tribe is thinking about a particular place. But the relationship is changing and improving in some ways. Tribes are gaining more experience and becoming more versed in archaeology and cultural anthropology themselves, and also just getting a bigger seat at the table in terms of these types of conversations. And archaeologists in turn are kind of gaining a better understanding of tribal perspectives over time. So one quote from one of the people that, so in addition to the research I talked about before, I did some more actually recorded interviews with some federal agency representatives and some of the consultant representatives and so forth. And so this is one of the quotes: "Converting ignorance into understanding and understanding into respect. There's things you'll never be able to fully feel or understand, but if you can come to some terms with them, then I think that in practice, more people are willing to work with tribes to preserve what's important to them. If nothing else, they recognize that these things are important to tribes and are willing to respect and move forward with those preservations, whether or not they fit into the old Section 106 rules or not." So yeah, that quote just kind of talks about how the frame of at least some archaeologists is changing in terms of how they're relating to tribes. And then some other interesting things that came out were just looking at the number 7, looking at the order of events and disconnection of indigenous people from the landscape. Basically, through the research, everyone agreed that bringing tribes into the process earlier was important. Sometimes tribes are not brought in until decisions for the site are mostly already made, and there's limited influence that tribes are able to have through that consultation. So many people agreed that bringing tribes into the process earlier was an important aspect. And one of the issues is that archaeologists are sometimes approved to survey the landscape before anything else happens, really, and then the project ends up building momentum, and tribes, don't get a chance to. They kind of just have to take the archaeologist's word for it that yes, these are all the things on the landscape, and they don't get to really review that information themselves. And then the other thing is that tribes are kind of asked or just told to say well, tell us everything that you know that is here on the landscape. And that's really not a fair standard for a number of reasons. One is it's not fair to assume that all tribal members necessarily know everything related to their culture that's out there on the landscape. And if you think about comparisons to any other culture, that's not a fair standard to have, even that tribal elders or tribal experts are going to necessarily know that, especially due to the actions of the government, relocation, and forced disconnection from the landscape that many tribes have endured. The process of surveying the landscape can be a process of reconnection for tribal members or representatives that may have been disconnected from those areas. So just kind of changing the perceptions of when tribal input should be valued there. And then another thing that came out was around the prioritization of nature versus sacred or culturally important sites. This was a quote from one of the people I interviewed, talking about kind of the ways that the laws around protecting traditional cultural properties are not strong enough to really protect those places. So talking about the San Francisco Peaks, one interviewee said, "You can't protect it as a TCP, but you can protect it under the Endangered Species Act because of the nitrogen that was being added to the mountain, which was reducing habitat for protected species. So this is a situation where you can use legislation that is guided to protect plants, to protect things that legislation designed to protect people and their concerns isn't strong enough for." That kind of makes you reflect on the values we assign this whole TCP thing. If a plant has more sway than the people, it makes you wonder if that's if the TCP language is the right way of managing it and has enough power behind it, or if it's just kind of like acknowledging that there's a concern but not really doing a whole lot about it. Let's see, I have a few more here. One that I thought was important to, let me see how much time I got. Oh, it's already 2:30. Okay. One that I think that's important for this conference is looking at just kind of the role of ethnography and tribal relations. And, this project was an opportunity to reflect on that. In many cases, these projects go to an elite group of archaeologists and cultural anthropologists. And the other thing that came out is essentially tribes have the capacity to be their own ethnographers and do these projects themselves in many cases. So it just kind of brings up the issue of what exactly is the role of the anthropologist or the ethnographer in these types of projects. Are they acting as a filter that doesn't necessarily need to be there in some cases? So that's an important question, I think. But then the other thing is about what I said before about kind of archaeologists becoming the de facto point person in these types of projects. And I think it's important that cultural anthropology and applied anthropologists that aren't archaeologists really make sure that we're digging in and getting involved in this type of work. I think it's difficult work because it can be kind of messy and ethically hard to navigate, I guess. But kind of just not engaging in it, means that others are. I think this is an area where anthropologists could add value. So I think it's important that we continue to do that. All right, I'm just going to do a couple more to wrap up. So a big thing, and this relates back to when I was talking about DAPL earlier, is the business case for meaningful consultation. And as that case proves, it can be advantageous for, I think it's important to make the business case to industry and energy developers, whoever it is, that it is in their best interest to engage in tribal consultation because of their own self-interest. And while there's not always an opportunity for a win-win scenario between developers and tribes, it is in the best interest of developers to involve tribes. And a way to frame it is just lowering their risk, essentially. Also, for financiers, aversion to risk among financiers of developers, along with thoughts about corporate social responsibility, can encourage more of these types of studies to be done in the future. So consultants, like the consultant that I was working for, they can have a substantial impact on projects and the damage that they do to natural and cultural resources. But anything that they do is limited. It must be essentially a win-win for their client and tribes. So, they can't say, if they were a consultant on DAPL or whatever, they couldn't be like, well, don't build DAPL because the client it's not going to change anything. They'll just fire that consultant and hire another consultant. But they could, for instance, through doing this type of study, say, hey, you really shouldn't build it right here. That's going to cause you a lot of problems. We suggest going over here. So things like that. And then the next one is on the ethics of harm reduction consultation. So tribal consultation ultimately results in projects moving forward. Wholesale opposition to development in many cases is not effective, and projects move forward regardless. Therefore, there's an ethical responsibility to ensure that projects that do move forward do so in the least damaging way possible. Both work inside and outside the system will lead to a more sustainable future. And tribal consultation is also needed not just for things like oil and gas, mining, those types of extractive development projects, but also things like solar, wind, any sort of large-scale development. It's important that this consultation be taking place and be taking place effectively. So current trends and new models that came up as part of this research is essentially just allowing tribes to speak for themselves rather than necessarily filtering what they have to say through an archaeologist or an anthropologist. Federal governments and other entities engaging with tribes, not just when there's a legal requirement to do so, but just forming those relationships outside of a government-to-government consultation. And another one was having tribes deploy their own surveyors alongside archaeologists and having 2 surveys be done for different purposes, the archaeological survey for kind of scientific purposes, archaeological purposes, and then a tribal survey of things, essentially a survey of what's valuable and important to tribes. So that's something that's been done in a few cases and been successful and is becoming increasingly more common. Another one is just not kind of limiting. A lot of times these discussions around tribal engagement are limited to thinking about just cultural or what's deemed as cultural or archaeological, when really, and that goes back to the theoretical lens of traditional ecological knowledge. In many cases for tribes, there's not necessarily a distinction between what's a cultural resource versus what's a natural resource. They're one and the same thing in many instances. So just increased recognition that tribes need to be involved in both discussions of natural resources just because they're natural resources, and involved in discussions of natural resources because natural resources are also cultural resources for tribes in many instances. And then finally, working with resources as kind of an economic development opportunity. In many cases, tribes are alienated from the economic benefits of working with these resources. It's a large industry, both cultural resources consulting and environmental consulting is a large industry that heavily involves working with tribes, but tribes don't necessarily see a lot of the economic benefits of working with their own resources through this type of consultation and engagement with the resources. Okay, I think I'm going to run out of time, so I don't know what else I'm going to cover here. So yeah, essentially my recommendations involve more of a participatory action framework, an adaptive co-management framework, instead of kind of an outdated old school ethnographic approach to these types of projects and to tribal consultation generally. I think I'm going to end it there because I'm going to run out of time. So, any questions?
All right. Thank you, Max, for a very thought-provoking conversation. Obviously, if you didn't notice, we were going crazy in the chat boxes here. So obviously, we all had a lot of things to say. So wonderful job, Max. All right, we have a few minutes for questions. So go ahead and ask your questions.
I guess I had one thing that kind of came to mind when you were talking about, that expectation for tribal members to not only be experts on kind of all of the ecological life, but there's also that question of is it safe to share that with every researcher or government contractor that comes in? Like, you might know, but maybe you shouldn't say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, what's the benefit necessarily of, especially, are we going to change what or is not us, but is the BLM going to change what they're doing based on that information, or is that just putting more information out there that doesn't need to be out there?
Yeah, and there were the like really stark examples of that where like sites were bulldozed ahead of the courts being able to kind of like respond to the declaration of the sites concerning the DAPL stuff for, like, I don't know. I think that's just what popped into my mind.
Yeah, and that's ethnocide. That's the willful destruction of someone else's culture. It's very problematic.
I was just saying, like, this idea of information being justified by, like, all information or all progress being just, like, the means is always justified by the fact that you have the information. Like, this is the same thing we see in, like, NAGPRA arguments against NAGPRA. Well, we need the information is more valuable than the relationships with people and with, like, our ancestors and with our families and things like that. And just the way that gets talked about too, like, we'll talk about it like this uniquely indigenous thing. And if you think about global indigenous, it probably is, but we don't talk about it with regards to, like, Greek archaeology that much, or these sort of sites where there is just as much of a discomfort against disruption of that landscape. But it's framed as this indigenous problem a lot of the time. And there are these opportunities to see those parallels outside of it too. I just really appreciated this idea of, like, collaborative. We were talking about, like, collaborative ethnographies with the land and things like that, and the way that storytelling happens. One of the things I'm really interested in with your work, and to kind of try to apply it to, and reasons I want to read everyone's thesis, is visual markers in the landscape is something my mom and I are going to maybe look at for a project. But, like, and we talked about this during the break a little bit, like, what are the visual markers in the landscape that remind you who you are, and, like, what your role is in that landscape? Like, what is your role in community with the landscape, and community with the people that you're talking to and their relationship with the landscape? Like, how can the landscape itself remind you of your place? But I don't know. I want to see what the guide for consultants would look like, and what it would look like for specific tribes and specific cultures versus, like, Indian country in general, like the things we have to consider about the ways things have been approached in the past, like you're talking about, Max.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of work still to do to kind of develop a better guide, and hopefully some of the stuff in the thesis is a start. But I feel like half the things I talked about in the thesis I didn't even do. It was really hard to actually do those, especially in the context of working for a consultant who's working for the BLM, who's talking to the tribes. I was like 3 degrees removed from anything going on, and it was very hard to, I can write it down on paper, but it's difficult to do effectively.
Well, no one wants to pay for it, right? Because doing all these additional stuff takes time and money. And especially when you're talking about a for-profit company, the motivation is not to adequately address the needs of all participants in the study. It's to check the box to make sure we don't get sued. That's a very different kind of motivational tool, right? Which at least we have that, which we didn't used to have. But so it's like a step in the right direction, but it's not even close to what needs to happen.
I'd like to bring up just a side issue, and Max mentioned this, and I appreciated his kind of pulling it out, teasing it out. And that is, I've been listening here in Colorado and a couple of other parts of the world, the euphemisms, the word energy, the energy industry. And I appreciated when Max was mentioning the oil and gas, and also include coal extraction, and what that does to the land, and the purpose of what oil, gas, and coal is about, rather than just energy, as well as mention what sort of space land development issues go along with both wind and solar, because they take up space, time, things as well, money, people. they have an impact as well on the people and the land. But again, this issue I have about just including the oil and gas and coal companies in this nice, easy word, calling the energy industry. And it sure makes things, it's like the sugar makes the medicine go down a lot easier. And so at any rate, that's, given that what we're dealing with, that's just one of those little words that I keep wanting to help people maybe consider, if it's appropriate at the time, use the term oil and gas and coal or whatever the topic is, rather than just kind of say the nice euphemistic word energy, and like we see on our advertisements on TV, and it just slides right by and everybody gets so used to it and it feels like a good thing, and nobody really knows what the hell energy really is. They just, if they flip on the light switch, it better go on. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
It's like that disconnect we were talking about with food production earlier, right? We have this disconnect from energy production. So much of our culture is disconnected from the production cycle, from who is actually doing the tasks and chores and creating the new spheres of information and all that stuff. And we just consume and we don't think about that. We don't understand the costs of all these things.
We put stickers on the products sometimes, like certain companies put stickers on the products with like the face of the person who made it for you, which is just another kind of like weird propaganda head game at this point. Like, so it's like, what is the difference between genuine progress and the facsimile of progress? If the effects are good, then does it matter? But, you know, I don't know if it can always be free of the storytelling aspect of that and the sort of like reframing of the thing. I think that's a lot of what I got out of this, Max, was this idea of reframing and how you're framing it and like what your approach is being really, really important.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think, you know, yeah, and I think it's difficult. I mean, it was hard for me to engage in this subject. I think it's just, you know, yeah, because it's just so ethically messy, and it's you know, yeah, what terms I start saying things the way people I'm working with start saying them, which is like, say, energy, and then I started saying energy instead of, like you were saying, Ted, just saying oil, gas, you know, because energy sounds more politically correct. Of course, that's what a lot of people I was working with say. So yeah, it is just it messes with you a little bit, just trying to navigate all of it. But I think it's important because just kind of, you know, oh, this is too difficult to engage in, so we're just gonna ignore it and say and wash our hands of it, doesn't result in the best outcomes. So yeah.
All right. Any final thoughts or questions?
Nothing is final.
Just
like
definitely not in this field.
Yeah, we're gonna start stuff, not finalize it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Max, for a wonderful and definitely thought-provoking presentation. Very much appreciate it. Great job.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, next up is me. And my presentation is titled Anthropology, Mindfulness, and Navigating Turbulent Times. I'm going to kind of do a very short presentation here, not super short, but not super long either. And then kind of really what I want to do is entertain a conversation and be thinking about where have we been sitting as researchers, as just people. This is kind of almost like a check-in sort of presentation. So I'm going to kind of, you know, go through over a couple of things, some thoughts. For those of you who don't know, I'm a practicing Buddhist, and so Eastern philosophy and mindfulness is a core part of my life. And I'm actually working on my next anthropology book. I don't have a title yet, but it's about the relationship between anthropology, mindfulness, and Eastern philosophy. So I kind of just want to kind of open the door to talk about some of these things. And so I'll start with the presentation, and then we'll just kind of have a discussion from there. Oh, hey Max, can you give me screen sharing capabilities?
You should have them.
Says a disabled participant screen sharing. I don't know why, but.
Okay, try it now.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so first up here, so mirrors and reflections. You know, I love this quote. It's from the show Cosmos, Space-Time Odyssey, and I just love the intersection of science and possibilities. And we are each of us a little universe. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the one who says that. And if we think about it, a culture is the sum of all its parts, which means that each of us is a reflection of the culture in which we reside. And in turn, each culture is a reflection of the sum of its individuals, right? All of our identities are mixing to constantly transform and remake culture. And so naturally, shifting times means shifting identity. And that's probably something that a lot of us have in the last year come to really understand with the pandemic crisis and having to reevaluate how we proceed, how we go out, how we dress, who we interact with, who is a priority, who isn't. And so every cultural system on this planet pretty much has had to reevaluate and rethink how we move through this world, right? And when change comes, we can make a choice. Now, of course, it's not a binary choice. But we kind of lean towards one way or the other, where we either sit and reflect with the change and be with it and try to really understand what does that mean to us, and where are our emotions at sitting with all this stuff, or we can just retreat into this fear and this ignorance and this willful attempt to ignore that the situation on the ground is different. And obviously there's a lot of privilege wrapped up in this too, right? The people who are more capable or more able to distance themselves are the ones who have the more means to do so. And so it gets very interesting in how look at who is kind of pushing back really hard against mask laws or mask ordinances or vaccines or any of that kind of stuff, and who isn't, right? And so there's a lot of things to consider there. So, of course, the next question, if we're going to talk about mindfulness, is what is mindfulness? And of course, I had to throw that nice little Harry Potter reference in there because, I think it's a nice, fun reference. And really, mindfulness is as simple as paying attention to what's happening. Focusing your mind into what's going on now, right? Not daydreaming, not being in the past, not any of that stuff, but rather what is going on at this moment. Being present, noticing what's going on in not only your surroundings, but what's happening in your physical body, right? We shift and we move when we're uncomfortable. Our body language reflects that. Well, good. I'm glad it reminds you forever. But also your emotions too. Why are you feeling the things you are feeling? And it can be really very difficult to kind of discern that sometimes. What things are kind of triggering certain emotions or triggering certain experiences or bringing memories back. And of course, as anthropologists, what better place to explore this than when we're out in the field, right? Because a lot of anthropology is about being comfortable with being uncomfortable. We all go through culture shock when we go out into the field. Even if we're just experiencing subculture, it can be deeply uncomfortable because we don't know the social relationships or the social dynamics or anything like that. And so I kind of also want to share, one of my favorite Taoist parables with you all. And it's this story of a man who is very well educated in ancient China. He's gone to all these classical spheres of knowledge and, universities or their equivalent. He's studied all the present classics, and he's just, very well informed and educated. But he feels like he's not really getting what Taoism is about. So he goes into the wilderness seeking out a famed Taoist master. And after much travel through the wilderness, he comes to this very little humble shack that's barely holding itself up. And he knocks on the door, and even the door is kind of like shaky. He's not even sure if it's going to stay up. He goes inside, and this Taoist master greets him, welcomes, sits him down in a place of honor in the household, and offers him tea. He says thank you, and in the meantime, he begins giving him his resume, all of his experience, the things he knows, all the things that he's done. Then naturally, you should take me on as a student. And all the while, the master keeps pouring into his teacup, and pouring and pouring and pouring, and this guy is just talking and talking and talking, and then the tea begins to overflow, and yet this master is still still pouring, and this guy is still talking. And it's not until the hot water hits his lap, and he he's obviously uncomfortable because it's hot tea, that he finally is like, what are you doing? Why are you pouring the tea? Why didn't you stop? And he says, well, it seems as if there's nothing I can teach you. Your mind is already full. Right. And then, of course, the lesson is that here is all these arrogance and assumptions and, all this kind of the limitations that we place on ourselves, because when we go into the field, or because when we go into a crisis, we assume that we know how things should be. Right. Of course, in the last year, the social landscape has changed radically. The way we socialize, our body language, our greetings, who is a priority in our time, Zoom meetings, right? We're doing this conference in Zoom. And so when we encounter the new, be it other cultural knowledge or significant internal or external culture change, so what ways are we filled with these assumptions is something I want to think about here. How does our own perception limit our ability to really understand these changes and the challenges that we face with them? It's so funny that this concept of space keeps coming up in so many of our talks, creating a space for consultation or creating space for sharing food or various other things, because, in order to really do this work, you have to create space not only in the external world, but also in your own mind, right? And the way by doing that is assuming for a second that maybe you don't know all the facts, or that perhaps you're wrong in this circumstance. And that opens up kind of this new arena for learning and opportunities and networking and all kinds of things, right? Anthropology as a practice of mindfulness, and I've kind of come to this conclusion, at least for me, that a lot of what anthropology is forcing us to be mindful. Because I do remember taking, way back all the way, I think it's like 2004, 2005, taking my intro to cultural anthropology class as an undergraduate, and not even knowing what anthropology was at that point. And then just every class having my mind blown. Like, oh my God, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was possible. How could people think like that? So studying it means challenging our assumptions about what is normal and natural, right? Versus the possibilities of experience, or the possibilities or the ways of thinking and knowing. And a lot of what anthropology is about sitting with that discomfort, really trying to say, hey, look, okay, this other culture does this thing that makes me deeply uncomfortable. Why is that? Why does it make me deeply uncomfortable? And then going from there, and then really kind of trying to dissect or open up that space, creating more space to listen. Because a lot of what anthropology is trying to get us to do, at least I think, or at least modern anthropology, is getting us to listen, getting us to work with people who are different than ourselves, because we have a lot of existential crises happening that are very real and very dangerous to the survival of our species, and not just our species, but the planet as a whole, to many countless species that live on this planet. And so diversity of perspectives is a really powerful space for us to source solutions. And again, of course, anthropology doesn't have to engage in mindfulness. In fact, much of the history of anthropology, and even still to this day, is mindlessness. In other words, just assuming, just thinking you're right. One of my colleagues the other day was posting on Facebook about this. against NAGPRA book written by two archaeologists who are just some of the concepts that they're using in their books are just very patronizing and very belittling to indigenous communities. And it's so interesting to see that that thread still very deeply runs mindless anthropology. Very deeply runs through a lot of this stuff too, because a lot of our field still does deal with the problem of privilege. Me being a white male, of course, these are things I have to think about all the time, especially when I'm constantly assigned to teach, culture and diversity in the modern world, is just a classes I most frequently teach, right? And so we have to, we certainly have to think about these things all the time. One really great example of a book I read last year of challenging our assumptions of like this human-centric world is Edward Cohn's book, How Forests Think. And I really liked his perspective. I've been teaching a class called cross-cultural communication for quite a while now. And I did a whole section on, how you can't think without words. And this book really made me revisit this whole idea of thinking without words, because if you stop for a moment and you consider how we process information, most of what we do is verbal, right? It's through language itself. And so for a long time, I kind of subscribed to this idea that you can't think without words. And then I read books like this, and I'm just like, oh, you know what? It's absolutely true that all these beings, whether you want to talk about it as instinct or whatever, or versus conscious thought, but they're still representing ideas, they're still producing knowledge, and they're still interpreting signs, and that's as simple as instinctual reactions to, if you attack a dog, it growls at you, it understands what those signs means, it can sense those different kind of hormones with you, with a sense of smell. All kinds of different spheres of knowledge are existent there, and I think I really like this book because it really challenged a lot of my own assumptions, and it also kind of integrates with Mel's discussion here of this idea of knowledge of the ground, right? Or how she talked about one of her participants in her study, being able to tell that a freeze is coming based on the smell of the air, right? There's all these different kinds of spheres of knowledge that we don't use this kind of verbal language to deal with, that we should also pay attention to. And then if you were here last time, I presented this model that I kind of created for this textbook that me and my co-author wrote, on building fictional worlds as kind of an educational model in anthropology. And we presented something called the 3 C's. And the 3 C's are context, and that's the cultural system in which an individual is born into, the conditions of their life, the lived experience of that individual within that system, and then choices. And these are the choices that people make based on, their context, their conditions, and their own experiences. And so if you really want to understand somebody, if you want to understand their culture, or, the example we used, I believe in the last presentation, is the wonderful and very, disturbing but also mind-blowing book called The Making of a Human Bomb. And it's about essentially this ethnographer went and embedded himself with the Palestinian resistance, with suicide bombers, and trying to understand these things, and to really understand some of those really hard, complex scenarios. Using context, conditions, and choices can, at least soften us. It doesn't mean you agree with these people are doing. Like, obviously, suicide bombing is a terrible thing to do. You're hurting these, innocent people, these civilians and stuff. But at the same time, the only way to address such an issue like that, that's deeply mired in this historical conflict and these ethnic conflicts, is that we have to understand the context and conditions of these people to understand why they make these choices. And so we need better, more reflexive anthropology, right? And reflexive is that term that means knowing your biases, knowing your limitations. And of course, this is nothing new. I mean, decolonization theory theory and all this very other frameworks that we've been utilizing for a while has been saying this, and we can absolutely understand these things better through our own reflecting on ourselves. What are our context? What are our conditions? And what are our choices, right? And our lived experiences, things that upset you, even though you might not understand why. Those are things that we should be absolutely reflecting on, whether we're in the field or not. And so this last slide here, just a couple of things to chew on as we're kind of moving into discussion. For example, aren't we always navigating turbulent times? I mean, isn't there always persistent change? It's not a matter of question of if, it's the scale of change. How much change are we experiencing? What is happening to us as individuals and the cultural system on a whole? And where do we as anthropologists stand in a situation where massive culture change is happening in a short period of time? And I mentioned earlier things like revitalization movements in one of the chat things, or things like cults like QAnon. Those don't pop up in a vacuum. Those happen because there are turbulent times, and conspiracy theory is one way that people deal with massive change in a short period, right? And even before the pandemic, things have been changing very fast on a global level via technology, via economic systems. All of this stuff has been happening very fast. And then COVID took that change and just whoosh, right in a whole new direction, and forcing us to consider some of those changes that were happening before the pandemic. So, some questions. What have you learned about yourself during this last year of this pandemic as a person who studies people? Because that's what we do. We study people. So how have you reflected on your own experiences versus your population? And of course, many of us, our work was brought to a screeching halt because you can't go out into the field, right? So there's that other dynamic as well. And if you've been in the field, most likely virtually, what different methods have you employed? Has that changed how you approach the topic? What kinds of questions you ask? And how has this impacted your way of understanding difference in culture? And so those are I just wanted to kind of provide a framework for a conversation we could have for the rest of my remaining time, which I believe is about 25 minutes. So there are some of my thoughts, and feel free to comment and ask questions. Or make statements. What is your experience? What's been going on with you? Check in with yourself and, what things you've been thinking. The end is always near. I haven't heard of that one. I'll definitely have to check that out. But certainly, historically speaking, it does seem that humans always think the end is near. And I always say when I'm teaching that in class, when we talk about cults and millenarianism and all that stuff, that in a lot of ways, when a culture is undergoing a massive change over a short period, the end is near. That cultural system is gone. It's leaving. And so something is ending and something new is beginning. And so maybe that's why humans are so obsessed with the end of the world and stuff, is because we're constantly going through this process of, the dynamic of conservation of culture versus the transformation of culture all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say, this idea in Bernard Perley's Zombie Linguistics, looking at what we've talked about as far as people coming in and then looking at knowledge, and this idea of cataloging or preserving knowledge and then taking it back out and maybe not even giving it back to the community, but more keeping it in an archive somewhere where it doesn't have that life and language living in community. And so what does it really mean to have just a preserved version of that thing? And we've been talking about kind of the way that poetry and the way that ethnography itself sort of reveals the lens and reveals the filter that we each have, that Howard was talking about, this sort of way that we bring our perspectives to it. Yeah. So just thinking about I think it is going back to this idea of creating spaces, but what kind of space is it? Is it a living space or a space that isn't being tended to? Maybe this goes back to care. this is what happens at this point, is that I start to loop through everything we've been talking about. So I really appreciated that idea too, that these are different ways of looking at creating spaces.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. And a lot of what mindfulness is creating space between your thoughts and your emotions so that you can properly really understand what you're doing, how you're reacting, why you're doing all these things, so that you're making less mistakes, so that you're not contributing to your own suffering and other people's suffering.
Michael, your talk just made me think about how this whole pandemic for this past year and all of us being on Zoom and cut off from human contact, or at least large scale human contact, it is there's a kind of space that was created by nature, or by this bug, and it was, whether we wanted it or not, here we all got this year of space. And I don't, most of us haven't dealt with it very well. It's brought up all kinds of issues. And so I think just to put it out there as something to enrich the conversation, it's the space that we didn't anticipate or chase down, that was presented to us, and how we've maybe fumbled through it. Just throwing that out there.
Well, and why? Why have most people not dealt with it? Because so much of us are deeply mired in distraction. Our whole life is distraction to keep us from dealing with the issues that we ourselves and our communities face all the time, right? And so that's why so many people have struggled, like especially people who have, anxiety issues or various, other things going on, is that suddenly now they're not distracted because they have to go out to work for 8 hours a day. Suddenly they're now at home all the time. And so now there's this space, and a lot of people don't do well with that space because they've never had to before,
Absolutely. Yeah.
I just like the general concept of like anthropology is mindfulness, and I mean, you could say poetry is mindfulness too. All of it is just really, it's about like kind of noticing what's going on, and it's like, this stuff's happening around us all the time, whether we're paying attention to it or not. But to me, they are really very similar. It's, if you can talk about what's happening, you have to be mindful of it and notice it. So they're just different ways of practicing mindfulness in a way. So I think that's a pretty cool way of thinking about it.
I'd like to comment on two maybe different things that you had just said, Michael. One is the way you put together and presented your talk. It was very poetic, artistic, evocative, elusive. There were pictures, there were drawings, there was Andromeda Galaxy, there was some kind of a cartoon creature, and all of this, just the way you did it, and in what you said and in what we saw itself was, for me, kind of boundary dissolving and space creating. And just as you were saying, that we have to kind of question everything and create space, your presentation actually did that, even though you also asked us to do that. My second point is one word, and you said it just a few minutes ago, and forgive my reductionism: anxiety. All this stuff that has been going on, COVID and Putin and coal and gas and petroleum, all of these things are evoking almost psychotic, overwhelming, catastrophic anxiety. No wonder we're struggling and playing with the words of rapture and rupture, and is this going to be a great transformation? Is this going to be disaster? And then what the word anxiety does for me is that it is a way of tying a lot of what you said and what we've been saying all day together in when all of this um, severance and fragmentation and time of troubles kind of shatters everything, shakes the ground as a massive earthquake. What do we do with the anxiety that gets evoked? Now, I appreciate your observation and compliment about what I hope my poetry at least does a little bit of that of creating space, enlarging the envelope in a safe enough environment emotionally where people don't think they're going to be punished, attacked, killed if they dare try on a new idea. However, as you said in one of your paragraphs, that for the most part, even among anthropologists, uh, we build walls, we cement walls, um, we as a lot of earlier anthropologists used anthropology to help colonial powers shore up walls, and that my thought it's little. This is tiny because anxiety is one word that to me kind of encompasses so much of the feeling and not just of the thinking we're doing today. Um, the way toward resilience you used in opening the conference is to create somehow a safe enough atmosphere of interaction and conversation, whether it's in person or virtual, safe enough emotionally, safe enough physically, where people can feel that it's okay to be vulnerable, to try on new ideas. When people are scared to death, the general tendency is to retreat. And again, I don't mean to be political. This is not an attack on Trump and company. Make America great again is make America white again, is all this change is too terrifying. And so the proposition and the prophet and the charismatic leader says, I will be your savior from change, and we're going to make it way back. We're going to take it way back before any non-whites came here. No, he's forgetting about American Indians, but let's. I think I'm asking to try on for size. The massive change, the disruption, the violence, the death everywhere. That's what this plague is about. Just totally permeating, seeping into all boundaries. If you know Edgar Allan Poe's great story, The Masque of the Red Death, we've seen this before. in the middle of this miasma of anxiety, how can we start creating little islands of safety, little communities of safety, where we can think outside the box, not even worry about boxes, not have to take refuge in building walls. And my let's pretend I'm a lawyer now, and then I promise to shut up. My case study is today, because even though we're not physically present to each other, breath to breath, and kind of body heat to body heat, there is still the creation of this emotional container where it's safe. Um, uh, you've done a lot of it, Michael, but the team of people I mentioned at the beginning who put this whole safety net together in which the conference could take place have together done this. And if we can somehow take this spirit, this method, because I mean, what we've been doing all day is applying anthropology to ourselves, I think, in recognizing that if anxiety isn't everything, it sure as hell is a big part of it. And the anxiety is, forgive the clinical, it's psychotic. It's the image of world destruction. That's what, in part, COVID-19 is. Worsened, of course, by the political conditions in the United States. But we can't do anything about the anxiety that's been created. What we can do is recognize the anxiety out there and in ourselves, not rush to the greatest defense of imaginable, something surpassing the Great Wall of China, the Great Wall of Trump, running away, withdrawing, but rather tolerating the anxiety, sitting with it. That's a lot of your Taoist stuff. Not filling your head so much with everything that I have nothing to teach you, but emptying. I'm not a Buddhist. I'm just, I think I'm a damn good listener because I steal whatever all you're saying. But what you're saying is, let's empty the cup and see what happens if we don't pour anything in it, but just let the cup be there, empty, and sit with it a little while, and not try to rush to fill the cup with walls. That's a terrible mixed metaphor. But so many of you have talked about listening. Kenzie talked about silence. Silence is another way of talking about space. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Howard. And you know, one thing that I think is really important, something we don't talk about very often, is all emotions are a pointer, right? That doesn't mean that the emotions are necessarily justified or unjustified, but they're a pointer. They're an arrow to something we need to pay attention to, right? So if you're feeling extreme anxiety, there's a reason, right? Or if your whole cultural sphere is disrupted, obviously there's a big reason. But why does it bother you? Why specifically you? What about this situation bothers you? What's disturbing to you, and how can you understand that disruption or that disturbance, or that what's the word we were using? Rupture we had from this morning with that discussion of the changes in conversion and Christianity, for example. What is that rupture? How do we understand it, and where does it sit with us, right? How can we sit with it and listen to ourselves? Because before we can listen to others, we have to listen to ourselves, right? That's the first point of listening, is listen here, empty that cup. Then you can have space to listen to others. We got about 7 minutes left for discussion.
Listening to Howard and then you chime in again, Michael, it just makes me think about the space as the cause of the anxiety. And like you said, our culture isn't very accustomed to space. In fact, there's very few people that make it a point to get space into their lives. And so this year of space that's been pressed on everybody, I think it has been just that in itself, it makes people anxious. It's like, what am I going to do with this space? And I think it's just occurred to me because it's a mirror. Space is a mirror. It's an opportunity to not be distracted, to not look at someone else, to not point our attention at someone or something else. But all that's left is this, right? And so it's like, enough of this self-reflection, enough of this being confronted with me. And no distraction. That's scary that our culture is so uncomfortable with space. That's a bad sign.
And I think that the uncertainty of, like the abyss, or like the existential fear of your own or your society's demise, is also a mirror. So you've got the space of the mirror and the space of this idea of no tomorrow, where you are forced to bring all of your attention into inward, into now and into today and yesterday.
For sure. And there's some really awesome comments here. Obviously, there's so many good ones that it's hard to catch them all. But Michaela says, acknowledging and interrogating those sometimes difficult emotions is so important, rather than the dominant culture here in the US that says positivity and is ultimate and only happiness is good. And there's such a thing as toxic positivity. It's okay to not feel okay, right? And that's a space too, right? And that's one that we as anthropologists, when we are in another culture, we have to be okay with being not okay, because otherwise you go into such severe culture shock, you can't handle it, right? You can't always be happy, but you can be interested in your unhappiness. You can be like, I'm really miserable right now. How interesting. Why is that? Let me try to sit with this and understand what's going on. And the act of doing that loosens something up. It creates its own space. You're in this act of creating space by acting curious and interested, and then that creates more space for you to investigate. It's kind of this weird thing that happens when you really sit with yourself a lot. And this year was a lot of that. And obviously we're not out of the woods yet. We probably really won't be relatively out of the woods until fall. So we still have time. There's still time and space for self-reflection, even as things are kind of moving back into that same old, endless cycle. And this is the time for us to really consider, okay, what elements of our culture really don't work? And COVID really, really highlighted what those were, especially with inequity in society, right? Who is suffering most at the hands of this pandemic and why? And what's the reason? And if you actually investigate, there is no good reason that so many of these populations are suffering much more than others, except straight up greed or straight up selfishness, right? Or straight up fear and anxiety. So it's really lots of interesting things to reflect with. And I've been sitting a lot with it in this past year, for better or for worse. So got about 4 minutes.
If I say for a second, just what you just said, Michael, if that got out in such a way that, as others have pointed out, the cultures and subcultures could understand what you were just talking about, the anxieties that Howard's referring to and all that. Sounds like that would be almost like a panacea, if you will, or an answer for a lot of what's going on today. that the divisions and the diversity of thought, political ideas and religious ideas and all the craziness that's going on, help people understand what the hell is going on and how to sit with themselves a little bit and understand the other people, which is, as I'm not the trained, I haven't had a course in anthropology, but from what I've learned from you folks, that seems to be the concept, learning about man and woman, people, and help them be better for themselves primarily, because if you're good for yourself, you'll certainly be good for your neighbor. And I think so anyway. And so it seems like that's anthropology might be an answer of some sort for getting this out to the world, our world at any rate. I think Brazil could use it. Hungary could use it. Poland could use it. Anyway, you get my message, I guess.
There's this, one second, Kenzie, and let's just talk. But there's this, and I can't remember which teacher said it, but one of these Buddhist teachers that I read a lot of these books. They said, pain is inevitable. You can't avoid pain, but you can choose whether or not you suffer, right? And it's such a different kind of thing because suffering is the emotional side. It's how we manage the physical or emotional pain, because you can't. There's so much pain in the world and that for us to experience, but we can make the choice to sit with that pain and try to understand it, or we can compound it and build walls, as Howard was saying, and retreat into these. We must go back to the old ways, right? The glorious past kind of narrative, and that's a lot of what happens when we are suffering. We say, "Hey, I want to be comfortable, so I'm going to go back to the past," right? And cultures do this as a system, and that's where you get things like racism and xenophobia and nationalism. And then of course religious do that with revitalization movements or cults or messianism or all kinds of stuff. So go ahead, Kenzie, your turn.
Oh, no, I was just thinking about in terms of like making space for mindfulness, and I was talking about this a little bit in the chat, like the different where that is accessible and where that isn't, like where maybe you're living like in a way, like in a space where you just don't even have time to sit down or to sit with yourself, or you don't have access because maybe that is a traumatic space for you, for example, like just, so I was thinking about like what Howard was talking about too, as far as poetry as method, and these studies that I've seen in spaces where there has been a cultural trauma, where they're going in with creative writing and having, I know we talked about like the sort of the anthropologist coming in and applying poetry, but also the community being given that poetry as a way of creating voice, and particularly as a way of creating new vocabularies through the arts that are not accessible in the language that they have currently, or don't feel that way anyway. So being able to name things through that vocabulary as a type of mindfulness, and to be given this sort of like permission to have that mindfulness, I feel like that's what people are given when they're given those spaces to create, or to just even just to journal, like sort of how do we forward and indicate and provide spaces for that mindfulness in the communities that we work in, and like how do we improve access to mindfulness, like mindfulness time and space.
Yeah, and I mean, we can't ignore that being able to have access to those things is an absolute privilege. That's such an important conversation to have too, and it's a conversation I have all the time with my fellow Buddhists who never even think of that, right? They don't, not all of them, but a sizable portion of them don't think about, well, I don't have the means to go travel to be on a retreat for 3 weeks and have this space to do that stuff. And I'm just like, well, I don't have that time or space to do it. So probably we should think about like the access side of this stuff. And I agree with you, Kenzie. Art, poetry, music, all of this stuff is a space for mindfulness if you want it to be. So we're out of time. We do have a 15-minute break now until we have a panel discussion here with several people at 3:45, and it's titled Cooperative Critique, Establishing a Cross-Focus Anthropological Platform for Public-Facing Scholarly Critique and Praxis, the Slightly Problematic Worker cooperative, which is a mouthful of a title, but sounds awesome. So we can continue discussing this until 3:45 or discuss whatever we like. But, you know, this is a time and space for bathroom breaks. So.
Hey, Howard. 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 Yoo-hoo. Howard. Oh, Howard.
Okay, it's 3:45, so as soon as our presenters are ready, we will get back into the presentation. And again, it is titled, we have four presenters here. Cooperative Critique, Establishing a Cross-Focus Anthropological Platform for Public-Facing Scholarly Critique and Praxis, the Slightly Problematic Worker Cooperative. That talk is by Lucor Jordan, Sarah Beals, Madison Dillard, and Laura Hughes. So as soon as the four of you are all ready to go, feel free to get started. And do we need to give you access to screen share again, Lucor? I think you're muted.
No, I just need to pull up the presentation. I
Cool.
have two computers going and I realize they're not connected.
Yeah, I have multiple screens up myself, so I understand. I should also note that this is the final formal presentation of the day. At 4:30, we'll begin our poetry workshop hosted by Howard with the theme of shifting times.
Okay, let me share my screen now.
All right, and I'm not going to do the spotlight on anyone in particular since there's four of you presenting, and that way that it switches appropriately.
All right. Welcome. This is Cooperative Critique, establishing a cross-focused anthropological platform for social-facing or public-facing scholarly critique and praxis, the Slightly Problematic Worker Cooperative.
Hi. So we'll set the stage with, I think we already had a lot of good conversations in the last, I don't know, today about the pandemic and how it affected all of us, and how we experienced it specifically through the lens of anthropology, meaning that while the virus definitely caused a lot of problems, us anthropologists are saying that it also revealed and exposed a lot of problems so that it's not as easy to ignore anymore. And on top of a global pandemic and an earth-shattering civil rights movement, our specific cohort, the class of 2020, we're just having to reimagine what our careers will look like, because anthropology just looks completely different than it did when we started our classes 3 years ago. And so we're just trying to roll with it.
And I think there was also, looking at these, pretty remarkable times that we've been coming through, there was an increased need for anthropological critique, or at least it felt like there was. And so coupling that with the fact that the career paths that we'd mapped out didn't necessarily exist in the same way, it really encouraged us to kind of try to think outside of the box and come up with a creative solution to these circumstances.
So we're all going to introduce ourselves, but before we do, Laura couldn't be here today, so she recorded her introduction.
Hi, I am Laura Hughes, and I am a museum anthropologist and the editor-in-chief here at Slightly Problematic. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Sociology and Anthropology with a minor in Native American Studies from the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and a Master of Arts in Anthropology with a concentration in Museum and Heritage Studies from the University of Denver. My research is concerned with understanding how we know what we know at both the individual and societal level, with a specific focus on museum representation. I critically examine the ways in which museums and other institutions aid in perpetuating settler colonial agendas, and how practices of representation hold power in shaping how we understand the world around us. I am further interested in researching and understanding practices of Indigenous sovereignty in political, social, cultural, and economic contexts to better understand how to respectfully navigate Indigenous knowledge and work to incorporate those systems into critical methodologies. As a white woman, it is incredibly important to me to constantly practice self-reflexivity and question how my own bias has influenced my understanding of our shared humanity, and how to use my research to encourage other white folks to do the same. It is important that we as white people recognize that while we are not responsible for the actions of our ancestors, it is our responsibility to actively engage in work that exposes systems of white supremacy and to support and uplift our BIPOC communities through actions informed by the needs and desires of those communities. As we work to rewrite the story of America's past and present, it is imperative that we do work that allows us to see that story through the lens of communities who have been systematically erased, minoritized, and marginalized through unequal power relations created by white supremacist institutions. In listening to these communities and in reading the work put forward by them, we will be able to better contextualize how to move forward in meaningful ways. My own perspective is aligned within a decolonial, anti-racist position rooted within a framework of Marxism in order to work towards this goal and to create scholarship that generates critical context for the world in which we live.
And I'm Lucor Jordan, and when we were first brainstorming about this platform being a stage to build conversations around the topics in anthropology that were meaningful to each of us, I had a couple of thoughts. I'm passionate about food, and while I'd love to just chat about what people eat, ate, or will eat later, I think I realized that I'm more passionate about being a good guest as a researcher. And to me, this idea of being a good guest means more than just endeavoring to try to learn social mores or to put in good hard work when invited to, or to intrude with discretion upon the social and personal lives of members of the communities who have allowed you to enter. Being a good guest draws very heavily upon the early lessons that Jack, who everyone knows, taught us about being an applied anthropologist and endeavoring to do no harm, even at the expense of scholarly interest or professional ambitions. But in graduate school, my assumptions about what good anthropology looked like were really shaken in a good way by an introduction to Indigenous feminist critiques of anthropology. An awareness of how settler colonialism continues to be privileged and to exert monopoly control over what research looks like and what knowledge creation ends up being, ended up becoming a passion of mine to continue with. And I've been particularly moved by Eve Tuck and Kucha Riesling-Baldi. But I'd like to also acknowledge that, you know, the extant scholarship in Indigenous feminist critiques is quite broad, and I don't want to exclude anyone just because I've been personally focused on those two the most. And in concert with this, I want to problematize the creation and ownership of knowledge as within Western academics. And I want to challenge this idea of the Edic anthropologist expert who is intimately linked to research, but also to being the arbiter of harm who pens narratives of broken and needy communities in the process of negotiating recompense within paternalistic colonial structures. And yeah, I hope that, like, in doing this, I can encourage other applied anthropologists emerging into the field to really geek out on applied research ethics and think of them beyond the realm of the minimum standards set by the AAAs or institutions, but rather something that's never good enough and can always grow.
And I'm Madison. I'm an aspiring museum professional and activist interested in social
I'm
justice,
Laura Hughes, and I am a
decolonization. Oh, Laura. I'm, inter- I'm interested in social justice, decolonization, human rights, and how these elements can be better presented to the public. So my slightly problematic content so far has been focused on how problematic museums can be, how problematic it is that the public is used to just blindly believing and trusting museum content, and how museums can improve through decolonizing work and critical reflexivity, because I think that museums can become sites of social change, which would be really great in prospering or in making our society more equitable.
And I'm Sarah. I am the creative director at Slightly Problematic, and my content has focused on tourism, intersectionality, and a specific theme park in Arizona where I did my research. My theories that I like to keep in my head at all times are intersectionality and one called National Identity History Film. That's like all put together. And it's the idea that we make media, movies, TVs, in our collective image of ourselves, and then that becomes our shared history, and it's just this ongoing cycle. And so when your collective memory is also your movies, you have some responsibility to just do it right, make sure that it's good memories and responsible memories that you are creating for yourselves as a nation.
So what we're trying to do with Slightly Problematic is to be the change that we want to see in the world. We're using our strong yet unique anthropological backgrounds to contribute to the field. But the pandemic obviously has been making it a lot harder for us to pursue anthropology more professionally and full time. So Slightly Problematic has allowed us to continuously be engaged with meaningful anthropological work in an organized professional setting that still gets our point across to the public. That's definitely very public facing. So we're striving to not only be a resource through providing our perspectives through our articles, our researched articles, but also by providing other resources like our bibliographies and list of recommended sources. We currently offer resources on creating more meaningful land acknowledgements, and we plan to grow our platform to be a resource for diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives as well. So we hope to model an inclusive, equitable worker co-op structure that centers continued reflexivity and actively unlearning Western frameworks of capitalist productivity, colonization, and white stream liberalism. So we aim to share new anthropological ideas, apply our work both within and beyond an academic context, and to fuck shit up, anthropologically speaking. And we want to bring you along for the ride. We want to collaborate with other scholars to give us a broader perspective. So if anyone is interested in collaborating with us, let us know.
So this is our website, our platform that we have created. It's to share not only applied anthropology, but to provide context and examples for people wanting to know more about anthropology. Our website hosts our blog, our podcasts, our videos, alongside our land acknowledgement and our ongoing bibliography. It is designed to be a living resource for serious anthropologists and casual learners. Try to update it often, so if you don't see an organization, book, product, etc., let us know and we'll be happy to add it in, because we want this to be something that is constantly being updated with good quality information.
And so after kind of touching on that we want to start a worker cooperative, what is a worker cooperative? So a worker cooperative is a business but it has a commitment to a flat power hierarchy and utilizes situational leadership, which means that while someone might be decided to be in charge of certain situations, it doesn't change their intrinsic value or control within the organization. And this also means that profit is controlled collaboratively and that all other business decisions are also democratically embarked upon. So this kind of reflexively means that social, environmental, and political issues that are important to individual worker, member, owners end up being represented in the day-to-day operations and long-term strategies of a worker cooperative. And according to Democracy at Work Institute, there are somewhere between 465 and 800 worker cooperatives that employ about 7,000 employees. And so I think you can tell by the discrepancy in the numbers, there isn't a lot of attention to worker cooperatives, because despite the fact that they're capitalist enterprises under a capitalist system, they can operate under other political systems as well, but they're often kind of flagged as being communist or socialist nonsense. And so they tend to be ignored. And I think it's also to kind of problematize the idea of the cooperative movement in the United States and globally. And so in the US, a lot of times when we talk about the co-op movement, we think about the white rural context. And that ends up erasing a lot of the traditions of social economy and cooperation that exist in a lot of different non-Western societies. And I'll speak primarily to the African diaspora because that's where I've done most of my research. But two authors, Carolyn Shanez Hossein and Jessica Gordon-Nemhart, have written extensively about cooperation within the African diaspora and kind of linking it to indigenous African cultural survivals that have kind of continued to express themselves throughout situations of economic and political exclusion in the history of the US. But then in looking back towards Africa, there's even a dark tradition of cooperatives associated with colonialism, in that colonial entities would organize what they would call cooperatives around creating more intensified agricultural production for export commodities. And these co-ops were involuntary. There was no local control. They were very extractive in nature. And this is kind of why the contemporary co-op movement utilizes 7 basic guiding principles to let you know when your co-op is in turbulent, dark territory. And so first, open and voluntary membership. No one should be coerced or unduly blocked from membership. Democratic member control. Member economic participation. Education, training, and information. Co-ops are constantly teaching from within and sharing their knowledge without. And cooperation among cooperatives. They're not trying to create closed circuits of power, resource, or privilege. They're trying to find ways to create mutually beneficial relationships. And then there's also the concern for community, which kind of echoes this. And I think one of the most important is autonomy and independence. Cooperatives only exist when they're not co-opted by colonial structures. And would someone like to introduce Laura once again?
This is Laura. She couldn't be here today, but she made sure you guys would get to hear her voice because we are a democratic flat system.
The production of knowledge and scholarship is not a neutral process. There are biases at play, as well as power dynamics that may fuel a certain desired outcome from research that can be targeted toward a specific end goal. Biases can be fueled by targeted power relationships or through the inherent bias we all hold as individuals who have been raised in different ways by diverse families. Acknowledging our biases is an important part of creating research that actively works towards dismantling ethnocentrism within knowledge production and inequitably distributing the power of decision-making processes involved in research across all the stakeholders in the project, not just the researcher. That is why we started this worker cooperative. Not only are we allowed the freedom to individually produce content that explores our own interests while checking each other's biases, but we are laying the groundwork to facilitate others to do the same. Our goal of making data accessible, actionable, and practical within our own cooperative extends into our goal of implementing meaningful methodologies into diversity, equity, and inclusion work for the clients we work with. When we partner with clients and their community stakeholders, actively dismantling westernized systems of knowledge and hierarchies is at the forefront of what we do to ensure our work is proactive in generating a more equitable and balanced future. The production of knowledge and scholarship.
Cool. And so now I guess we'd like to open it up for discussion and conversation.
There were a couple of questions in the chat. I lost it. If Lucor could define extractive colonial structures real quick.
Yeah, so I guess to me, what an extractive colonial structure would be is something that has no reason to be where it is and organizes itself around accessing, consolidating, and removing or otherwise separating access of resources from anyone else who's around. So it's a lot of times connected to like the monetization of land. So in the African context, a lot of times those extractive structures would be, you know, they would see either an opportunity to mine or an opportunity to create an export commodity like coffee or sorghum or corn, and they would approach subsistence farming communities and restructure them in order to like amplify profit, which people kind of anecdotally acknowledge is why all of the infrastructure across Africa leads to the coasts, because the only thing colonial structures were interested in was bringing that wealth outside of the country or outside of the countries that they operated within. But I think there's a lot of analogy to academia, that anthropologists for generations have treated knowledge very much like a commodity that could be taken from where it is and then claimed as their own and turned into profit and power.
I have a question. So what I'm just curious, is it sounds really interesting what you guys are up to and what you've put together here, and I'm really interested to check out your website in depth. Who would be your clients, I guess, or how? And that, excuse me if that's a little bit naive of me to ask, but I'm just curious who you guys are aiming at serving and how you're impacting culture.
I think it's an iterative process. I think the first part of our endeavor was to try to figure out how each of us wanted to present ourselves as applied anthropologists, and then to kind of build up an attention to where that work fit in. And I think we come from a lot of different backgrounds. So when you think about diversity and equity and inclusion in work, you know, it'll look a little differently for me as a applied anthropologist focusing on like urban food sovereignty and economic development, and then very different for Sarah or Madison or Laura.
And I think one place that we definitely, the three of us who are museum studies majors, would like to do business with museums, trying to help them decolonize a little bit better, a little bit faster. That's what we spent a lot of time researching how to do.
I really appreciated what y'all said about like when it's on the website and the sort of like public facing end of it and the kind of like lay work that you do in communities, and the kind of democratization of like who does anthropology and who can do anthropology that we kind of were talking about earlier today. It seems like that's a big, even just changing the way we access and process, and who is the audience and who is like uplifted in the audience can have that kind of impact to sort of like, I don't know, it just has ripples of impact, I think. Yeah. So I could just see where the kind of like platform part of it, that was the first thing that I thought when you all were talking about this. And I was like, I hope there's a website. And then there was I was like already looking for the website. And so I was just really delighted. But I think that that's like a really interesting way that it's multiple audiences at once, and it's like kind of moving things forward in that direction. And I think this conversation started way back when I started field school in archaeology at Cahokia Mounds. Like John Kelly out there was saying, like, how do we get our projects funded? How do we like do labor and work if we don't make it accessible and clear to like those people that it actually matters to, and like even the people who pay for things or the people who invest either time or money in things.
And one of the other things I don't think we said, one of the reasons I really wanted to make it accessible was because I had never taken an anthropology class before my first day of graduate school. Like, I had no idea what was happening. So I was online. I was like, what intro, basic level, what can get me up to speed? And there was not a whole lot. So I'm also seeing it as this is a resource I wish I had had when I started grad school.
I appreciate the work you guys are doing. A lot of what I've been devoting my energy to is making like anthropology accessible to the public. I have a YouTube channel called Anthropology in 10 or Less. Of course, I have my world building book that went live in February. That's, you know, for like game designers and fiction makers and writers and filmmakers and all that stuff, trying to give them a basic understanding of what anthropology is. And I just think it's so important for people to understand, you know, these different models. And I also really always recommend Wade Davis's TED Talks about anthropology, because it's such a good job of, in 15, 20 minutes surveying a bunch of cultures and telling you, like, this is not a hierarchy. Culture is not a hierarchy. It's just different cultural options, and so the idea that if we could just give people a little knowledge of anthropology and like the wonders of difference, not because we always think of difference in terms of like walls, right? We don't think of difference in terms of roads or bridges to build across these great chasms of our problems. And I just think that a little anthropology goes a long way. So I love you guys' idea, basically, is what I'm saying. So.
Thank you.
Building off of what Michael and Kenzie are saying, something I really like about what you guys are doing is that like your brand, if you want to call it that, has like this edge of like blunt humor. At least I see it that way. I don't know if that's intentional or not. And I'm curious, if you guys have had conversations about how to make anthropology accessible when you're talking to the public, or, what you're trying to cultivate with drawing people in and making them want to engage with this stuff.
I can do a bit of an answer, and then y'all can add in. So I think one thing we do for accessibility is we always make sure we have really good captions every single time for the videos. But then as far as our style, our voice, I think that just comes from being jaded grad students. Like, we went through the ringer, as it were, in grad school. It's a little rough. And then on top of just a year of sarcasm and trying to get through a pandemic, like, that's just who we are. Like, what you see is what you get.
Yeah, and I think about, if you've ever watched Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, he covers these dark topics or extraordinarily frustrating topics, and it's humor that makes it so much more accessible, that makes it like, okay, it's okay to laugh because this thing sucks, but it's good also to learn about it. And I'm a big believer also in using humor and, you know, and witty things to try and soften the blow for people. Because, you know, one thing that I remember a lot as an undergrad is, my God, I just came from 2 anthropology classes in a row. I need a drink, you know, because there's so much stuff going on in the world, and they're important issues, but it's hard to digest all that stuff all the time. And putting it in an accessible package that's humorous is very helpful in that regard.
I guess something that I think about when thinking about kind of making things accessible is, I read somewhere that people like numbered lists on the internet. And so I try to put like lists into mine. But then I also feel like just kind of wearing the audience down a little bit by just normalizing, sort of like calling out extant colonial structures, like making it part of like normal conversation. Because like at first it's inaccessible because people are like, what do you mean settler colonialism? But I feel like if we just keep kind of making it seem totally natural to, you know, acknowledge these structures around us, then it becomes accessible.
And I think that's also, like Sarah said, coming from grad school, I feel like I just learned so much of what we need to fix with the world, and that anthropologists are uniquely qualified to fix, but we're not being hired to fix. And I don't know, I feel like I've just been a lot of pent up anger that I think kind of comes out in the videos, because that's what it is. I think Lucor does that the best, though. He, I don't know, just rips into like the entire fabric of our Western world with just a straight face. I love it.
I'm curious, what kind of reception, I guess, you know, yeah, there's a lot of D&I initiatives everywhere these days, and there can be, what kind of reception are you getting from people in your approach to these initiatives, and how have you kind of changed your approach over time, or are you just keeping with the same approach?
Well, we're still in the pre-incorporation stage, so we haven't, until we get it incorporated, we can't open a bank account, and so we can't necessarily take contracts. But we're planning to tackle that over the summer, and we'll have treated this first season as a period of branding ourselves and creating a space for the conversations. But we've been doing the market research and like market analysis stuff, and trying to find people who are doing similar things so that we can try to figure out where we can declare that we fit inside of that complicated and tumultuous world of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Are you guys incorporation? Are you doing full incorporation? Are you doing LLC, or what are you doing? Because an LLC is, I mean, that's a couple of hours to set up one of those. It's really not terribly taxing and not expensive.
Cooperative incorporation under, I think it's Article 56, is a little more involved, because you have to, in order to be treated like a cooperative in Colorado, you have to have a very detailed explanation of how your governance is structured and how that relates to the movement of money inside of your organization, and, you know, like justify how you're taxed. Because a lot of times cooperatives operate as a pass-through entity where the cooperative itself doesn't necessarily have to pay taxes as long as certain percentages of any year-end surpluses are redistributed back into like individual member accounts. And then we also have to, I mean, the other part is just something we can finish on our own, but we have to do our bylaws, which is a similarly interesting and complicated thing. But I've learned that you can draw comics to communicate things that are hard to communicate with words. Like it's not uncommon for cooperatives to have little doodles and cartoons in explaining who they are and how they do what they do.
I had no idea. Sorry. Go ahead.
Prohibit. Almost seems like the state's trying to prohibit the development of cooperatives. Imagine that.
Yeah, and especially when you think about most of the funding to help with the legal support is for cooperatives who have been in operation for a year or more. So there's state money to help you if you've already gotten past the point where you need support.
Boy, that sounds like the way, doesn't it?
So we are thinking of taking the alternate route, which is incorporating as an LLC and then transitioning, which is something a lot of cooperatives end up doing, I think, kind of for those reasons.
Lucor's in charge of business development, in case that wasn't obvious.
Sounds like you put a good person in charge of that.
This is a really exciting model for me. I do think about this, and when you're talking about Lucor bashing Western civilization, I just wanted to start cheering and say, Lucor, let's team up, and but let's see. Do you guys see potential for this kind of model for other types of initiatives and business ventures, for lack of a better term? I hate to use business venture because it's so capitalist, but
I think part of the cooperation between cooperatives is this idea that when a cooperative forms, they try to leave breadcrumbs for other entities to follow, so that while there is a lot that you have to figure out on your own, there's a lot of support that other cooperatives try to put in place so that things can be scaled and modified and rehashed and reinvented.
Yeah, the one thing I keep saying to myself is we're going to be the change, because like I think we've all had jobs with people in charge who shouldn't have been in charge or whatever, and it's just like, man, if I just had like an equal voice. So I think by making the co-op that I wish I had, I hope it makes it more accessible for other people who might also want to try to do it in their own way for their own business.
Got about 7 minutes here for discussion. What other questions do people have? I know I definitely have worked many jobs where I've had bad bosses, and it certainly can be extraordinarily frustrating because, a lot of times when you're working in a hierarchical situation, there's so many better ways to do things, and yet the person in charge really is to dictate how you do those things. So obviously with cooperatives, one of the things is decision making can be a long process. Have you are you doing a full consensus model, or are you doing more of a democratic majority rules kind of model in your situation?
I mean, there's only 4 of us, and we know each other pretty well at this point. So there's not a whole lot of bad ideas that come to the table, I feel is fair to say. Join in, everyone. I feel like I'm hogging the mic.
Yeah, I think another part of it is we trust each other to kind of like the autonomy that which one of us needs to do kind of what we're doing. So while we make general decisions with consensus, when we're like designing our script or our blog or our vlog, it is a very kind of independent process that we'll check in with each other, but we don't like get together and vote every time. So it's not like, Sarah, I think you're going too far this time. But I think going back to those like structures of domination and kind of like the challenges of democratic decision making, I think it's important to think back to like our early experiences in like middle school, high school, getting into the workforce, where we learn to accept these structures of domination upon us. Like we, get used to swallowing our pride, or, like holding back words because we are afraid of retribution. And so even though we're used to being dominated now, it doesn't mean that it's easier to stay inside of those structures. It just means that it's more familiar to stay inside those structures. And so especially in moving into those cooperative spaces, the biggest challenge that looms for co-ops is when the decisions become personal enough that the only answer is a compromise that one or more people don't like. And when you're in a domination structure, it's just simple because whoever's dominating you can say just because. But when there isn't that space, that's when a lot of informal kind of embodied power dynamics end up coming into play, where you try to create a democratic space, but then when it comes down to compromising, then it becomes kind of like, it can become a situation where there's subtle power dynamics at play that either like silence or marginalize or factionalize. And so it's a, from what I've heard from more experienced cooperators, it can be a wild ride.
You mean you have to be more mindful?
I mentioned this in the chat a little bit, but we were sort of like restructuring the Indigenous Council where I'm working at the university, and we were looking at Indigenous governance structures. And so this was making me think about that and the kind of, it's like coalition building, but it's really like, it was interesting because we looked at like how you could relate different committees to clans, and that clans are, usually there's like an area of ways of knowing or an area of the world where it's taking a certain responsibility over certain things. So like whether it's like responsibility over the pathfinding or the land stewardship. And so we have the taking responsibility over the curriculum group, because that's where in my case, I feel drawn and that I feel I can contribute to that thing. And so taking on responsibility as a kind of like act of power by giving yourself to that particular community or that particular clan. But what you're saying about sort of how do you make democratic decisions, especially when you are like, but you're also wanting to make collaborative and co-opt decisions, made me think about also the way that Haudenosaunee sort of like debates were held, and you kind of had to like listen to every single person's story, and that could go on for days, and like you could pause for like a whole half of a day to rest while someone's story is continuing. And so that massively important element of hearing those other stories. And then we also have this concept in the Thanksgiving address of, so now we bring our minds together. Now our minds are one. And this idea that we need to make a decision together. But even as we have that phrase, so now our minds are one, it's not actually to say we have to all be of one mind. You don't have to agree. And that's one of the core things that makes this work, is not necessarily agreeing, but making that decision on behalf of those responsibilities, on behalf of, okay, I think like I can understand why we would do this, or I can understand where you're coming from and I can get behind it, even if I don't agree with it, or it wouldn't be what I would do. And so for me, these are modeling things that are that horizontal structure that Howard was talking about, are that sort of like responsibility taking, and these sort of like sustaining structures and even just sustaining metaphors and ways of thinking of it over time. So I love what y'all are doing.
Yeah, and those levels of agreement and levels of agreement are key to some of the more dicey co-op conversations where, there's like wholehearted agreement, and then there's, I agree enough that I'm not going to stop the decision, or I agree, but I think it's a mistake, and then I totally disagree.
Yeah, and that's a different kind of, that's a completely different arena for work, right? We're not used to that. That's a tough thing to navigate in this culture, because we're used to one person making the decision, right? And this goes back to like Pedagogy of the Oppressed with Paulo Freire's work. And that was a part of my master's thesis in looking at community-driven theater as a means of combating some of these narratives and equalizing representation and stuff. And to have those kind of conversations, it was fascinating to watch the theater working with the theater troupe, because they do everything with consensus, and to see that process where people are like, look, I don't like it, but I understand it. So, okay, let's do this thing. That's such a completely different and wonderful thing that humans can do, and that you can take this time to understand this person's context, to understand this person's stories and their conditions of their life, and say, I don't agree with you, but I'll work with you. That's like a beautiful thing to do with people, rather than just, I don't like it, so I reject it out of hand. And that's a huge problem with us, especially with like social media spaces these days. I don't like it, I reject it out of hand, rather than trying to understand the nuance and complexities of the situation.
If I may,
go ahead. I was just going to say, we're actually transitioning now into Howard's poetry workshop, but final thoughts, absolutely, Ted, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm very impressed, and I really wish you guys well. I didn't know what Lucor and the rest of you were doing, and it sounds like a really interesting idea, concept. It's new to me, and I wish you well, because I'd like to learn what you get as time goes on, because I know just a little bit about a couple things, but not so much about what you're doing. So I find it's going to be a lot of interesting new stuff coming your way, or my way from you. So good luck.
And definitely always keep in mind that we're open to collaborations. And so if you have something that is burning inside of you to share, we'd love to connect on that.
All right, a great presentation. I loved having the space to discuss all of this stuff, so I appreciate that. And best of luck with your project. And, I'm sure several of us here will be willing to collaborate with you guys on stuff. So, and definitely maybe bring this stuff back up at Ghost Ranch, where we can have, much more intensive and further conversations about collaboration. I'm also in the process of getting a kind of career workshop going for Ghost Ranch. So you may be really beneficial. We were talking about a 4 fields kind of workshop with, I think it's Napa, where I was talking to recently. So that might be a perfect space for you to talk about, more of this stuff. So let's bring this up again. All right, so let's transition into Howard's poetry workshop. Do you need anything from us, Howard, to get started?
Can I just point out real quick that if maybe we should turn the YouTube off so our workshop isn't like on the internet forever, unless people don't care. But just so people know that that's what will happen. If you share a poem, that it'll be on the internet forever.
Yeah, we can do that. Does anyone? I mean, I personally don't care for any of my stuff, but does anyone have any specific objections to that? Certainly happy to take a pause for that, if that's what we'd like to do. Is anyone specifically wanting that? I'm asking. You, Mel?
I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know. It just feels like weird to have it be preserved. But the people that are watching on YouTube are very welcome to come into the Zoom and share with us and everything. I don't mean to exclude anybody.
Sure. All right, Joe, do you want to maybe close down the YouTube for the day then, and then we can just have this more of a kind of a private session, and anyone following along, you can always join in the Zoom channel and workshop with us.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us at the High Plains Society for Applied Anthropology. We are going to be doing a poetry workshop for the rest of the day, and then during dinner hour, we're going to be doing a networking opportunity. So if you want to join us in on the Zoom meeting, please feel free to come over and join that. And that is the link is on the program schedule, which is posted all over the internet. So thank you, everybody. And thanks, Joe, for taking care of that.